Chapter 1, Lucas Grindelwald. 1991, July, Austria. The drizzle made ripples on the lake at Wolf Hill. An old European-style villa is located on the shore of the lake. On the third floor of the villa, a blond boy was concentrating on looking at the heavy book in his hand. "Lucas, it's time to rest, today is your 11th birthday." The boy lowered his head and replied softly, "Understood, Aunt Vinda." Vinda Rosier came to the boy and reached out to close the book in the boy's hand. "Lucas, a combination of work and rest is the most effective way to learn." Being suddenly pulled away from the ocean of knowledge made Lucas slightly annoyed, but looking at the woman in front of him, he could only sigh in his heart. Vinda Rosier, the thorny rose of France. He has to say that the other party is really beautiful. Black hair, deep green eyes, noble and elegant temperament, really fascinating. A pity that she was over 90 years old. Although he doesn't know what method she used to maintain her youthful appearance. Yes, he is a transmigrator. Before crossing, he was an average man, and after crossing, he became an orphan without a father or mother, but fortunately, he was adopted. And the person who adopted him is also a big celebrity, Gellert Grindelwald. The famous dark wizard that was given the title of Dark Lord by many people. But in his view, the other party is just a fool who went around shouting, for the greater good, and got himself imprisoned. After Lucas learned of his identity, he began to work hard. Grindelwald swept most of Europe back then, and offended many people. Now he lives a comfortable life in Nurmengard. But Lucas, who goes by the Grindelwald surname, was not so lucky and would probably have to deal with all those enemies just for it. "Aunt Vinda, Aunt Vinda." Lucas waved his hand, calling softly to the woman in front of him. Vinda Rosier recovered and smiled apologetically. Facing Lucas' blonde hair and blue eyes, she is always distracted. Because Lucas is so much like that man when he was young. Looking at the child in front of her who is still staring at herself, she quickly handed over the letter in her hand. "This is your letter. I'll be in the kitchen, remember to come and eat." Watching the other party leave the room hurriedly, Lucas smiled a little. Every time he used his appearance to tease Vinda, her reaction was very funny. Austria, Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, first room on the third floor, Wolf Lakeside Villa. Although such a day has long been expected. But he really got a letter from the magic school. With his hands trembling slightly, he turned the envelope on its back. Looking at the school emblem composed of a snake, a lion, a badger, and an eagle, Lucas paused as he opened the envelope. Unexpectedly, Hogwarts would send him an acceptance letter. Didn't Hogwarts only recruit wizards of British nationality? Or was he originally born in England? After all, the Book of Acceptance at Hogwarts will automatically record the magical baby names in England. Lucas suppressed the question in his heart, took out the parchment inside the envelope and read it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, Grand Sorcerer, First Class Order of Merlin, and Chief Warlock of Wisingamot. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Semester is scheduled to start on September 1st, and we will be awaiting your all no later than July 31st. Vice Headmistress. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. There are 2 letters in total. Aside from the admission letter, there is also a list of books and items needed for school. Lucas put the envelope away. He looked at the remaining 2 letters. They are letters from Demstrang and Beauxbatons respectively. As for why those 2 schools would admit him, Lucas wasn't surprised. After all, these 2 schools recruit students from many European countries. Especially Demstrang. This school, famous for the dark arts, would definitely welcome Lucas very much. Just when he was hesitating which school to choose, suddenly, a mechanical sound came to his mind. The system is fully charged, the divine grade achievement system is being bound. System. Since arriving in this world to the present, Lucas thought he was the 1 in 1,000 unlucky one with no gold finger. It seems that Merlin still takes care of me. Lucas chuckled lightly. The system is successfully bound. The first binding, the system will open the Platinum Lottery Pool for 2 hours, the prize pool is opening. Platinum Lottery Pool. Lucas's head was full of question marks. Watching the countdown to the lottery pool that appeared in front of him. Lucas frowned and asked, "System, tell me about your functions in detail." "Lucas, there's something I need to let you know. There's something wrong with Abernathy, and there's even worse news." At this moment, Vinda's voice came from outside the door. It's just that her tone was a little rushed this time. It can make Vinda, who could survive even after losing the war, become like this. It is enough to prove how serious this matter is. Chapter 2, Crisis. Vinda Rosier frowned slightly, and pushed open the door of the study. When she saw Lucas' calm eyes, the anxiety in her heart eased a lot. "Aunt Vinda, what happened?" "Abernathy has received news that the French and German Ministry of Magic have seized many of our stores in both countries, and other countries' Ministry of Magic seems to want to follow suit." Clatter. 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 Lucas' fingers tapped on the wooden railing. If it was such a small matter, it wouldn't make you so anxious. Vinda glanced at the boy in front of her appreciatively. There is also a message from Abernathy that German Aurors and some wizards from Austria are coming after us. They probably know that you turned 11 today, and they don't seem to intend to let you go to school. The magic world is getting more and more depraved, and they want to shamelessly bully me, a kid. Although Lucas said this, there was no panic on his face. He looked at the 3 letters on the table and took the Hogwarts acceptance letter with a chuckle. Under Vinda's gaze, Lucas replied with a beautiful cursive handwriting. Thank you for your letter, it is my honor to be admitted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sincerely, Lucas Grindelwald. Hogwarts. That's. Before Vinda could finish speaking, Lucas interrupted with a smile, Albus Dumbledore's school. I know what you're worried about, but as the greatest white wizard of this century, at least he won't do anything to a kid like me. In this regard, Dumbledore is indeed much better than the people in the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Hearing the words, the greatest white wizard of the century, Vinda's expression was full of disdain. All the acolytes have an unspeakable hatred for Dumbledore. If it weren't for him back then, Gellert wouldn't have been imprisoned in Nurmengard for decades. Lucas chuckled and said, Go and inform Uncle Abernathy to close our stores in Paris and Berlin, and only keep the company in the Muggle world. In addition, I also need your help, call all the acolytes, I have something to tell them. All. Lucas, you should know that most of them don't. I know they don't approve of me, but this time it's about the future of the Alliance, please believe me, I can handle it well. Vinda looked at the child in front of her. The two looked at each other for a long time, and she suddenly smiled. Lucas has been dealing with acolytes since he was 7 years old. Until now he has been completely in charge of the house. He's so similar to Gellert Grindelwald. Same elegance, same brilliance, same confidence. Vinda Rosier could think of no reason for her refusal. Okay, I'll go now. The moment she turned around and walked out of the study, she heard Lucas' voice coming from behind again. Aunt Vinda, tell Uncle Abernathy that in less than a year, I'll have these stores reopening across Europe. Well, Abernathy is always at ease with you, and I'm sure he'll have no complaints. Then she walked out of the study. Lucas leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. As Gellert Grindelwald's son, even if he's just his adopted son, the people of the various governments including the ICW wished that he would die immediately. System, continue to introduce your functions. Answer to the host, this system is called the Divine Grade Achievement System. As the name suggests, this system was born to help the host complete various achievements. Achievements include but are not limited to collection, exploration, fame, major events, etc. Each achievement can provide you with achievement points and basic rewards. Every 100 achievement points can participate in the common prize pool draw, and the prize pool includes bronze, silver, gold, and platinum rewards. Every major holiday, the system will open the special platinum prize pool, which will greatly increase the probability of winning platinum rewards. Hearing the last sentence of the system, Lucas suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Excuse me, what is the probability of winning the platinum reward in the common prize pool? Common prize pool, the probability of bronze reward is 71.2%, silver 24.7%, gold 3.8%, platinum 0.3%. Heh. Lucas sneered. Sure enough, it's the same routine as those gacha games in his previous life. Open my character attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Identity, leader of the Alliance, son of Gellert Grindelwald, freshman of Hogwarts. Bloodline, none. Talent, none. Magic strength, 3, normal child magic level. Charms, 6. Transfiguration, 4. Dark arts, 8. Divination, 3. Potions, 1. Skills, Occlumency, level 9, Fire Shield, level 7, Killing Curse, level 1, Cruciatus Curse, level 1, Imperious Curse, level 6. Magic items, none. Achievement points, 0. Seeing his dark arts talent, the corner of Lucas' mouth twitched. Sure enough, it made sense for Grindelwald to adopt him. The system is similar to what I guessed. It's not in vain for me to choose going to Hogwarts. As a transmigrator who is familiar with the original plot, going to Hogwarts to complete the so-called achievements is the best option. Lucas, who is still weak at the moment, silently praised his shrewdness. Character attributes are turned off. Watching the platinum prize pool counting down, Lucas felt that the first thing to do was to collect some achievement points as soon as possible. And at this moment there's just one place that's good for some fast achievements. Nurmengard Snow Mountain Castle, Gellert Grindelwald's prison. When Vinda heard that Lucas was going to Nurmengard, she was not surprised. In fact, Lucas goes to Grindelwald's to learn magic every week. When the two walked out of the villa, it was found that there were many unidentified people around the place. Lucas greeted everyone elegantly and politely. Vinda then apparat them while they watched. When the wizard in charge of monitoring reacted, the two of them had long since disappeared. Chapter 3, Gellert Grindelwald under the Imperious Curse. Austria, Nurmengard Snow Mountain Castle. For the greater good. Looking at the slogan engraved on the gate of the castle, Lucas chuckled lightly. Aunt Vinda, you can start now. Vinda took out her wand without hesitation and a silver light flew into the sky. Boom. The rays of light exploded, and a sign unique to the Alliance appeared in the sky. Lucas looked at the two capital G's back to back next to the Hallows sign. It is suspected that Grindelwald incorporated his initials into it, although the other party does not wish to admit it. The Alliance mark reappears. Whether it is an acolyte who believes in Grindelwald or the wizards of the Ministry of Magic in nearby countries were all surprised. These people set off to the place where the mark appeared. As the former headquarters of the Alliance, Nurmengard Castle is very large, and Grindelwald is self-imprisoned in the top tower of the castle. Lucas, have you really decided to go to Hogwarts? We have very little influence in England, and I'm worried that you might be in danger over there. Lucas is slowly exploring the castle in front of him. Upon hearing Vinda's worried words, he smiled and said, "It's not just me, but we are all going. Thank Dad for his decision not to attack England all those years ago. So, if we enter England, the British magic community has no reason to refuse. After all, we are legal businessmen now. Compared with other countries, I think England is more suitable for our development." Of course Vinda understood this too, it's just that because Dumbledore is in England, the acolytes try to stay away from that land. Not long after, the two came to the tower of the castle. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration achievement, Nurmengard Castle, and obtaining 50 achievement points. Because the host obtained achievement points for the first time, triggering 10 times critical strike, reward change, 500 achievement points. Tisk. Lucas looked slightly dissatisfied. If I knew that there would be a critical reward for the first achievement, I would go to a more valuable place. Dad, how have you been lately? Lucas opened the wooden door and asked Gellert, who was sitting on the bed in a daze. It's not bad. Recently, I was recalling the past and got some new insights. Although he is 108 years old, Gellert Grindelwald looked like he was in his 80s or 90s at most. Thanks to Lucas' intervention, the other party is not as miserable as in the original book. The prison cell is full of warmth after many renovations, and the bookshelves all around are also filled with books that can be used for entertainment. Lucas crouched in front of him. Looking at the pair of blue eyes that were the same as his own, he said, "Dad, decades have passed, are you still imprisoning yourself in this ghost place? We need you, the Alliance needs you." It took Grindelwald a while to reply, "Is there any trouble?" Seeing him change the topic again, Vinda's eyes at the door were a little dim. Lucas had expected it a long time ago, got up and pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's nothing, it's just that stores in places such as Berlin and Paris have been raided for various reasons. In addition, the Ministry of Magic of the two countries seems to be planning to take me back." Seeing a wave in Grindelwald's eyes, Lucas' lips curled up a bit. The cell has been quiet ever since. After a while, he heard Grindelwald say, "You are not a person who swallows your anger, what are you going to do next?" "Dad, what do you think of me taking people to the two countries to make a big fuss?" "Hee, let's not mention that your magic power is still at the level of a child, even those people may not obey your orders, right? So, do you have any good advice?" Grindelwald raised his head and stared at the boy in front of him. Love is the most powerful magic in this world, Lucas, maybe you can try to influence them. Is this the new insight you got recently?" Grindelwald gazed at him and nodded slowly. Lucas looked back to the door in surprise. Merlin's beard, Aunt Vinda, come and see, Dad is being controlled by that old bee with the Imperius curse. No, I must go look for Dumbledore to settle the score. Looking at Lucas, who was yelling, Vinda showed a dumbfounded expression. After playing around, Lucas looked at his father seriously. "Dad, it seems that our ideas coincide. England is indeed a good place." Grindelwald was still playing dumb. Indeed, Albus is best at the magic of love, where he is said to have defeated a young man known as the Dark Lord, which is truly remarkable. Lucas, when you arrive in England, you will communicate with Dumbledore more, maybe you can understand what love is. Lucas rolled his eyes, got up and walked out. When he stepped out of the door, he suddenly stopped and said, "Don't worry, I will say hello to that old bee on your behalf. If possible, how about I tie him and bring him back for you?" Grindelwald's eyes finally changed slightly, which made Lucas chuckle a bit. Then he bowed slowly to Grindelwald, for the greater good. Congratulations to the host for completing an important achievement, inheritance from father to son, reward, 500 achievement points. Getting out of the cell, Lucas came to a room downstairs. Such a huge Nurmengard castle is Grindelwald's prison alone. Except for the tower, other buildings can be used normally. Lucas sat on a large high-back chair, enjoying coffee while waiting for the other members to arrive. System, start the lottery immediately. Platinum prize pool, each draw requires 200 achievement points, the host can draw 5 times in a row, may I ask if you want to draw a lottery? Yes. As soon as the words fell, a pool made of stones appeared in front of Lucas. 5 rays of light flew out from the pool and one of them bloomed with a dazzling platinum color. Chapter 4, The Alliance Gathers in Nurmengard. Congratulations to the host for winning the bronze rewards, 80 gold galleons, 10 pairs of woolen socks. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver reward, Shattering Curse, level 1. Congratulations to the host for getting the gold reward, talent skill points, 2 points. Congratulations to the host for winning the platinum reward, bloodline, void elf. The system's voice rang 4 times in Lucas's mind. Shattering Curse, a powerful attack spell that shatters everything on its path, once used by Bellatrix Lestrange to destroy all the windows on Hogwarts Great Hall. Lucas learned how to use it a long time ago. It is detected that the host has learned the Shattering Curse, level 1, do you choose to upgrade? Lucas just chose yes. The Shattering Curse obtained by the lottery disappeared and his Shattering Curse became level 2. Lucas looked at the talent points again. According to the preferred choice, his 2 highest talents are, Dark Arts 8 and Charm 6. 2 talent points down and Lucas seemed to have entered an epiphany. Especially when it comes to Dark Arts. He felt that he had a new understanding of the Dark Arts he had learned. System, fuse the blood. Feeling the magic of the system, Lucas is now even more curious about the so-called bloodline. After a burst of needle-like pain, strong mana burst out from Lucas' body. Vinda Rosier is outside preparing for the upcoming assembly of the Alliance. Feeling the strong magic, she hurriedly walked to Lucas' room. Lucas, what happened? She pushed open the door and found that Lucas, who was supposed to be in the house, was missing. Just when she was feeling anxious, the space in front of her was suddenly torn open. Afterwards, this irregular space crack gradually expanded and she could see bits and pieces of cosmic light in it. Immediately afterwards, Lucas stepped out of it in front of her eyes. Lucas. Did you do this? Don't worry, I'm just trying some interesting tricks, I'm going to take a shower, after the rest arrive, please wait for a while. Little tricks. Vinda didn't think tearing space was just a trick. She was shocked. At the same time, she feels that Lucas is becoming more and more incomprehensible. However, none of this matters. The stronger Lucas became, the happier she was. Bathroom. System, open character attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Bloodline, Void Elf, First Awakening. Talent, Void Fisher. Magic power, 10, adult wizard level. Charms, 7. Transfiguration, 4. Dark Arts, 9, full level. Divination, 3. Potions, 1. Skills, Occlumency, level 9, Fire Shield, level 8, Killing Curse, level 2, Cruciatus Curse, level 2, Imperious Curse, level 7, Shattering Curse, level 2. Magic items, none. Achievement points, 0. The strength of the elven blood, even if it is initially awakened, it also gave Lucas the magic level of an adult wizard. This is not the limit, it's just the beginning of magic power growth. Lumos. Looking at the fluorescent lights on his fingers, Lucas chuckled and said, casting spells without a wand. It's really a good trump card. The blood of void elves does not only have these 2 benefits. Since it is called void, it naturally has related innate abilities. Void Fisher, tears the void with your own magic power to achieve the effect of fast movement. If you want to move in space for a long distance, you need to prepare the space coordinates with mental power in advance. Simply put, another version of apparition. However, what is better than apparition is that if Void Fisher is used well, it can also be used as a means of attack. Lucas also found that his dark arts had really improved a lot. Looking at himself in the mirror, he shook his head and smiled wryly. He saw that his golden hair had become a bit longer, his ears pointier at the tips and his blue eyes became deeper. Lucas let out a long breath and used a small transfiguration to return to his previous looks. When he came out of the bathroom, Vinda and Abernathy had been waiting for a long time. Lucas, everyone has arrived, not only our people, but also a dozen Aurors. Hearing her words, Lucas nodded slightly. He looked out the window. Things that looked like black satin were flying all over the sky. Clearing outside Nurmengard Castle. Hundreds of Alliance members have gathered at this moment. And this number is still increasing. Lucas took a deep breath. Turning around and walking out the door, let's catch up with everyone. Vinda and Abernathy said nothing, just silently followed behind him and left the castle. The open space in front of Nurmengard. Out of nowhere there appeared an extra platform made of wood. The platform is not high, and adults can step on it in one step. Looking at the blonde boy standing on the stage, members of the Alliance immediately became loud. Aurors in the crowd, the moment Lucas appeared, they approached cautiously. It seems like they want to take him down on the spot. Chapter 5, Bewitching, Attack from the Aurors. Vinda Rosier, what have you summoned us for? The acolyte just ignored Lucas and asked Vinda directly. Lucas has something to say to everyone, Lucas. Lucas stood on the wooden platform and bowed slightly and said, Uncles, aunts, friends, thank you for answering the call today. Looking around, the once powerful Alliance, now there are only a few hundred people left. In contrast with the Death Eaters led by the Noseless Wraith, the condition of the acolytes is still quite good. With Lucas speaking, the place gradually became quiet. He took 2 steps forward and continued. In the past few decades, we have made new friends and there are still many old friends who haven't left. We have been hiding, but we have not forgotten our identities. I know why you responded to the call today, and I know what you long for and what you are insisting on. Decades ago, my father, Gellert Grindelwald, revealed his prophecy to everyone, and it turns out that his prophecy was not wrong. Some elderly people at the scene had participated in the rally at the Père Lachaise cemetery. They still remember Grindelwald's prophecy well. Looking at the young man in high spirits on the stage, everyone seemed to have returned to 1927, to the Père Lachaise cemetery. And standing on the stage seemed to be Gellert Grindelwald himself. Lucas didn't know that the old guys in the audience would think so much. He looked around the crowd and said again, looking at the decay and unbearableness of the magic world today, as well as our ever-compressed living space, it seems to prove my father's idea again. Grindelwald. Grindelwald. Listening to the tsunami-like shouts from the audience, Lucas raised his hands in gesture, but everyone seemed to be immersed in Grindelwald's past glory. They chanted Grindelwald's name with no intention of stopping. Vinda Rosier swung her wand and cast the sonorous charm on herself. Silence. The noisy crowd became quiet again. It can be seen that the deterrent power of this French rose should not be underestimated. Lucas coughed lightly, looked at the crowd and said again. 2 years ago, I asked Vinda to deliver a message to everyone. I hope you can enter the world of muggles. How about it? Has anyone gone? Lucas glanced over everyone one by one with expectant eyes. Most people's eyes are full of disdain for muggles. And some lowered their heads after meeting his gaze. At this time, a voice came timidly from behind the crowd. I have been. The speaker was a young man in his 20s. Lucas smiled and asked, what's your name? Pine Caro. Oh, the Caro family, one of the sacred 28 families. It's a pleasure to meet you, Pine. Then tell me how you feel about muggles. Strangely, being praised by an 11-year-old, the young Caro family member is actually quite happy. Nice to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald. My impression of muggles is that their technology is very powerful. Lucas nodded with a smile. Yes, technology is indispensable to muggles, just like our magic. The weapons of war that my father once predicted are a manifestation of technology. After he finished speaking, he looked at Vinda Rosier at the side. The other party took a Sherlock Holmes-style pipe and walked up to the high platform. Taking the pipe, Lucas looked at the crowd. Although my prophecy is not as powerful as my father's, I still have something for you to see. With a big mouthful of smoke spit out. Immediately some pictures emerged from the smoke. Advanced fighter planes swooped over the land, and countless missiles devastated the land. On the sea, giant steel beasts passed by. As soon as the screen changed, satellites in outer space circled the Earth. These satellites that are 390,000 feet above the ground can clearly see people and objects on the ground. The screen ends here. But the shock it brought to everyone did not stop there. Soon, there was a commotion among the crowd. Wizards believe in so-called prophecies very much. Otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't try to kill a baby. At this time, the eyes of the acolytes were full of fear, uneasiness, and helplessness. Unexpectedly, the Muggle world has become something beyond their comprehension. Lucas gently woke everyone up. Everyone has seen that, maybe in the near future, those satellites flying in the sky will be able to find us who are hiding. But what about us? Are we going to shoot them down while riding on a broomstick? How long will the so-called International Statute of Secrecy protect us? When the danger really comes, will we be able to withstand the torrent of Muggle steel? Lucas kept asking questions, but no one could answer his question. I don't hate Muggles, on the contrary I admire their creativity and even hope to live in peace with them one day. But at present, it seems that in order to fulfill this wish, the entire magic world must first be united. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, whether you are pure blood or mixed blood, we all have a common identity, wizards. As wizards, we have to shoulder the mission of saving the magical world. Grindelwald, an elderly wizard called softly, watching Lucas. Soon, others followed suit. Grindelwald. Grindelwald. If we say that the shouts of the crowd before were calling for Gellert Grindelwald, the cry now is just for Lucas Grindelwald. Watching the excited and gradually going crazy crowd, Lucas flashed a confident smile. Just when he was about to continue his speech. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd, Petrificus Totalis. Immediately afterwards, one after another spell sounded. Incarcerus. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Dozens of spells came from the Aurus wands. They have only one goal. Lucas Grindelwald on the platform. Chapter 6, announcing the return of the Alliance. Facing spells coming from all directions. Vinda and Abernathy, who had been on guard for a long time, immediately drew out their wands to defend. The other acolytes surrounded the Aurus just waiting for Lucas' order. No. Lucas stopped Vinda Rosier who came forward to help. He created more than a dozen void cracks around him and the spells of the Aurus flew into them and disappeared in an instant. Tearing open the space. This is nothing short of fantasy for those present. But now, this impossible thing was actually easily done by Lucas. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the acolytes looking at him which quickly transformed into faith. They believe. Father and son Gellert Grindelwald and Lucas Grindelwald will lead them to freedom. Manipulating so many void rifts at once, it's still quite difficult for Lucas who just got his void elf blood. Fortunately, nothing went wrong. He looks at the crowd. Seeing the dozen or so aurors looking deathly at him. Lucas sighed. Decades ago, the measures taken by the wizarding world to those who dared to tell the truth were to arrest, imprison, or even execute them. My father was one of the people who was treated that way. I didn't expect that today. Decades later, people who tell the truth are still not allowed to exist in the magic world, even if I am just an 11-year-old child. Lucas' expression turned a little sad. In the face of various crises in the magic world, what we think of is not how to unite to solve the problem, but to wave a magic wand to our compatriots. Alas. Lucas let out a long sigh. All kinds of helplessness were revealed. Looking at the aurors who still looked at him with hate, he said softly, "Wizards, lay down your wands and join us, we are not enemies. Mr. Grindelwald, you are as good a speaker as your father, but what you say is of no use to us." An elderly auror stood up and said. Even in the face of the glaring gazes of hundreds of people around him. He still looked at Lucas on the stage without changing his face. In this case, I can only let everyone sleep for a while. Lucas waved his hand and the space behind those aurors was torn apart. The spells issued by the aurors just now flew out of it one after another and hit them precisely. Having solved some minor troubles, Lucas clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention to himself. He raised his hand, pointed to the surrounding ground and said, "Protego Diabolica." Spinning in place, Grindelwald's unique fire spell was revealed to the crowd. This is a famous black magic in his previous life. It not only possesses incredible power but it's also a sharp tool to test the loyalty of his subordinates. The appearance of the fire shield made the older generation even more fanatical. Plus Lucas' wandless spell casting. In addition to fanaticism and faith, the eyes of the masses are full of surrender. Even Vinda and Abernathy, who were with Lucas day and night. At this moment, their eyes were full of surprise. Lucas. A murmur was heard behind him. Lucas chuckled and looked back at the other person. Guys, step over the flames and tell the self-deluded ones that they were wrong in the past. Wake up those who pretend to be asleep, it will be our responsibility, brothers, everything is for the greater good. With his cry, the surrounding people shouted the slogan that made them proud. For the greater good. Vinda looked at the teenager on the stage and whispered, "For the greater good." With that, she stepped over magical flames. Abernathy shouted excitedly, "For the greater good." Like Vinda, he also stepped over the fire after shouting the slogan. With two people taking the lead, others marched across the flames chanting, before operating to announce the good news. Nurmengard Tower. Listening to the shouts outside, Gellert Grindelwald laughed out loud. For the greater good. Albus, I hope you enjoy this gift from me. At the same time Lucas also looked at the tower. He actually knew what Grindelwald was planning. Isn't it just to embarrass Dumbledore, which he is good at? Not long after, the acolytes disappeared completely. Vinda looked at the dozen or so aurors on the ground and asked, "Lucas, what about these people?" Huh. Lucas glanced at the aurors. With a wave of his hand, the fire turned into a blue phoenix and annihilated the aurors in the blink of an eye. Vinda, prepare the carriage, we are going to England. Abernathy, you take some skilled people to stay and protect my father. The two answered immediately, then turned and went to prepare. Congratulations to the host for completing the world event, Alliance reappearance, reward, 1,000 achievement points. Lucas didn't draw the lottery right away, he is quite capable now so he plans to accumulate achievement points. Besides, even if you draw the common prize pool, 1,000 achievement points are only enough for 10 draws. What is 10 draws enough for? Not fun at all. Not long after Vinda prepared the carriage. It has a medieval style and in front are 4 thestrals dragging it. The undetectable extension charm was cast inside the carriage. The space inside is not much smaller than a house and all the necessary furniture is available. Just when Lucas and others flew into the sky in a carriage. Newspapers of the return of the Alliance also spread throughout Europe. Fudge, Minister of Magic, England. When he learned that Lucas was coming, he immediately went to find Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the Director of the Aura Office to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 7, Lucas became a pauper. Lucas, look at yesterday's newspaper, there is another news about the return of the Alliance, this time the impact is too great. Lucas put down the book of undetectable extension charms. Looked at the contents of the newspaper and chuckled. Unexpectedly, the laughter caused Vinda's displeasure. You are still laughing, now our people are spreading everywhere what you said that day, I am really worried that the ICW will take the opportunity to make things difficult, and you. Aunt Vinda, did I say anything too much that day? I just discovered some problems in the magic world and advocated unity and friendship. In fact, the purpose of summoning the acolytes is more to attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Otherwise, how could he reach the border of England smoothly? It's just that these words can't be said. Lucas walked over to the window, looking outside, and said softly. Don't worry, our people will be safe, and I will not be in danger. After all, I'm only an 11-year-old kid. Most people may think that those words were just made by my father. Compared to Voldemort, who is dead in everyone's mind, Gellert's deterrence is undoubtedly higher. After all, everyone knows that he is still alive, and he is alive and well. We've arrived at Hogsmeade Village. Get ready. Someone from the Ministry of Magic should come. Vinda took his word for it. She turned around and went to a mirror to tidy up her appearance. Hogsmeade. Amelia Bones, the current director of the DMLE of England's Ministry of Magic. This kind of person who is rarely seen on weekdays came here today. She looked like she was waiting for someone. Behind her was the deputy director, Pius Thickness. In the future, he would be the Minister of Magic after Voldemort's resurrection and be under his Imperious curse. And then there's Dolores Umbridge, Undersecretary of the Minister of Magic. The name may be unfamiliar to some people. But when it comes to Pink Toad, I'm afraid no one doesn't know it. Standing beside the Toad was the head of the Aura Office, Rufus Scrimgeour. This is a vigorous and resolute guy who is dedicated to dealing with dark wizards. And they all gathered here today to welcome Lucas Grindelwald. It can be seen that the Ministry of Magic attaches great importance to Lucas' arrival. None of the people who came to greet him were happy with his arrival though. The Thestral carriage landed smoothly and several people looked at its door in unison. The first to step out of the carriage were several members of the Alliance. Immediately afterwards Vinda Rosier stepped out with graceful steps. This French rose with thorns always looks proud in front of outsiders. Lucas, it's time to come out. Accompanied by Vinda calling softly, Lucas stepped out of the carriage. Is this England? The scenery is quite nice. It is our honor to receive your praise. Lucas turned his head and saw a woman with short gray hair and a monocle walking towards him. I am Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Lucas wasn't surprised. He shook hands with her politely and greeted gracefully. I've heard of the name of Director Bones a long time ago. I feel very honored to meet you today. I don't know what you are here for. Although he understands the intentions of these people in his heart. But Lucas still pretended to be confused and asked. Mr. Grindelwald, why don't we go to Madame Putafoot's tea house next door and chat slowly? The black tea there is very good. Following the direction of her fingers, Lucas saw the girly shop on the corner of the main road at a glance. What exactly did they talk about? Outsiders do not know. Because the Ministry of Magic had already emptied the people in the tea house. But looking at the smile on Amelia Bones' face as she leaves, the two should have had a good conversation. But before the people from the Ministry of Magic left, there were some small episodes. Pius Thickness, the deputy director, approached Lucas on his own initiative. I'll keep an eye on you, don't think no one knows what you've been doing in Austria, dark wizard. The other party whispered something in Lucas' ear and left. Until all the people in the Ministry of Magic evacuated. Lucas laughed and said, it seems that the situation inside the British Ministry of Magic is very bad and there is no unity. Some people welcome us, while some people hate us. Vinda nodded, at least the deputy director and head Aura don't welcome us. It doesn't matter, let's go to Gringotts to withdraw some money first, and then go buy things I need for school. Gringotts, Vault 720. Facing a dazzling array of collections. Lucas' face was very ugly. Vinda, we are in Gringotts, England, do we only have this little money? 100,000, what is it enough for? Vinda Rosier sighed, before our influence was not in England, so there isn't much here. Then transfer money from Gringotts in other countries. Need I remind you, dear? Because of what you did before, the Ministry of Magic is now looking for our people everywhere. Going to Gringotts is asking to be caught. Lucas sighed and had to give up his thoughts. He randomly took out around 30,000 galleons. Lucas walked out of Gringotts looking unhappy, he had never been so poor. Absent-mindedly, he collided with a masked man. Sorry, please forgive my carelessness. Hearing the apology from the other party, Lucas shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he smelled a strong scent of garlic. Watching the mysterious guy scurrying into Gringotts, Lucas immediately popped a ray of magic with his fingers. This magic power was mixed with his mental power, and soon formed a space coordinate on the opponent. Lucas experimented on the way here. Even a powerful wizard like Vinda can hardly detect this coordinate mark. Looking at the back of the masked man, Lucas greeted the other party, Professor Quirrell, nice to meet you. Chapter 8, Lucas' Magic Wand. Vinda, I think it's necessary to mention to Nimbus that this year's dividends can be paid earlier. Also, we must pay close attention to the cooperation we discussed with Director Amelia just now. Whether we can gain a firm foothold in the British magic community depends on the success of the cooperation. Remember, we are businessmen, and the previous hatred should be put aside properly. Vinda felt amused when she heard the young man rambling on. Lucas became like this probably because of the lack of galleons in Gringotts. As someone who watched Lucas grow up, she is aware of his shortcoming, which is being a money lover. It may also be because of this love of money, which makes him very talented in business, especially investment vision. In the past few years, they have caught the economic crisis of the Nimbus Broomstick Company and successfully injected capital to become one of its shareholders. While talking, the two came to the door of Ollivander's wand shop. Looking at the small and shabby shop and the same shabby signboard, it's hard to imagine this being the shop of one of Europe's 3 master wand makers. Aunt Vinda, go and buy my books and robes first, and we will meet up at the robe shop later. Okay, take care of yourself. After finishing speaking, she walked towards the bookstore. Pushing open the store door, accompanied by the sound of crisp bells, Lucas steps into it. The store has a lot of space inside, but it's still messy and dirty. Thousands of dusty boxes even piled up to the roof. Because of this, there are actually not many places where you can set foot in the store. Oh, welcome, sir. Gellert Ollivander is pleased to serve you. The standard British accent came from behind a stack of boxes. Immediately afterwards, a white-haired old man walked out. He wears a tunic with flared sleeves that was only popular in the Middle Ages and is covered with dust. Sir, I'm pretty sure we're meeting for the first time. Let me guess, you must be here to buy a wand. With a smile on his face, Lucas looked at the mysterious old man in front of him. Waiting until the other person has finished speaking, he shook his head decisively in denial. Sorry, I didn't come to buy a wand, Master Ollivander. Ollivander's expression froze. It seems to be saying, why don't you play your cards according to the routine? Ahem, then this. Lucas Grindelwald. Hearing Lucas' self-introduction, Ollivander's expression froze again. It took him a long time before he said, so Mr. Grindelwald is here today. Not waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Lucas took out one of his golden long hairs he had plucked beforehand. I would like to ask Master Ollivander to make me a wand with this hair as the core. Feeling the abundant and powerful magic in the hair, Ollivander's eyes were no longer cloudy. He took the hair carefully and asked, is this the hair of a magical creature? I have never seen such a powerful force, can you tell me where you got it from? Lucas shook his head and said, I just got it by chance, but I can tell you that it's elf hair. Elf? Ollivander exclaimed. Elves are creatures of legend. One can only read about their existence in books. Mr. Grindelwald, I would like to make a wand for you, oh Merlin, I never thought that one day I would be able to make a wand out of elf hair. Seeing the other party staring at his hair obsessively, Lucas suddenly felt cold all over. Master Ollivander, when can I come for my wand? Oh, the making of the wand is a long process, but don't worry, I'll work day and night, and I will finish it in half a month. They agreed on July 31st. Then Lucas left the shop. When he came to Madame Malkin's shop, Vinda had been waiting for a long time. As the son of Grindelwald, the robes also have to be made to order the best. Do you have anything else you need to buy? Vinda asked, looking at Lucas who kept wandering in front of her. No. Lucas said without looking back. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration achievement, Diagon Alley, reward, 50 achievement points. Only when the last inch of Diagon Alley was gone did the system sound. Looking at the sky and seeing it's getting late, Lucas had to give up on continuing to explore Nocturne Alley. Back to his home in England, looking at the huge manor in front of him, Lucas cursed the evil capitalists in his heart. Pop. Accompanied by the popping sound, a house elf appeared next to Lucas. Shauna welcomes the master. If you have anything you need, please tell Shauna. In contrast with the house elves that are normally seen, Shauna is noticeably much cleaner. Lucas handed the luggage to the little elf and said, please put my luggage in the room, thank you. Oh, the master said please to Shauna, and he also said thank you to Shauna, I'm so happy. Shauna expressed her joy and surprise. Then she snapped her fingers and disappeared with his luggage. The manor is located in Wiltshire, England. Coincidentally, the Malfoy family's estate is also here. After settling everything, Lucas seems to have returned to the days of reading and studying every day. It's just that this time he read more books about the undetectable extension charm. In a flash, it was July 31st. Lucas got ready early in the morning to head to Diagon Alley. Lucas, how is your undetectable extension charm learning? Lucas didn't answer. Instead, he took out a suitcase the size of a matchbox from his pocket. Engorgio. When the suitcase returned to its original size, he motioned for Vinda to go and see for herself. Looking at the interior space of the suitcase that has been expanded to an unknown extent, Vinda was left speechless. Back then, it took her a long time to learn, but for Lucas, the total amount of time it took him is only about 10 days. And judging by the stability of the space inside the suitcase, it is obviously not just at the level of beginners. I've always wanted to ask you, why are you in such a hurry to learn the undetectable extension charm? Of course, it's because if it works, I'm going to make a fortune out of it. Lucas walked out of the manor after speaking. Today Quirrell would infiltrate Gringotts under the threat of Voldemort. He was going to take the opportunity to follow and have a look, maybe he could make a fortune. Arriving at Diagon Alley, Lucas and Vinda came to Madame Malkin's robe shop first. Even before entering they heard an arrogant voice coming from inside. My dad is helping me buy books next door, and my mom is out looking for my wand. I don't understand why first graders can't have their own broomsticks. Listening to the slow, drawling voice, Lucas immediately guessed who was inside. Draco, my father will hear about this, Malfoy. Then the person who's talking to him at this time and this place. Not surprisingly, he should be the famous boy who lived, the savior of the magical world. Harry Potter. Chapter 9, New Achievements, Powerful Wand. Jingle. Accompanied by the bell ringing. The door of Mrs. Malkin's robe shop was opened again. The two little wizards inside didn't notice anyone coming in. They still stood where they were, being constantly taken advantage of by that lecherous tape measure. Do you have a broomstick? No. Have you ever played Quidditch? No. Draco's expression became a little more complacent. I have played. Dad said that it would be a shame if I didn't get selected for our house team. Do you know which house you'll be assigned to? I have no idea, said a thin boy in baggy, ill-fitting clothes. You can probably guess it from the boy's expression. He didn't want to talk to Draco, and even wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Just then, Hagrid the half-giant appeared. And Draco's line, "He's a servant," completely annoyed our boy who lived. Draco didn't think he had said anything wrong. Instead, he was curious as to why his new friend had left so suddenly. He didn't even know the other person's name yet. Harry stormed towards the door, when passing by Lucas, politely nodded and said hello to him. The two passed each other, and Lucas came to the counter. Hello ma'am, I've come to pick up a custom-made robe. Draco looked along the voice. When he saw Lucas behave gracefully, he immediately made a judgment in his heart. Hello sir, my name is Draco Malfoy, nice to meet you. When introducing himself, he emphasized his surname. In the wizarding world, Malfoy is among the top pureblood families. It is one of the sacred 28 families, so every time he introduced himself, his tone was full of pride. Lucas looked sideways at him and saw that Malfoy was waiting for his answer with a proud face. Hello Mr. Malfoy, my name is Lucas Grindelwald, nice to meet you. Seeing Lucas' standard etiquette, Draco confirmed what was on his mind. The other party was indeed a nobleman, but the surname Grindelwald was very uncommon. He felt that he must have heard it before, but he couldn't remember where he heard it for a while. Do you have a broomstick? Have you ever played Quidditch? Do you know which house you will be assigned to? The classic triple question appeared again, and Lucas immediately understood what the other party wanted to express. Of course, I think Mr. Malfoy must have a very good broomstick like me. As for Quidditch, I still know a little bit. We can play together when we have time. As for the house, I think Slytherin is good. Hearing Lucas answer, Draco's eyes lit up, as if he had found a bosom friend. I allow you to call me by my first name, Draco. What a coincidence, I also allow you to call me by my name. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Congratulations to the host for making the first friend of the same age. Complete the achievement, Precious Friendship, get rewards, 50 achievement points, 5 gold galleons. Lucas raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect to be rewarded with money for achievements. Now he has another motivation to collect achievements. Although the money is small, ants are also meat. Draco, are the clothes measured yet? At this time, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. Same drawn accent, same platinum hair. No need to ask, this must be Malfoy's current patriarch, Lucius Malfoy. Dad, let me introduce you to my new friend, Lucas. Seeing his son happy, Lucius looked curiously at the blonde boy in front of the counter. Thank you for your willingness to befriend Draco, Lucius Malfoy, it's a pleasure to meet you. As a pureblood noble in the magic world, Lucius did not show arrogance. On the contrary, without knowing the details of Lucas, he was courteous and showed the elegance of his bloodline to the fullest. Lucas gently shook hands with the other party. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. Looking at the elegant and extravagant young men in front of him, Lucius probably had some calculations in his mind. Just when he was about to ask which family the boy in front of him came from, Vinda Rosier pushed open the door and entered. Lucas, I chose an owl for you as a gift, do you like it? Lucas immediately noticed the difference in the caged snowy owl. Its eyes are very beautiful, as if it contains a sky full of stars. If you like it, give it a name. After thinking for a moment, Lucas said, since she is a beautiful lady, let's call her Hestia. Hestia. A very good name. The two discussed the name of the snowy owl as if no one else was around. Draco looked at the snowy owl in the cage with envy in his eyes. As for Lucius Malfoy, he's been stiff since Vinda came in. Ms. Vinda Rosier. Lucius' tone was very careful, as if he was afraid of disturbing the charming lady. Vinda was taken aback, turning to look at Lucius with a puzzled expression. It wasn't until she saw the coat of arms he was wearing that she suddenly said, boy of the Malfoy family, what's the matter? No, I just didn't expect to meet you here, this gentleman is your. Before Lucius finished speaking, Lucas came to the other side. Let me introduce myself properly. Nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. My name is Lucas Grindelwald. When he finished this sentence, Lucius Malfoy's pupils shrank rapidly. It's Mr. Grindelwald, nice to meet you. Malfoy was more polite than before. Until Lucas walked out of the robe shop with Vinda. Both Malfoy and his son hadn't left yet. On the way to the wand shop, Lucas looked at Vinda beside him and asked. Vinda Rosier. Until now he had only known her as Aunt Vinda and hadn't heard her last name. That's the name from before, it doesn't matter if you don't mention it, but how do you know someone from the Malfoy family? Lucas briefly explained the process of getting acquainted with Draco. Vinda nodded and said, Malfoy, a loyal supporter of blood purism, but I heard he is a Death Eater, remember to be careful. Jingle. Oh, I've been waiting for you Mr. Grindelwald, come and see your wand, I'm sure you'll be amazed. Ollivander took out a cardboard box with an excited expression and took the black wand out of it. I found that elf hair is more close to the dark, so I chose elderberry for the body of the wand, which represents life and death. Sure enough, the combination of the two shows unparalleled power. Although it may not be comparable to the Elder Wand in Legends, it is powerful enough to stand out from other wands. After Ollivander finished speaking, he handed the wand to Lucas with both hands. Lucas held the handle of the stick, and suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. There was also a strong light at the tip of the wand. When everyone opened their eyes they found themselves in a void. Oh, this is really amazing. Ollivander looked around in surprise. But soon, the surrounding void shattered, and the shop reappeared in front of him. Thank you, Master Ollivander, I like this wand very much. You're welcome, elderberry has always been obeyed by people with strong magic power. Being able to use it proves that you are excellent. A total of 900 gold galleons, thank you for your patronage. Lucas didn't ask why his wand was so expensive. 900 galleons for a powerful weapon. He thought it was a good deal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, the first magic wand in life, reward, 100 achievement points. Upon hearing the sound of reward coming from the system Lucas smiled and was about to leave. Just at this time, he suddenly noticed that the space coordinates left on Quirrell's body had been sensed. Concentrating on them he discovered that Quirrell had entered Gringotts. Vinda, you go home with our things first, I need to take care of something. Not waiting for the other party to answer, Lucas ran out of the store with his wand in hand. Chapter 10, The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Idiot, move faster, do you want to be discovered by those goblins? Master, please don't be angry, I will make this damn goblin lead the way immediately. Quirrell said to Voldemort obediently. At this moment, his head was wrapped in a purple turban that made him look ridiculous. Idiot, don't think that anyone can save you, just listen to me obediently, maybe I can consider giving you eternal life after I get the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, thank you, my great master, I will serve you wholeheartedly and never betray you. Quirrell raised his wand after saying that and whispered, Crucio. A miserable cry echoed throughout the underground space. Looking at the goblin controlled by his imperious curse, Quirrell said viciously, hurry up, take us to Vault 713. What Voldemort and Quirrell didn't expect was that just before they sneaked into Gringotts, Hagrid had taken the Philosopher's Stone away. After Quirrell followed the Gringotts goblin to the location of the vault, what appeared in front of their eyes was nothing more than an empty vault, with no stone in sight. Voldemort shouted angrily, bastard, idiot, if it weren't for your cowardice and delaying time, I would have already obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Master, spare my life. I beg you, Master, please calm down. Idiot, give me your body. Along with those words Quirrell's neck turned 180 degrees. The turban wrapped around his head fell, revealing a grotesque-looking face underneath. Goblin, answer me, when was this vault emptied? Not long, just a few hours ago. Damn it, stupid Dumbledore, Voldemort got even angrier after hearing this. He raised his wand, intending to vent his anger by ending the life of the goblin in front of him. But he didn't manage to complete his incantation as a voice suddenly came from the corner, Expelliarmus. It has to be said that Voldemort was very experienced in combat as he dodged the disarming charm from Lucas, and immediately aimed his wand at the shadowy corner. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, Voldemort saw a figure wrapped in a black robe coming out of the corner. I really didn't expect that the famous Dark Lord would end up in this field and become a common thief, TSK. Lucas' last few TSKs were full of provocation and ridicule. Voldemort couldn't stand that and immediately exploded into action, releasing several kinds of dark magic in succession. The 3 unforgivable curses were used in turn, but unfortunately, he is just a remnant now occupying the half-dead body of Quirrell with a magic power not much stronger than Lucas. Not to mention that Lucas just got a new wand, making his manipulation of magic power to become much smoother. He flicked some spells aside and evaded the unforgivables and said, that's it. Is that all you've got? Oh, Merlin, such a guy is actually called the Dark Lord, what a disgrace to the title of Dark Lord. Hold on, Tom, keep pushing hard, are you not going all out? Wield that damn little stick in your hand harder. Lucas would never admit that he was venting on his father's name. Although he thought he was stronger, Voldemort never had a chance to fight Grindelwald. And Lucas felt angry just thinking about people comparing them. The noseless bastard, bullying 110-year-old elderly men, how shameless. Imperio. Petrificus totalis. Crucio. Afflicto. Bone-breaking curse. In the process of fighting Voldemort, Lucas also learned a lot of skills. If it is said that he just relied on his magic wand to fight him at first. Not long after he started to adapt as the fight went on. Bastard, go to hell, Avada Kedavra. A green light shot towards Lucas. After dodging the deadly spell, Lucas stopped holding back and immediately used the fire shield, Protego Diabolica, to counterattack. As the blue fire appeared, Voldemort felt danger from it, so he manipulated Quirrell's body to flee far away. Bastard, don't let me meet you again. It seems that he can't accept his defeat and is just speaking harshly. He also triggered the alarm in the underground vault before leaving. After Quirrellmort's escape, the Imperious curse on the goblin gradually failed. Looking at the strange men in front of him, the goblin opened his mouth wide, ready to call his companions to come. Imperio. There was a flash of light at the tip of Lucas' wand and the goblin's eyes became dull once again. Take me to Bellatrix Lestrange's private vault at once. That's right, it wasn't the Lestrange family vault that Lucas was going to, but the private vault that belongs exclusively to Bellatrix Lestrange. That year Voldemort took the locket and the gold cup from Helga Hufflepuff's descendant. After making the two relics into Horcruxes, he handed over the golden cup to his most trusted subordinate, Bellatrix, so the cup should be in her private vault. The goblin proceeded to take him to the depths as requested. With the opening of the thick door of the vault, a dazzling array of collections appeared in front of Lucas. But he didn't even look at it because his gaze was fixed on the palm-sized cup on the high platform in the depths. That's what he's here for, Hufflepuff's gold cup. Chapter 11, Hufflepuff's Cup, the key to unlock high-level rewards. Since the gold cup has been made into a Horcrux by Voldemort, the summoning and levitation charms don't work on it. Lucas entered the vault cautiously. When he came to Gringotts, he already had a pair of dragon skin gloves prepared just in case. He wasn't sure if there was a curse or a jinx left by Voldemort on the cup, so it's better to be careful. Congratulations to the host for discovering Hufflepuff's cup and getting a reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for opening a series of achievements, collect the relics of the Hogwarts 4, complete this achievement and get a diamond draw once. Diamond Lottery. Lucas looked at the system, waiting for an explanation. Diamond Lottery, you can draw powerful items or abilities from the multiverse. Only by completing a series of achievements of great significance can you get a chance to use the lottery. Sure enough, there is nothing wrong with it. The relics of the founders are all good things. After putting away the gold cup, Lucas turned and walked out. When passing by the Hill of Golden Galleons, he took out the suitcase he had prepared. Goblin magic was cast on the coin, so wizards can't cast the duplication curse on them. As for the other collections in the vault that have been cast with the duplication curse, Lucas could only reluctantly give up. After all, it would take too much time to break the curse. It has to be said, these Death Eaters really do have money. There are as many as 500,000 galleons in this personal treasury alone. When the goblins from Gringotts and the Ministry of Magic Orus arrived, Lucas had already left through the Void Rift. Gringotts' anti-apparition wards wouldn't work on him. Nocturne Alley. In an empty corner, a crack was suddenly torn open in the space and a disguised Lucas emerged from it. Where is this? Looking at the dark alley in front of him, he was a bit puzzled. As he was in a hurry just now, he found a random direction and opened the void fissure, so he doesn't know where he is now. Getting out of the alley, outside are narrow, dark roads. There are shops on both sides of the road, and in front of the shops there was a group of hideous wizards in black robes. Nocturne Alley. This situation immediately made Lucas understand where this place was. What a coincidence, I'll just take this opportunity to complete the exploration of Nocturne Alley. Lucas walked along the street, carefully observing the surrounding buildings. In the original book, there are very few descriptions of the shops here. Aside from Borgin and Burke's Antiques, the other shops are largely unmentioned. As Lucas gradually walked deeper, he found that aside from some black magic shops, there are also some black market-like shops on the street in Nocturne Alley, which mainly trade dangerous creatures and herbs. Of course, there are also some normal items on sale as well. It's just that there are problems with the origin of these things, and the price is naturally cheaper than the official market price. Lucas is getting more and more interested in this place. Usually, a lot of rare items can be found in such a mixed place. Boy, judging by your clothes, you should be from a big family. You just need to know. Petrificus totalis. Conf Ringo. Watching the men in the way being pulverized by the spell, Lucas continued walking forward with a blank expression. He had long expected that such a bloody thing would happen, since he's not interested in talking nonsense with those street rats. 2 hours later. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration achievement, Nocturne Alley, reward, 50 achievement points. Hearing the system announcement made him feel satisfied. Immediately after, he tore open the space and returned to his manor. Speaking of which, the 2 trips to Diagon Alley earned him 350 achievement points, which is not bad. This also made him look forward to life at Hogwarts even more. Who knows how many achievement points he can get there, and how strong he can become. Fast forward to late August. The first grade textbooks are not difficult for Lucas. Except for potions. He seemed to have a natural allergy to potions. No matter how much he tried, he still couldn't refine a satisfactory potion. Malfoy Manor. Lucas took a sip of black tea, looking at Draco. Malfoy flying all over the sky on a broomstick, he felt that Draco was a bit stupid. Lucas, don't sit still, let's play together. Sorry, I feel sick in my stomach today, so I won't play. 11 years old, just the age kids love to play. Even if Draco comes from a pure-blooded family and received an aristocratic education, this fact has not changed at all. Putting the teacup down, Lucas looked aside and said, "Sorry for bothering you these days, Mr. Malfoy." "Mr. Grindelwald, you are welcome. It is an honor for my Malfoy family that you are willing to play around with my son." Since Lucius Malfoy learned the surname of the boy in front of him, he has become very careful of the way he speaks to him. As a powerful pure-blood family, Malfoy knew more than the average wizard. The boy in front of him was not as kind as he looked. The dozen or so Aurors who went missing in Austria have not been found yet. Looking at Malfoy's cautious look, Lucas chuckled a little. To this day, he still remembers the stunned expression on the other side's face when he came to visit him. "Uncle Lucius, if you don't mind, you can call me Lucas, I am friends with Draco after all." Facing the olive branch he was thrown, Lucius would naturally not refuse. Afterwards, one big and one small sat in the garden and communicated in a low voice. And in the distance, a platinum blonde-haired child is happily riding a broom. Sigh, Lucius could only look at his son and shake his head in disappointment. Soon, September 1st came and it was finally time to start the school year at Hogwarts. Lucas packed all his luggage into one suitcase and shrunk it quickly before putting it in his pocket. Then he took Hestia's birdcage and departed for King's Cross Station. Chapter 12, King's Cross Station. King's Cross Station was built in 1852. And every September 1st there will always be some strange people at the station. Karen has worked at the station for 20 years and has been asked the same question every year at this time. "Sorry lady, there's no platform 9 3/4 here." Although she could see that the little girl in front of her looked like she was about to cry, Karen's only thought was that the other party was making fun of herself. Hermione Granger looked around and couldn't find anyone who looked like a magical person. "Why did I read Hogwarts, a history last night? If I went to bed early, I wouldn't be so late today." It was only 5 minutes before 11 o'clock, which made Hermione incredibly distraught. "Hello, this beautiful lady, do you need any help?" The gentle questioning voice behind her made Hermione turn around hastily. A pair of smiling blue eyes met her and she could swear those deep blue eyes were shining. This made Hermione's heart suddenly skip a beat. Miss. Hermione snapped back to herself and looked at the handsome boy in front of her in embarrassment. But she soon noticed the snowy owl in his hand. You too." "I too?" Lucas asked curiously. Fortunately, the Hermione in front of him grew up looking according to the movie version. "Thanks, Merlin." Seeing that Hermione was so anxious that she couldn't speak, Lucas smiled and said, "That's right, I'm going to Hogwarts too, come with me." After saying that, he stepped forward to help push her cart, leading her into platform 9 3/4. Looking at the Hogwarts Express, in front of him, Lucas drew his wand and pointed it at Hermione's luggage. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione saw her luggage suspended in midair and there was a look of surprise on her face. "Don't stay there in a daze, the train's about to depart." Lucas took her hand and ran into the train. The two found a seat in an empty compartment at the end of the train. Seeing the luggage neatly falling on the luggage rack, Hermione said in surprise, "You are really amazing. I read all the magic books in the first grade during the holidays, but I can't make the levitation spell last for such a long time." This made Lucas think to himself that Hermione is worthy of being a top student. She has never been exposed to magic, and already knows so much in just one vacation. This talent is really surprising. It's actually very simple. If you want, I can teach you the trick. Miss Hermione, the know-it-all, Granger, who loves to learn, certainly won't refuse, so the two sat side by side and discussed how to use the spell. Some time after, the carriage door was suddenly pushed open. "Lucas, why are you here? Who is this?" Looking at the two people sitting side by side, Draco asked in surprise and for some reason felt that he came at the wrong time. Hermione moved quickly to the side, a bit flustered, just realizing how close they were sitting and how it could look from an outsider's perspective. She blamed herself while sneaking a peek in Lucas' direction. "Draco, what's the matter?" Nothing." "Don't you need to catch up with your friends?" Draco was tempted to say that he was doing just that, but seeing Lucas' cold eyes, he tactfully exited the carriage compartment. "I suddenly remembered that I met a new friend before. I don't know his name yet, so I will look for it." After Draco finished speaking, he took his two followers and fled immediately. It suddenly became very quiet in the compartment. Lucas glanced at Hermione, who was still shy and chose not to disturb her. He picked up the book on the side and started reading on his own. "Hey, was that person your friend just now?" "That's right, Draco Malfoy, a spoiled kid I met some time ago." Hearing his description, Hermione let out a chuckle. Just at this time, a naive voice sounded from the door of their compartment. "Hello, have you seen a toad?" Turning to look at the voice's owner, they saw a chubby boy looking at them shyly. "A toad?" That's right, its name is Trevor, my pet. Hermione glanced at him with some envy. She wants a pet, too, but her parents aren't planning to buy her one just yet. I haven't seen it, let us help you find it. Hermione turned to look at Lucas after she finished speaking, as if asking for his opinion. Lucas was fine with that, of course. He was still thinking just now, what excuse should he find to leave? As the iconic train to Hogwarts, he doesn't know how many achievement points will be awarded after completing the exploration. The three walked from the rear to the front of the train and finally found the toad under a seat in the front part of the train. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration achievement, Hogwarts Express, reward, 100 achievement points. It is worthy of being the train to Hogwarts. The achievement points actually caught up with the sum of exploring Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. Just as Lucas was about to take Hermione back to their carriage, they heard arguing close to them. Humans seem to be very keen on watching drama, regardless of their country or age, they're all the same. Watching the train corridor gradually become congested, Lucas took Hermione's hand and walked towards the crowd. As soon as he got closer, he saw a head full of platinum hair and resisted the urge to facepalm. This brat is causing trouble again. Chapter 13, Draco met the boy who lived, again. A/N, extra chapter because, why the hell not? Draco did not expect the black-haired and green-eyed boy in front of him to turn out to be the famous Harry Potter. He heard the name from his father more than once. In the pure blood family circle, there has always been a rumor. It is said that Harry Potter was born to be a powerful dark wizard. So he was banished from the wizarding world after defeating the Dark Lord. Most blood purists fantasize about it, imagining that Harry Potter might also be a blood purity advocate, conveniently ignoring that he's a half-blood. And his father, Lucius Malfoy, was also one of them. If I can become friends with Harry Potter, Dad should be very happy. He entertained such thoughts. He extended a small hand of friendship to Harry Potter. It's just that he didn't know that Harry Potter's impression of him was extremely bad. I didn't expect you to be Harry Potter. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle. My name is Draco, Draco Malfoy. Harry looked at the boy who appeared in front of him and immediately recalled the scene in the clothes shop before. But before he could speak, Ronald Weasley on the side snickered. This immediately aroused Draco's displeasure. It is impolite to make fun of other people's names. Think my name's funny? I can tell who you are with just one look. Red hair, and old hand-me-down clothes, you must be a Weasley. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Harry. You'll find out that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. Don't go around making friends with the wrong sort, I can help you there. Harry looked at the little hand reaching out to him, ignored it, and said with displeasure, thank you, but I can tell by myself the difference between good or bad. He refused without hesitation, which made Ron very happy. Draco was taken aback. From a really young age, countless people wanted to be friends with him. And Harry was the first to reject him, causing anger to arise from the bottom of his heart. Glaring at the boy in front of him, he said, you'll regret it, Potter. Hey, don't bully my friends. Ron stood in front of Harry, reaching out to give Draco a push. Lucas, who was looking at this from behind, decided to interfere at this point. He separated the crowd and walked to Draco's side. Draco, go back to your compartment first. Lucas, this can't be left alone, I'm going to tell my father to expel this red-haired Weasley from Hogwarts. Lucas rolled his eyes mentally. Every time Draco has some problem he needs to go to his daddy for help. Listen to me and go back first. Lucas gave him a cold look which made the impulsive Draco calm down instantly. Humph, let's go. Watching Draco and his troll bodyguards leave, Lucas looked at the crowd of bystanders and said, ladies and gentlemen, please return to your respective compartments. Congestion in the corridor will only cause trouble for others. Thank you. His polite and elegant demeanor won him the favor of everyone. He waited until the crowd cleared and only then did Harry exclaim, it's you, we met that day at Madame Malkin's robe shop. We meet again, Harry Potter. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lucas Grindelwald. Harry Potter's compartment. Looking at the snacks scattered everywhere, Lucas and Hermione didn't know where to sit. They finally managed to find a place to sit down after cleaning a bit. Thank you for just now, Lucas. No, I should say sorry, Draco is like a child who can't grow up because his parents have spoiled him his whole life, please don't pay attention to his words. Seeing his good friend Harry chatting so happily with the blonde boy, Ron snorted softly. Malfoy's father was a Death Eater, and he certainly will be one as well. His voice is soft, but the space in the carriage is not large, so the other three people can naturally hear him clearly. Seeing three people looking at him, Ron stood up flushed. I just ate too many snacks, I need to go to the bathroom. After that, he opened the door and walked out hastily. Upon confirming that the other party had gone away, Lucas suddenly stretched out his right hand and said, Harry, it's nice to meet you. Same. Holding hands together, the boat of friendship set off smoothly. Next. It's time for Lucas to make trouble for Dumbledore. Speaking of which, Harry Potter's childhood was really pitiful, used as a slave by his aunt's family. No laughter, just scolding and endless chores. Originally, Harry was used to all this, but suddenly one day, a strange giantman came and told Harry that he was a wizard and that his parents were also wizards. He also told Harry that he was a hero who saved the wizarding world, adding the compliments of other people he met at Diagon Alley as if they were seeing Merlin. It made this 11-year-old boy lose himself a bit. It has to be said that Dumbledore is indeed very clever. As expected of my old man's first. Cough, as expected of my old man's mortal enemy. Lucas withdrew his thoughts. Looking at the silent duo, he said, it shouldn't be far from Hogwarts. Do you have a specific house you want to enter? Hearing the question, Harry Potter said without hesitation, Gryffindor. I've heard that Gryffindor is the best house. Hermione on the side also nodded. The same is true in Hogwarts, a history. As a top student, she believed in the contents of the book without a single doubt. Lucas chuckled twice. Amidst the confusion of the two, something surprising was said. Chapter 14, seemingly fair speeches are actually full of evil intentions. Seeing Lucas shaking his head again and again, Harry and Hermione looked puzzled. Lucas took out his wand and tidied up the messy snacks on the table in preparation for his next speech. Gryffindor isn't the best house in my opinion. How is that possible? Hermione exclaimed. Then she retorted, but Hogwarts, a history, says that Gryffindor House has produced many outstanding wizards, such as Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Minerva McGonagall. I've heard that Headmaster Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard. Harry hurriedly added from the sidelines. Lucas didn't care about Hermione's speech. As a top student, she firmly believes that there is nothing wrong with the knowledge in books. As for Harry, all he knew about Dumbledore was from Hagrid, and well, Hagrid is the biggest Dumbledore fanboy, so of course he would say all the good things about the other party. Looking at the anxious appearance of the two, Lucas waved his hands and smiled. Don't worry, I didn't say that Headmaster Dumbledore isn't the greatest wizard. After appeasing the emotions of the two of them, he continued, have you heard about the four houses? Hearing this question, Harry shook his head. For the four houses, he just heard some from his good friend Ron, who only told him that Gryffindor is the best house and Slytherin house is full of bad guys. That Ravenclaw is full of nerds and the people of Hufflepuff are not very bright. Harry looked at Lucas, waiting for his next words. At this moment, Hermione said, I learned about it from books. Then she briefly described the characteristics of the four houses. When Harry heard that Gryffindor was characterized by bravery, there was a flash of longing in his eyes. None of this escaped Lucas' eyes. He waited until Hermione finished speaking to give her a small applause and praised her. Miss Granger will be popular with the professors in the future. Hearing his compliment, Hermione's little face showed a smug look. As Miss Granger said, each house has its own characteristics, so I think the four houses are equal, there is no good or bad. By the way, do you guys play video games? Hermione nodded, while Harry looked a little embarrassed. Lucas quickly skipped the subject. There is a game called Final Fantasy III. In the game, we need to control a four-person team to destroy monsters. Among them is Luneth, who is brave, inquisitive, and always open-mouthed. There is also Ark, who likes to read, is knowledgeable, and can always help everyone solve their difficulties. Rifia has a confident and flamboyant personality, and she is even more shrewd. She can always help the team solve crises and lead the team out of danger. Finally, loyal Ingus, everyone in the Eternal Guardian team. Harry didn't understand why Lucas was saying this. On the other hand, Hermione suddenly said, are you trying to say that the four houses are like these four people, and we can only get through this difficult time by uniting together? Lucas nodded appreciatively. The four founders of Hogwarts must be the same as the team in the game. The bravery of a Gryffindor, the knowledge of Ravenclaw, the shrewdness of a Slytherin, and the loyalty of Hufflepuff. The four of them supported each other, overcame countless difficulties, and finally created Hogwarts. But, I've heard that Slytherin students are dark wizards. Harry looked careful when he said that, as if worried he'd said the wrong thing. Lucas said with a gentle smile. Harry, there are some things we have to see and feel for ourselves, not listen to others. With that said, he swung his wand and suspended a chocolate frog in midair. Levitation spell, we can learn it our first year. It can make objects float in midair. It is a very practical spell. Seeing Lucas easily cast the spell, there was a bit of envy in Harry's eyes. Just then, he suddenly saw Lucas swiping his wand downward, making the chocolate frog fall to the ground swiftly. Snap. The chocolate frog was instantly shattered upon making contact with the ground. Do you understand? Seeing that Harry was still confused, Lucas sighed and said, if my magic power is stronger, what if I replace the chocolate frog with a human? What will happen? Harry imagined it in his mind, and suddenly his whole body felt cold. Harry, there are no good or bad spells, and the same is true for houses. The Demstrang School of Magic in Germany even has dark arts courses. Just like a table knife, it can not only help us cut delicious food into a size suitable for the mouth, but it can also become a murderous weapon. Harry, do you think it's true that Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century, is not proficient in the dark arts? If not, how can he contain you-know-who? Lucas knows what to say. Harry might not understand it all, but that's fine as long as he remembers it. Wait until the night is quiet, and the other party can remember what he said. Didn't Dumbledore intend to create a savior? Lucas just wanted to make trouble for him. He's really looking forward to seeing how his words change things. If Dumbledore finds that the savior he has worked so hard to raise has changed, what will his face look like? Just as Lucas was snickering in his heart, Harry Potter, who was sitting across from him, suddenly asked, "Then, what house should I go to?" Seeing the confused look on Harry the Savior Potter's face, Lucas smiled slightly. Since Harry trusted him so much, then he will start talking nonsense. We do a little trolling, hee hee hee. Chapter 15, Thank Ron Weasley for the assist. What? After hearing this, you suddenly don't know what to choose. Facing Lucas' inquiry, Harry nodded sheepishly. Don't be confused, the Sorting Hat will make decisions for you. The Sorting Hat? Merlin's beard, just pretend you haven't heard anything. The details of the sorting ceremony are not allowed to be leaked. Lucas said playfully to the two of them. Seeing him like this made Harry and Hermione even more curious about the sorting ceremony. Diverting the topic, Lucas continued to answer Harry's questions. Although I have known you not long ago, I think you are more suitable to go to Gryffindor or Slytherin. In these two houses you will gain a lot. Hearing Slytherin, Harry frowned slightly, and there was still a little disgust in his eyes. Lucas didn't expect him to change his view of the Snake House all at once. After all, it is quite troublesome to change preconceived ideas. Especially to reverse the idea of an 11-year-old rebellious child. Mr. Grindelwald, what house do you think I'll be sorted into? Oh, beautiful lady, I thought we were already friends, but you are acting so unfamiliar with me. Okay, Lucas, please answer my question. Lucas smiled slightly and Hermione rolled her eyes. Still, she got a reply from Lucas' admissions counselor, Grindelwald. Miss Hermione, who is smart and eager to learn, and Ravenclaw, which is for the wise and knowledgeable, I believe that house will be the most suitable for you. Humph, of course. Hermione's smug look shows that she is very satisfied with Lucas' answer. The relaxed and happy atmosphere among the three gradually spread to the outside of the carriage. The laughter attracted the attention of people outside. Harry looked at the blonde boy across from him. Through the communication just now he could see that Lucas' status was special. Perhaps the nobles of the wizarding world are not all like Ron said. Looking at the knowledgeable, elegant and polite Lucas, improved his opinion of nobles quite a bit. Out of the corner of his eye, Lucas caught Harry's expression and his smile widened a bit. Just when the three of them were chatting happily, Ron Weasley, who had been away for a long time, returned to the carriage. Hey guys, what have you been talking about? Seeing his friend come back, Harry immediately said, we're talking about the four houses. Lucas, Hermione, this is Ron Weasley, my friend. Facing Harry's introduction. The two of them smiled and nodded to Ron. Ron, on the other hand, was a little smug, as if he was proud of Harry's words. After all, he was a friend personally admitted by the famous Harry Potter. Other people might also behave in the same way as Ron. Nice to meet you, what house do you want to go to? Gryffindor is my favorite, my older brothers are there and all my family has gone there as well, so I think I'll probably be sorted into Gryffindor too. After all, it is the best house. How about you? Have you decided which house you are going to? When Ron mentions that all his family is from Gryffindor, there was a proud expression on his face. Hermione was just about to say something, but it was interrupted by Lucas on the side before she could start. I think I'll probably go to Slytherin. As soon as the words came out, Ron's expression was immediately filled with disgust. He even looked at Lucas and said under his breath, "Oh, evil Slytherin. Mr. Weasley, don't you know it's rude to say that about someone else?" Hermione stood up and looked down at Ron Weasley in his seat. I think what Lucas said is very reasonable. The four houses have their own strengths. If you don't understand, why do you insist that everyone in Slytherin is evil? Slytherins are dark wizards, they're all Death Eaters, everyone knows that, Ron murmured, dissatisfied at being told. Hermione sneered. Impulsive, reckless, you are a good fit for Gryffindor, but you don't take these shortcomings as a sign of bravery, do you? Just like before, you laughed at other people's names. This is extremely impolite behavior, but you don't seem to think you are at fault. In terms of quarrels, how could the clumsy Ron be Miss Know-It-All's opponent? Ron looked aside at Harry as if asking his friend for help, but after the conversation just now, Harry didn't think that what Hermione was saying was wrong. Instead, hearing what Ron said, the savior of the wizarding world frowned subconsciously. Seeing that Harry didn't help, Ron lost all confidence. He shrunk his body on the seat, lowered his head and stopped talking. Seeing that the heat was almost ready, Lucas came to Hermione's side. Well, I believe Mr. Weasley didn't mean to be rude. But Mr. Weasley, I still suggest that you get to know more about people from the other three houses, maybe you will find something different. The train is about to arrive at the station. I'll go back first. As a friendly reminder, change into your school robes in advance, otherwise there will be trouble. Looking at Lucas, who was about to step out of the compartment, Harry stood up hastily and said, "Thank you for everything, Lucas. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Friendship of the Boy Who Lived, rewards, 200 achievement points, 20 gold galleons." Lucas smiled and walked to his compartment. Hermione, you go back to our carriage first. I'll go to Draco's place to have a look. That child was spoiled by his parents, so he might still be angry now. Hermione nodded with a smile and walked into the carriage. Lucas arrived at the compartment where Draco Malfoy is. Before entering the door, he could hear shouts of Draco complaining about the stupid Potter and Weasley from the inside. Crash. The door was opened by Lucas, who gave Goyle and Crabbe a cold look. You two go out first. The two glanced at Draco before making a decision, and seeing the other party nodding, they hurried out of the compartment. Draco looked at Lucas with a cold face. His anger reduced a lot, but there were still some signs of it. Lucas. Do you know where you went wrong? Hearing Lucas' question, he was suddenly confused, not expecting the conversation to start in this way. Chapter 16, Bringing Together Young Master Malfoy and Potter. I was wrong. Draco Malfoy asked suspiciously. He carefully recalled the whole process of meeting Potter and couldn't understand where he was in the wrong. Seeing his confused appearance, Lucas sighed inwardly. Lucius Malfoy's education was all fed to the dogs, it seems. Draco, you are already 11 years old, you can't find your father every time you encounter some problem. Draco's face turned red after hearing this, and he hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word. You should know that I have been preparing to cooperate with your father recently. We plan to open a number of shops in the British wizarding world. If there are no accidents in the future, the cooperation between our two families will continue for a long time. As the heir of the Malfoy family, your performance disappoints me. Draco looked at Lucas in panic upon hearing that. Lucas, you listen, let me explain it. Lucas waved his hand and said, you have received an excellent education since childhood and were born with a silver spoon, but this cannot be a reason for your arrogance. Maybe you look down on those children from non-wizard families or people like the Weasleys, but you still need to maintain a proper attitude. Have you ever seen your father bossing around those muggle wizards? Draco recalled carefully, and he found that although his father looked down on those mudbloods, he never showed it openly when he met them in person. TL, this is completely AU because this is BSXD. I'll only say this once, and you should keep it firmly in your heart. Hearing what Lucas said, Draco nodded thoughtfully. Lucas poured another cup of black tea and gave him time to think about it. The carriage was quiet, only the sound of the train running on the rails was left. After a while, Lucas put down his teacup and said suddenly, want to make friends with Harry Potter? Huh? No, it's just a Potter. Looking at the platinum-haired boy with dodgy eyes trying not to meet his own, Lucas said with a smile, it seems that I misunderstood, and I was thinking to help you out. He had just finished speaking and Draco looked up at him abruptly. What should I do? Lucas sipped his tea and seemed in no hurry to answer, which made Draco anxious. Lucas, don't just drink tea. If you like it, I'll ask Dad to send you some more. Oh, that's really thoughtful of you, Draco. Lucas put down his teacup and slowly told Draco about Harry's experiences over the years. How dare they? How dare they treat Harry Potter like this? Draco said, fuming with anger. When I go to school, I must write to my father and ask him to take care of that disgusting muggle couple. Lucas rolled his eyes mentally. It seems that the young Master Malfoy still has a long way to go to get rid of his bad habit of looking for his father when he has something to do. He waited for him to calm down, and only then did Lucas say, do you know why Mr. Savior doesn't want to make friends with you? Draco nodded. I showed off too much. I shouldn't have shown off in front of him. I left a bad impression in Madame Malkin's robe shop. So what should you do next? Apologize, sincerely apologize, curb my bad habits, and be friends with Harry Potter on an equal footing. Lucas nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it seems that Mr. Malfoy's teachings were not in vain. Putting the teacup on the small table, Lucas got up and walked out. Go call those two idiots bodyguards of yours by yourself, I still have things to deal with. Got it. Lucas returned to his compartment, and Hermione had already changed into her school robes. Quickly taking out the wizard robe from his luggage, he cast the shrinking charm on Hermione's and his luggage. I think you don't like people touching your luggage. Although the house elves at Hogwarts will help with students' luggage. But Lucas doesn't want his things to be touched by others. Hermione glanced at the suitcase the size of a matchbox in surprise. It seems that you are very suitable for Ravenclaw as well, Lucas. At this time, the train had stopped at the Hogsmeade station. The two put their luggage in their pockets and together, they walked towards the door. Coincidentally, the two met Harry and Ron, who were pulling their luggage in the passage. Reductio. Looking at the shrink luggage, Harry immediately thanked Lucas. And seeing Lucas using the shrinking charm, it also attracted the attention of the other first-year freshmen. He can be regarded as a little famous among the freshmen thanks to his demonstration of magic. Hogsmeade Station. The place looked old and stale, and the pitch-black night seemed to engulf the surrounding scenery. It was intimidating to watch. The freshmen looked at the strange sight in a daze on the platform. At this time, a heavily accented voice came from the front. First-year freshmen, follow me. Hagrid's 3-meter-tall figure drew exclamations from the small first years. Lucas looked at the castle looming in the distance in the night. Suddenly looking forward to the sorting ceremony. I don't know after my own actions, will the house of several people be the same as in the original book? Lucas couldn't help but quicken his pace a little, but he didn't forget what he should complain about. The name Hogwarts Express is quite badly chosen. Departed at 11 in the morning and arrived at the terminal after dark only. Chapter 17, The Sorting Ceremony, A Different Fate. At Hagrid's loud urging, the crowd followed him to the pier. Walking through the muddy road and crossing the dark lake at night, the Big Four came to the ancient castle and established the greatest wizarding school in history, Hogwarts. Hermione sat on the boat, whispering the contents of Hogwarts, A History. Lucas, are we now going to repeat the path of the Big Four? Oh. I'm afraid that Miss Rowena Ravenclaw would never have imagined that her house would welcome a witch as smart as Miss Hermione after 1,000 years. Humph. Hermione turned her head to the side, but her eyes showed how happy she felt at the praise. Everyone, heads down. Hagrid's loud voice came from ahead. After everyone passed under the stone bridge, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry appeared just around the corner. Looking at the huge castle in front of him, even Lucas was a little impressed. When he saw it in a movie in his previous life, he thought it was very spectacular. But when he really came in front of it, he realized that the appearance shown in the movie was less than 1,000th of the real Hogwarts. Hermione, Harry, and Ron on the same boat were also dumbfounded at this time. Obviously, they were amazed by the magnificent castle in front of them. Bang bang bang. Hagrid knocked on the gate of the castle, and a black-haired witch came out of the door. The witch's hair was tied up in a tight bun and she wore dark green robes. Her expression was very serious. Professor McGonagall, these children are in your hands. After Hagrid finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. He also winked at Harry before leaving. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall looked at the young wizards in front of her seriously and continued. After a while, you will pass through this door and enter the Great Hall, but before you can take your seats, you need to go through the sorting ceremony to determine which house you belong to. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, the house will be like your family while you're at school. Good performance can add points to the house, but if someone violates the school rules, points will be deducted accordingly. At the end of the year, whichever house has the highest score will win the House Cup, which is a great honor. Smarten up, we'll start right away. After McGonagall finished speaking, she led them into a side chamber next to the Great Hall where they will wait for the start of the sorting ceremony. Yah-ho-ho-ho. There was a sudden shout, and then a dozen ghosts emerged from the wall. Seeing the scared faces of the freshmen, these ghosts were pleased with their performance. Lucas is very interested in the ghosts of Hogwarts. Just as he was observing with great interest. Suddenly, he felt a cold hand holding his own. Seeing Hermione's pale face, Lucas smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, these ghosts are just joking." Of course I know, it was introduced in Hogwarts, A History. He didn't expose her, but just clenched his hand. First years, we are ready to start. Professor McGonagall's voice is heard ahead. Immediately afterwards, a bright light came from the door in front of everyone and the freshmen lined up to enter. They were quickly attracted by the scenery in front of them. There was a long table horizontally placed at the front of the Great Hall where a group of professors were sitting at the moment, watching the little wizards. Sitting in the middle of the long table was the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Too Many Names Dumbledore. In the hall, there are 4 long tables arranged vertically. Students from the 4 houses have been waiting at their tables for a long time. Lucas, look up to the sky. Following Hermione's prompt, Lucas saw a gorgeous starry sky, under which there are countless floating candles suspended in midair. Hermione shook Lucas' arm excitedly. I've read in books that the candles, and the ceiling, are all bewitched. Lucas didn't have time to reply since Professor McGonagall's voice came from ahead. The sorting ceremony begins now. After saying that, she unfolded a long piece of parchment and read. Hannah Abbott. Lucas looked forward. A pink-faced blonde girl with pigtails stepped up to the stool. The Abbott family, one of the sacred 28 families. Hannah Abbott, future wife of Neville Longbottom, owner of the Leaky Cauldron. Hufflepuff. With the sorting hat shouting, cheers immediately erupted from Hufflepuff's long table. Seeing how easy it is to get sorted, Ron Weasley breathed a sigh of relief. His big brothers, the Weasley twins, had said before that he would have to fight a troll during the sorting, which had him panicking since he doesn't know any magic at the moment. He glanced over the Gryffindor table and found the gloating twins in one glance. Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy family is worthy of being a natural Slytherin. The sorting hat barely touched the ends of his hair before shouting Slytherin. The sorting ceremony continued and the little wizards stepped forward one by one. Soon, half of the little wizards had a place at their own table. Hermione Granger. Hermione took a deep breath, and with Lucas' encouragement, she walked to the bar stool. Something strange happened at this time. 2 full minutes passed, and the sorting hat still didn't make a decision. Lucas looked at Hermione and noticed that her expression seemed somewhat displeased. At this moment, the sorting hat sighed and shouted, Ravenclaw. Hermione let out a long breath and happily ran to the long table of Ravenclaw. On the way she gave Lucas a cheering gesture. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, changing destiny, reward, 50 achievement points. Seeing Dumbledore's slightly surprised eyes, Lucas chuckled inwardly. It would seem the old manipulator already had his sight on Hermione even before she stepped foot in Hogwarts. Then he looked at Harry Potter beside him. I don't know what choice the savior of the wizarding world will make. Chapter 18, Gaining the Trust of the Savior. Dumbledore's heart is disturbed. He knew that Dumbledore wouldn't let Harry go to another house, but Lucas still had a little expectation. At this time Professor McGonagall looked up at the crowd. Harry Potter. The Great Hall immediately burst into a cacophony of noise. Anyone who lives in the wizarding world has heard of the name of Harry Potter, and the children of wizarding families grew up listening to his tales. Even little wizards from the Muggle world have also learned about the heroic deeds of Harry Potter from related books. As Harry sat down on the stool, all eyes were on him. Even Dumbledore straightened up. Oh, great to meet you, Harry Potter. Let me see which house you'll be sorted into. Well, I can feel a great deal of bravery and a need to prove yourself. The Sorting Hat's voice echoed in Harry's head. It seemed to have seen something incredible, and said in a slightly surprised tone. Oh, your friend's analysis of the founders is very reasonable. They were indeed very good friends at the time, and they went through many difficulties together. You knew the founders? Harry asked in his mind. Of course, in fact I am Godric's hat, and then the founders cast a spell on me to complete the sorting. Okay, without further ado, I probably already know what house you should go to, Gryffindor and Slytherin. These two houses will be of great help to you. Slytherin can bring you a lot of benefits, and it will be of great help to your future, so, which will you choose to go to? Harry was a little confused now. Lucas didn't say that they could choose their house. But hearing the words of the Sorting Hat, Harry's trust in Lucas increased a bit more. After all, the other party was right, he was really suitable for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Facing the choice, Harry suddenly felt overwhelmed. The outsiders, on the other hand, seeing how the Sorting Hat has not made a decision for so long, they all wondered if it was broken. After all, it has been in use for more than 1,000 years. Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on Harry's back, and he also couldn't figure out why the Sorting Hat was taking so long. This is very different from what was agreed in advance. After thinking hard for a long time, Harry was still unable to make a decision. Seeing this, the Sorting Hat sent another voice transmission. Little wizard, do you need me to make a decision for you? Harry breathed a sigh of relief, nodded immediately and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. Then it better be, Gryffindor. The next moment, shouts resounded through the Great Hall. The long table in Gryffindor was euphoric. We've got Potter. We've got Potter. Pointy wizard hats are flying all over the place. It could be seen that Gryffindor was very pleased with Harry's sorting. Harry was startled at first by the enthusiasm in front of him. Then he joined in with a smile on his face. It can be seen at this moment that he is enjoying it very much. Lucas hid in the crowd and sighed. If only Harry could get into Slytherin. In that case, Dumbledore's face might become like the bottom of a pot. A pity. The noise lasted for a while before it gradually subsided. The professors could also understand the feelings of the little lions, so they didn't urge them, and Dumbledore even led the applause for Harry. Seeing the old bee staring at Harry lovingly, Lucas felt a chill. Although Dumbledore can't be said to be a bad guy. But he is too shrewd, even more shrewd than most Slytherins. As the head of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall is also very happy at the moment. But she has not forgotten her responsibility. She looked back at the admission list, and when she saw the next name, Professor McGonagall's expression froze suddenly. Such a noticeable change immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Professor McGonagall coughed lightly, then called down. Next, Lucas Grindelwald. The Great Hall suddenly became deadly silent. The children from the Muggle world looked puzzled at the seniors beside them. It took a long time before someone explained to them what the last name Grindelwald stood for. At the long table where the teacher sat, all the professors looked at the blond boy who was slowly walking towards the Sorting Hat, especially Dumbledore. He looked very serious. When he saw Lucas' name from the book of admission, for some reason he didn't stop the admission notice from being sent out. Lucas walked over to the stool step by step. He first greeted the professors behind the long table. At this moment, the smile on his face was full of sunshine, and Dumbledore became dazed. Suddenly, things from decades ago came back to his mind. At that time, there was also a blond boy perched on the window sill of Grigorovitch with a sunny smiling face. Under the gaze of everyone, Lucas put on the old Sorting Hat. All the eyes present were focused on the Sorting Hat again. Everyone wants to know which house the descendant of Grindelwald will be assigned to. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Just when everyone started to get impatient. Suddenly the Sorting Hat twisted. It seemed to be stimulated by something, and everyone looked at Lucas, guessing what he said to make the Sorting Hat look like this. Chapter 19, The Sorting Hat. Stop your damned clemency immediately. If Lucas knew what everyone was thinking at the moment, he would definitely shout injustice. He didn't say anything to the Sorting Hat. Rewinding time to 2 minutes ago. After putting on the Sorting Hat, Lucas looked forward to the other party talking to him. After waiting for a long time, the Sorting Hat still didn't say a word. Just when he felt strange, a roar suddenly appeared in my mind. Stop your goddamn inclemency immediately, immediately. He swears to Merlin, Lucas had never felt the anger in his tone so clearly. He didn't expect it either. The full-level inclemency is actually so easy to use. Even the Sorting Hat couldn't pass the information into his brain. The roar just now. It must have taken a lot of work for the Sorting Hat. He relaxed the intensity of his inclemency shield so the Sorting Hat can finally communicate with him smoothly. Oh, Grindelwald boy, I have to say your inclemency is pretty good, and thank you for your compliments on the founders. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Hat. Let's not talk nonsense, let me see what house I should send you to. The voice just fell and Lucas felt a strange force invading his brain. Fortunately, this force can only explore his mind superficially. I haven't seen such an interesting little guy for a long time. Perhaps in retaliation for Lucas' mind-blocking behavior, the Sorting Hat's next words were heard so loudly that the entire Great Hall could hear them. Educated, curious about everything, fair-minded, you are undoubtedly a good candidate for Ravenclaw. Hearing the words from the Sorting Hat, Hermione on the long table at Ravenclaw had a smile on her face. The rest of the house was ready to stand and cheer, but the Sorting Hat obviously hadn't finished talking. Brave, courageous, and selfless, I seem to see the shadow of Godric in you, and I think you can also achieve good results in Gryffindor. Whoa, loyalty, integrity, yes, Helga likes a kid like you the most. Of course, with your surname and innate shrewdness, Salazar might accept you as his disciple. Then, little wizard, it's up to you to make a choice. At this moment Lucas became the focus of the audience. The students of the 4 tables watched him closely, waiting for him to make a final decision. Dumbledore was also curious. How would the blonde boy in front of him choose? Is it Gryffindor, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff? Still thinking if he should choose Slytherin, Lucas hesitated for only a few seconds. He already made a decision in his heart. Knowing Lucas' choice, the Sorting Hat asked, have you decided? Well, since that's the case, I'm going to announce it. Slytherin. Boom. The Slytherin table erupted in unprecedented cheers. Draco stood up and applauded. Lucas puts the Sorting Hat on the chair. He saluted the professors politely, and then walked towards the long table in Slytherin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, set sail, Hogwarts, rewards, 100 achievement points, a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Watching that elegant figure gradually go away, Dumbledore's eyes became a little complicated, but more worried and defensive. But his expression was perfectly blocked by those glasses and cannot be explored by others. The sorting ceremony was soon over. Then it was Headmaster Dumbledore's turn to speak. As a principal, if you don't speak for more than half an hour, you are not qualified, so obviously, Dumbledore was very unqualified. Because he said just a few words. Before officially starting the feast, I have a few words to say, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you all, now tuck in. As his words fell, a sumptuous amount of food appeared on the empty long table. The little wizards who had been hungry for a long time immediately turned their eyes left and right. Even then, the little snakes of Slytherin didn't forget to socialize at this time. Hey, Mr. Grindelwald, nice to meet you, my name is Blaise Zabini, you can call me by my first name. Nice to meet you, just call me Lucas. Blaise is tall for his age, dark-skinned, and with brown eyes. He also seems to have a good relationship with Draco. Lucas also knew that this guy was rich, or his mother was very rich. Madame Zabini was a beautiful and famous witch who has been married 7 times, without exception, all her husbands died early due to various unfortunate and suspicious reasons. And as their widow, Mrs. Zabini always received a large inheritance which also included many shops in Diagon Alley. Lucas is willing to engage in friendship simply because the Zabini family would be a good ally. At this time, Draco also brought several people to Lucas. Lucas, let me introduce you. This is Pansy Parkinson, and this is Daphne Greengrass. They are both my good friends. Lucas nodded politely to the two, and praised their beauty at the same time. These two are no strangers to him. All are members of the sacred 28 families. One is Draco's girlfriend during his school years and the other is his future sister-in-law. But now with Lucas here, in the future, degree, ahem. The dinner ended in a friendly atmosphere. Waiting until the last little wizard puts down his knife and fork in his hands, Dumbledore stood up again and said, I have a few pieces of information for the start of school that need everyone's attention, especially the first years. The Forbidden Forest is, as its name says, forbidden. In addition, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, wants me to remind you that using magic in corridors outside of classes is strictly forbidden. I also would like to inform you that the 3rd floor corridor is out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Now, time to sing our school song, each pick your own familiar tune. With a wave of Dumbledore's hand, lyrics appeared in midair which resulted in a messy off-key song. All houses returned to their bedrooms under the leadership of the prefects. In the corridor leading to the basement, the girl leading the crowd spoke. I'm the Slytherin prefect Gemma Farley, please pay attention to discipline, I don't want anyone to be a cause for deduction of points, you have been warned. And those freshmen, please put away your curious and ignorant eyes, and always remember that you are a Slytherin and should act like such. She brought everyone to a wet wall and said, pure blood. The walls opened, revealing the Slytherin common room inside. The representative colors of Slytherin are silver and green, and as such, the decoration of these two colors can be seen everywhere in the common room. Through the glass overhead, everyone can still see the magical creatures swimming in the black lake. They can even see the giant squid tentacles through it. Before the freshmen came back to their senses, the senior students cleared the lounge of furniture. Draco approached Lucas and said, the next step is to choose the head of our year. Lucas, you have to be careful. A/N. Guys, I need like 5 or 6 reviews to reach 10 and get a rating, so if you complete them, only one per person. I will check tongue sticking out, I will give you 2 extra chapters. Chapter 20, Year Leader. No challenging duels. A/N. As promised, 2 extra chapters thanks to the ones who took the time to make a review. You're the best guys. Year Leader Challenge, a tradition unique to Slytherin. The evening of the first day of each term, Slytherins will duel for the position of leader of their respective years. The leader has the absolute right to speak in this grade. Except for the first-year freshmen. At this moment, the leaders of the other grades have stepped forward one by one. The first is the second grade. Is there anyone who wants to do the leader challenge? The leader of the second grade, Eli Macmillan, stood up and looked at the crowd. The second-year students shook their heads tactfully. Those who can be elected leader are not mediocre. Naturally, there will be no suicidal people. The Macmillan family is another member of the sacred 28 families. Waiting until Macmillan returns to his place, Prefect Gemma Farley called out the heads of other grades in turn. Snakes from other grades also did not participate in the challenge. Lucas yawned gracefully and asked in a low voice to the side. Draco, how long will it take? I need to rest. Maybe it will take a while. Cheer up, Lucas, someone will definitely challenge you later. Oh. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Draco does not need to go into details. At this moment, he noticed 2 malicious pair of eyes. He looked at the 2 groups of people staring straight at him and asked, those people have hatred against you? Draco nodded, that's right, it's the bastards of Raoul and the Selwyn family. The 2 of them have always been close. Hearing both surnames, Lucas identified them. The Raoul and Selwyn families are also part of the sacred 28 families. And these 2 families were very loyal to Voldemort. Back then, when Voldemort was defeated, Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, claimed to be under the Imperius curse and greased a lot of hands with gold. Thanks to this, he successfully avoided the fate of going to Azkaban. It's no wonder the 2 families hate Draco so much. In their eyes, the Malfoy family is a traitor among the Death Eaters. Figuring out cause and effect, Lucas looked dangerously at those people. Loyal to Voldemort? That is a useless person. First-year freshman, now it's your turn. If you want to participate in the leader challenge, please come to the middle. People from the 2 families, Raoul and Selwyn, stepped forward immediately. They looked at Draco sitting on the sofa and said, Draco Malfoy, you don't want to be a turtle, do you? Bastard. Draco cursed, got up and walked to the duel arena. Lucas sighed, unable to stop him on time. This brat, can't he see that they are just provoking him? At this moment, there were more than a dozen freshmen standing in the middle of the venue. They are all people from important families. Although the duel has not yet begun, everyone's eyes are already lingering on Lucas. Who made his surname so eye-catching? First-year leader challenge, start now. Prefect Gemma Farley had just finished speaking. The boy of the Raoul family resorted to the dancing feet charm and Draco waved his wand with a disdainful expression. Finite. With the demonstration of 2 people starting the fight, the other little wizards also acted. Densajo. Langlock. Tarantaligra. Periculum. Incendio. After all, the little wizards have only just entered school and it's already good enough that they are able to use spells. Among them, the most powerful spell is only the fire-making charm. There's just one thing Lucas can't figure out. Why are all these kids' curses aimed at himself? Protego. Using the shield charm to block the incoming attacks, Lucas' expression became very ugly. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, is it treated like a sick cat? TL, courting death. LOL. Looking at the eager eyes of the little snakes, Lucas immediately drew his wand. Everyone, please forgive me if the retaliation is too heavy later. Petrificus totalis. The petrification spell quickly hit the nearest little wizard, who just fell to the ground in a daze without even having a chance of responding. Seeing that Lucas made a move and it was a petrification curse, these little snakes are afraid. We are all classmates, so I will be very measured. With that, Lucas threw a stunning charm. Looking at their companions who fell to the ground, the little snakes kept scolding their mothers in their hearts. I don't know who took the lead, but we shouldn't have provoked this devil. Seeing that no one dared to point a wand at himself, Lucas was terribly disappointed with these guys. Now that they fired the first shot, they should have the courage to face the consequences. Diffindo. Splitting a chair in pieces with the cutting charm. Lucas waved his wand, and the fragments of the chair floated into the air, and with another wave of his wand the fragments immediately turned into sharp table knives. What a wacy. Following the launch spell, the table knives immediately flew towards a group of little snakes. Everything happened too fast. It was too late for the seniors to stop them. Fortunately, Lucas shot very well, and he just used the table knives to drive the little snakes out of the duel area. Among the senior crowd watching the game, 5th grade leader Carl O'Neill asked leader Payne Travers, who is a year ahead of him. Payne, what do you think of Grindelwald? If he only has this level, then it's not difficult for me to deal with him, but seeing him complete the transfiguration spell so easily, I'm afraid his strength is not limited to that. Carl nodded, he very much approved of his friend's judgment. At the same time, snakes from other grades were also discussing Lucas' situation. The strength he displayed won the favor of many present. After cleaning up these opponents, Lucas turned to look at Draco and just happened to see him end his own duel. Looking at Lucas walking towards him, Draco smiled wryly and shook his head. Lucas, I give up. After saying that, he quickly jumped out of the duel range. Seeing this, Gemma Farley stepped forward and said, the duel is over, and the leader of the 1st grade is Lucas Grindelwald. As soon as the voice fell, there was warm applause in the common room. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, the beginning of a legend, reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, bad students will fight, and every time you defeat a person, you will get 10 achievement points, total reward, 130 achievement points. Lucas was slightly distracted by the 2 beeps. After entertaining the other leaders, Lucas came to his single dormitory. Since it's the first day of school, why not draw a prize? Lucas eagerly sat down on the bed, and immediately called the system out. At this time, in the headmaster's office on the 7th floor of the castle, Dumbledore paced back and forth worriedly. Headmaster Dumbledore, were you looking for me? Severus, come quickly, I have something very important you need to see. Immediately afterwards, head of Slytherin House, Severus Snape walked over. Chapter 21, Dumbledore's Worry, Full-Level Killing Curse. Second bonus chapter. Snape rarely saw Dumbledore worry about anything. Ever since Voldemort disappeared, the old man always had a smile on his face. Headmaster Dumbledore, you should know that I'm very busy. If you won't start talking, I apologize, but I will retire to my room. Snape turned and prepared to walk out with an ugly expression on his face, clearly annoyed by the waste of time. Oh, Severus, wait, I wanted to talk to you about Lucas Grindelwald. Snape turned around sharply. With a slight sneer on his face, he said, what? Does Headmaster Dumbledore even have to guard against a first-year student now? Severus, you know I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Telling me to keep an eye on an 11-year-old. Seeing Dumbledore keeping silent, the sneer on Snape's face was even more evident. Headmaster Dumbledore, I still have a lot of work to do, and I don't have time to play house with you. Watching Snape turn and walk down the steps, Dumbledore said hastily, please, this is a critical time, just for Harry's sake. Looking at Snape, who continued walking without looking back, Dumbledore said again, just for Lily's sake. Snape stopped suddenly and turned sharply towards Dumbledore. Due to the high speed, the black wizard robe on his body floated up, making him look like a big bat. Snape came to the other side, his empty eyes filled with sadness. At this moment, he was like a wounded beast. Never, ever mention her name in front of me again. Sorry Severus, Harry is her child, you saw him too, he has the same green eyes as his mother. At the mention of those eyes, Snape's face trembled. He took 2 steps back, looking at Dumbledore helplessly. What do you want me to do? Keep an eye on him, don't let him do anything wrong, the kid has been living in Austria, I'm not sure if he will have any influence on our plans. After making sure Dumbledore had finished speaking, Snape immediately headed for the spiral staircase. Looking at the back of Snape leaving, Dumbledore let out a long breath. Having known Snape for many years, he knew he had agreed to his request. A total of 20 rewards were obtained in this lottery, including 12 bronze rewards, 5 silver rewards, and 3 gold rewards. The details are as follows. Bronze rewards, 80 galleons, 60 galleons, 140 galleons, 1 galleon, 2 pairs of wool socks, delicious dried mouse, sizzling honey candy, boutique wizard robe, Gellert Grindelwald stinky socks, Dittany, Bezoar. Silver rewards, disillusionment charm, level 3, shattering curse, level 1, asterisk 3, first and second grade potion knowledge reserve. Gold reward, 2 points of talent can be assigned, unforgivable curse-killing curse, level 9, Felix Felici's potion. All items have been put into the system backpack, and the host can pick them up at any time. Isn't there a platinum reward? Although he was prepared, Lucas was still a little disappointed. However, thinking that there is only a 0.3% chance of platinum rewards, he felt much better. There are still too few achievement points saved, 20 can't draw a miracle. Lucas opened the system and first received the talent points. His dark arts talent has reached the full level. These 2 talents are added according to merit, and should be added to charms and transfiguration. But thinking of his horrible talent in potions, he decided to add a little to potions instead. The remaining point is allocated to charms, which leaves him with 8 points in charms and 2 points in potions. System, receive the killing curse and disillusionment charm. Successfully received, found that the host has learned the killing curse, level 2, and automatically replaced it with the killing curse, level 9. There are many ways to apply the killing curse and disillusionment charm in Lucas' mind. Especially the full level killing curse gave him a feeling of handiness, there's just so many people who need some killing. After accepting the 2 spells, Lucas looked at the rest. After using Potions Knowledge Reserve for grades 1 and 2, you can quickly master the knowledge. Nice one. Lucas put it to use right away. When he sees 3 of the same shattering spell, level 1. He asked with a slightly puzzled expression, System, what's the use of this level of shattering spell? This system provides synthesis services, 3 same low-level skills can be combined into higher-level skills. Lucas's eyes lit up, this function is good. In the future, if he draws low-level spells, he won't be afraid of wasting them. As for the Felix Felicis potion, there is nothing to say. The luck potion is extremely difficult to brew, and it is definitely a good thing. At last, he looked at the bronze award. Among the many things, Dittany and Bezoar may be the most useful. One can be used to heal wounds and the other can be used to cure most poisons. As for Grindelwald's smelly socks, maybe Dumbledore would like this gift. Nah, there's no way. Lucas threw them directly into a void rift, letting them float in the vast and boundless space. System, open the character list. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Bloodline, Void Elf, First Awakening. Talent, Void Fisher. Magic Power, 12, Adult Wizard level. Charms, 8. Transfiguration, 4. Dark Arts, 9, Full level. Divination, 3. Potions, 2. Skills, Occlumency, level 9, Fire Shield, level 8, Disillusionment Charm, level 3, Killing Curse, level 9, Shattering Curse, level 2. Magic Item, Felix Felicis. Achievement Points, 30. Seeing that in just over a month, the magic power has increased by 2 points, Lucas felt it must be because of the elf blood. System, how can I continue to awaken the bloodline? The host can obtain the awakening potion through the diamond lottery to complete the awakening or awaken on its own with the host's talent. Lucas thought about it, and still felt that the lottery was more reliable. He took out the delicious mouse and fed it to Hestia who was beside him. At the same time, he looked at his series of achievements. Collecting the relics of the founders, the other 3 are easy to talk about, but the Gryffindor sword is not easy to handle, the key point is that it will sneak away by itself. By the way, 3 of the relics of the founders are Horcruxes. What about Voldemort's soul fragments? The series of achievements requires the relics of the founders. The host should properly handle the soul fragments. If the relics are damaged, the series of achievements cannot be completed. TSK, this is troublesome. Lucas fell asleep thinking about it. On the second day at the Great Hall, the freshmen from the other 3 houses looked curiously at the long Slytherin table. It's because they're acting so weird. A group of people sat there without eating, they didn't even speak, the silence was a bit scary. Chapter 22, Slytherins are so cool. Snap. Draco slapped the back of Goyle's hand hard. Looking at the other party's aggrieved appearance, he said dissatisfied, are you trying to break the rules? But Draco, I'm just too hungry. Humph, Draco, I told you earlier, stay away from these 2 idiots. Shut up, Pansy. Seeing that Draco's face is not happy, Pansy snorted softly, turned around and continued chatting with Daphne beside her. Blaze, this guy seems to dislike things not being lively enough. He patted Theodore Knott's shoulder beside him. Look, our Prince Draco has quarreled with his princess. As soon as these words came out, the people around immediately laughed. Small groups like this are common in Slytherin. But the strange thing is that the freshmen would rather chat while hungry than touch the food on the table. The freshmen of the other 3 houses are very puzzled by this. Harry picked up the bread and asked the people around him while eating. Why don't people in Slytherin eat? It's up to us to answer that question for you, dear Harry. Suddenly, 2 identical heads appeared beside Harry. Fred Weasley. George Weasley. Pleased to meet you. The famous Weasley twins appear. Harry found the way they said everything together or in turns very interesting. The 2 sides briefly introduced themselves. Fred Weasley looked at the long table opposite and said, it's about this time. Again. Traditional stuff in Slytherin, George Weasley went on. Remarkable, well-mannered Slytherins. The 2 said in unison. Seeing their little brother looking impatient, the 2 immediately had a mischievous idea. Look, our little Ronnie Ekins actually started to dislike his older brothers. Oh, Fred, our little Ronnie Ekins has grown up and doesn't need us anymore. I think so, George, it's such a relief. The funny behavior of the twins filled the Gryffindor table with laughter. After laughing, Harry asked, Fred, George, you haven't told me what happened to Slytherin. The twins bowed around and thanked them before answering. We can't say it, or it won't be fun. But we can assure you. You'll think Slytherin is cool by then. The two looked mysterious. Instead, the lion cubs looked at Slytherin frequently, full of curiosity, looking forward to the cool things that the twins talked about. There are also young eagles in the Ravenclaw table who are full of curiosity. Hermione frowned slightly as she sat at the table. Cho Chang looked at her looking around and teased. Is our Miss Granger looking for someone, a boy perhaps? No, stop talking nonsense or I will ignore you. Hermione replied stiffly, but her blushing cheeks seemed to reveal something. The two cute girls were chatting, which attracted the attention of a large number of people. Looking at the energetic little wizards. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the teacher's chair, chuckled, "It's good to be young." Several professors, including McGonagall, smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, Dumbledore changed the subject. Looking at the long table in Slytherin, he said, "Severus, it seems that the head of Slytherin's first grade has been determined. Who is it? I'm really looking forward to it." Humph. Snape put the sliced sausage into his mouth and turned a blind eye to Dumbledore's play of foolishness. But Snape's eyes were still on the Slytherin table. Thinking of what Dumbledore told him last night, there was a ripple in his empty eyes. At this time, footsteps were heard again outside the Great Hall, and unlike other people who normally walk in a hurry, the owner of the steps moved at a leisurely pace. The Slytherin snakes immediately looked towards the door, which made the children from other houses to also look over. The boy walking over had gorgeous blonde hair, a pair of deep blue eyes that revealed gentleness and kindness. Even if it is the first time someone sees him, they will unconsciously have a good impression of the owner of these eyes. Lucas, here. Harry didn't notice the difference in the atmosphere and waved his hand and invited his friend at the door to have breakfast together. Not today, Harry, how about another day? Politely declining the other party, Lucas stepped over to the Slytherin table. Swoosh. There was a loud sound as a lot of robes rubbed against the bench. It is impossible for one person to cause such a big commotion. Looking at the new Slytherins who suddenly stood up, the people at other tables seemed to realize something. In unison, the new Slytherin students drew their wands. Facing Lucas with standard etiquette. Leader. How does it feel when dozens of people greet you together? It might be exciting for others, but Lucas was used to it. He returned the salute with the same gesture, and said with a little apology, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting for a long time, let's sit down and eat." It wasn't until the Slytherin people sat back at the long table that the students from other houses came back to their senses. Cool. Some freshmen said unconsciously. Seeing this, the old students just smiled lightly. Why didn't they think so at first? The Weasley twins came to Harry again. We were right, weren't we? Isn't it really cool? If one day, someone is willing to do such a thing for us, we can do whatever we want. Imagine all the pranks we could pull with that level of influence. The exaggerated expressions of the twins once again enlivened the atmosphere. Unlike Gryffindor's laughter, the Slytherin students ate quietly. Lucas looked around the crowd, and seeing that everyone was almost finished eating, he said, "Everyone, I have something to announce." Everyone immediately put down the knives and forks in their hands, and turned to look at the blonde boy sitting in the front row. Chapter 23, Depressed Hermione and Worried Dumbledore. What's the most annoying thing about Hogwarts? It's undoubtedly those stairs that change positions at any time along with the intricate corridors. Every year, new students arrive late to classes because they get lost, and Lucas didn't want this to happen to him. Yesterday I consulted with the second-year leader, Eli Macmillan. After breakfast, there is still 1 hour before the morning's transfiguration class. Mr. Macmillan will send someone to guide us to familiarize ourselves with the routes leading to each classroom. I don't want people to lose points because they couldn't find their way just after school starts. Do you understand? Yes, leader. Hearing everyone answer in unison, Lucas nodded in satisfaction, signaling for those who were not full to eat more. Not far away at the long table of Ravenclaw, Hermione looked at Lucas, who seemed to be radiating light all over, feeling a little depressed. She thought that Lucas was too outstanding. No matter where he goes, he will get people's attention. But what about herself? Aside from her learning ability, which is pretty good, it seems that there isn't any other advantage. And there are many shortcomings, such as the bushy hair and rabbit teeth, not to mention her difficulty socializing. The young witch suddenly realized the troubles other than studying. Cho looked at the friend she met only yesterday and smiled knowingly, seeing who she was looking at. She turned to look at the Slytherin table. Looking at the junior curiously, what kind of magical power does he have, so that the little witch who has only known him for a day is troubled by him? Also watching Lucas was Dumbledore from the teacher's seat. Although he was prepared in his heart, but seeing the respectful attitude of the Slytherin students towards Lucas, his heart was filled with worry. Minerva, I remember the Slytherin children have your transfiguration class this morning, right? Yes, headmaster. Then please help me send a message to Mr. Grindelwald, ask him to come to my office after class, and say that I want to talk to him. Professor McGonagall nodded, her expression turning serious. When he was talking, he didn't lower his voice so the other professors also heard it. After hearing this, Snape also looked at the blonde boy on the long table. Can't wait to see through the other party now. Noticing the attention of everyone in the teacher's table, Lucas decided to just ignore it. according to the thinking of ordinary people. With his status, he should try to keep a low profile when he comes to Hogwarts to avoid making Dumbledore suspicious. Originally Lucas thought so too. He even recalled the web articles he read in his previous life in his mind and hoped to learn from the experience of his predecessors. But later found out that what he did seemed superfluous, even a little silly. Just for his last name, even if Lucas came to Hogwarts to clean the toilets, Dumbledore would have still suspected he had ulterior motives. That being the case, why keep a low profile? Better to just show himself in a high-profile manner and attract more people's attention. Maybe someone will be willing to follow him. Be it Grindelwald or Voldemort, they did it this way at the beginning, recruiting people right from school. After finishing breakfast, Lucas asked Draco to leave first with the rest. He came to the Ravenclaw table under the eyes of everyone. Looking at the little witch who bowed her head silently, Lucas teased and said, "Miss Hermione seems to have something on her mind. Did someone offend you? Tell me the name, your knight is willing to help you out." "No, nothing." Hermione replied in a low voice, then ran out with her head down. Lucas frowned slightly, wondering what was wrong with her for a while. On the other hand, Cho Chang smiled and said, "Brave knight, what if it was you who offended Her Highness the Princess?" "Me?" Lucas sighed in his heart. The girl's mind is really hard to guess. Although he didn't understand the specific reason, he still thanked Cho, not forgetting to praise her beauty before leaving. When Lucas came to the transfiguration classroom, the little snakes of Slytherin had arrived before him and were already waiting for the teacher. Seeing that no one was absent, he showed a satisfied expression. Walking to the front row, he saw the tabby cat sitting on top of the desk and bowed slightly, saying hello to the other party. Others may not know, but he knew that this was not a tabby cat at all but Professor McGonagall in her animagus form. The so-called animagus is an extremely difficult transfiguration which can turn the human body into some kind of animal and retain their human mind. Certainly, strong magic often comes with high risks. Without an outstanding talent in transfiguration, it is basically impossible to become an animagus unless you have help. Lucas has always wanted to try but has never been successful, and even encountered danger a few times. Fortunately, Vinda Rosier, a powerful witch, saved the day. When I get a chance, I must ask Professor McGonagall for advice. Lucas thought in his seat. At this time, there were chaotic footsteps coming from outside the classroom door. It was Harry Potter and his friend Ronald Weasley, who were late to class. "Hey, I'm not mistaken, we're not late, you see Professor McGonagall isn't here yet." Ron gasped and said to Harry beside him. The voice just fell and the tabby cat on the table jumped down. In the blink of an eye, it became Professor McGonagall. Under the stunned expression of everyone, Professor McGonagall walked up to the two of them. "That was wicked, Dot." "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall replied gravely. "Maybe I should turn Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch, maybe that way you wouldn't be late to class." Harry said shyly, "I'm sorry, Professor, we got lost." "Oh, then maybe a map. Hurry and go to your seats, the next time I will be taking points." Compared with the Slytherins who just came together, Professor McGonagall's tone became visibly annoyed seeing her own lions arriving late. She turned back to Lucas' side. "Mr. Grindelwald, Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to convey that he would like to invite you to his office today after class. The headmaster's office is on the 7th floor of the castle behind the stone gargoyle. The password is lemon sherbet." Lucas smiled. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, I will go right after the class ends." His polite behavior earned him a smile from McGonagall. "Ladies and gentlemen, please open your textbooks, let's start class." Chapter 24, the first score of the new semester, from Slytherin. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone who tries to misbehave in my class, I will send them out and they will never be allowed to come back. I have warned you. Transfiguration is extensive and profound, and it can be regarded as a subject alone, which proves what I just said. As this is the first class you have on this subject, let's start by learning what transfiguration is. Professor McGonagall waved her wand and the desk behind her turned into a fat little pig. Lucas looked at the pig running around and showed unprecedented interest. Turning an object into a living animal. This is probably a very advanced level of transfiguration. Seeing the shocked look on her students' faces, Professor McGonagall's lip raised slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. She really liked this feeling. Put away your surprised expressions, as long as you listen carefully, you can do it as well in the future. Then she proceeded to explain the basics of transfiguration before allowing them to use their wands to practice. "Okay, today I'm going to teach you how to turn a match into a silver needle." It was still Professor McGonagall who took the lead in demonstrating. Then she asked the crowd to wave their wands in a fixed line until everyone memorized the spell and wand movements clearly. Only then did she distribute the matches to every student. Lucas looked at the matches on the table and couldn't help but wave his wand. Thanks to a good transfiguration talent, he turned his match into a silver needle in one stroke. This made him even more interested. Carefully recalling Professor McGonagall's movement when casting her spell on the desk, he waved his wand again. This time, the silver needle turned into a dung beetle after a while of twisting. It's a well-known fact that the more complicated and difficult the change, the more power it needs to consume. To turn a dead thing into a living thing, the strength required is at least a 5th grade student. Watching the dung beetle crawling around, Lucas smiled, and kept waving his wand. He turned the beetle into a water cup first, then into a mouse and so on. He was having such a great time that he forgot that there was someone else sitting beside him. Feeling Lucas' movement, Draco glanced to the side inadvertently, and immediately afterwards, his exclamation sounded in the classroom. Merlin. How did you do it? Professor McGonagall turned around in displeasure. Mr. Malfoy, I think you should be. The little lions looked gloating since they were about to watch a Slytherin be reprimanded, but suddenly, they found that their head of house's words stopped. Everyone followed her gaze to Lucas and were immediately attracted by the ever-changing transfiguration on his table. Oh Merlin, Mr. Grindelwald, I have to say that you have an excellent talent for transfiguration, 10 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall happily announced it to everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of the system rang in Lucas' head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, the top spot, reward, 50 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, a successful start, reward, 50 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, the best in history, achievement, 100 achievement points. Lucas took a deep breath, really worthy of Hogwarts, just the first class brought him 200 achievement points. The achievement of winning the first points can only be obtained by the first student who earns extra points at the beginning of the semester. It was a successful start because Lucas was the first one to add points to Slytherin this semester. The last best achievement in history shows that the speed with which he cast the transfiguration just now has entered the top 3 in Hogwarts historical results. Thinking of the follow-up, there are so many courses and so many unknown places in the castle that can be explored. Lucas suddenly cheered up. In his opinion, these are all achievement points, and they are there to help to make him stronger. Hey Ron, look, Lucas is awesome. Seeing the happy eyes of his friend, Ron was filled with envy and said with some displeasure, Harry, he's a Slytherin, didn't you see the way he looked this morning? Making everyone wait for him just to eat. Isn't it a bit overbearing? Harry smiled awkwardly. He knew in his heart that Ron didn't like him talking about Lucas. But, he really thought Lucas was a nice guy. Ron didn't notice Harry's awkward expression. He looked at all the praise Lucas received and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Isn't it just changing something into an animal? I can do it too. His words immediately caught the attention of his friend Harry, and under the gaze of the other party, Ron said the spell and waved his wand again and again. Boom. There was a flash of light and the table in front of Ron suddenly grew several legs, which then started to go on a rampage, making a mess of the classroom. Mr. Weasley, as I said at the beginning, transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous form of magic. But you don't seem to have listened to my words. Because of your recklessness, I have to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Oh, please Professor McGonagall, I know I was wrong, it's just a small mistake. Professor McGonagall ignored Ron's pleas. And just when she was about to deal with the mess left by Weasley, there was another loud noise not far away, and black smoke filled the entire classroom immediately. Chapter 25, Good Student Lucas Grindelwald. Draco and Harry reconcile. Seamus Finnegan, also known as the Demolitionist. Whatever spell he uses, Seamus' results are very stable. Stable explosions. Not surprisingly, the explosion in the classroom was caused by him. Mr. Seamus Finnegan, roared Professor McGonagall through the smoke. Gryffindor, another 5 points deducted. Oh. The little lions immediately lost their vitality. The class was not over yet and they already lost 10 points, which is too bad. Ventus. The clear voice echoed in the classroom. The strong wind seemed to be condensed into a rope, and black smoke flew out from the gate. Lucas used Ventus a few more times around and the classroom finally changed back to how it was at the start. Oh, a very good application of magic. Professor McGonagall praised. She then easily subdued Ron's desk. Mr. Grindelwald, if you don't mind, can you come on stage and show everyone how you cast the transfiguration spell before? Of course, it's my pleasure. Lucas came to the podium with his wand in hand. Looking at the podium and with a simple wave it also turned into a pig, but the pig that Lucas created is bigger than Professor McGonagall's. Silent casting, it's amazing. At this time Professor McGonagall looked at Lucas as if she saw a rare treasure. Mr. Grindelwald, I think you are eligible to enter the Transfiguration Club for further study, what do you think? Thank you very much Professor McGonagall, of course it would be my honor. McGonagall was overjoyed, turned to look at the crowd and said. 5 points for Slytherin for Mr. Grindelwald's excellent silent casting and beautiful transfiguration. Even the calm little snakes after hearing Professor McGonagall's words couldn't help but exclaim happily. Lucas smiled slightly and thanked the teacher. This is Minerva McGonagall, fair and equal. If it were Professor Severus Snape. Seeing that other house students are so excellent, although he will not deliberately deduct points, he will definitely not add points. Except for Gryffindor, he would seek any excuse to deduct their points just out of principle. After a few minutes of excitement, the classroom returned to its calm. As an excellent student representative, Lucas accepted Professor McGonagall's invitation. Responsible for guiding his classmates to complete the first transformation. Hey Draco, swing your wand a little higher. With Lucas' guidance, Draco became the second person to turn a match into a silver needle. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall added 2 more points for Slytherin. As time passed, some lion cubs also began to seek Lucas' help. He didn't say no because of the strained relationship between the 2 houses. On the contrary, he was more patient and careful when giving advice, which won him the favor of most Gryffindor students present. Lucas, can you help me? I still can't turn my match into a silver needle. Looking at the helpless Harry Potter beside him, Lucas nodded with a smile. Of course, it's no problem, we're friends. Harry's uneasy heart suddenly became calm. The 2 came to the desk, and before Lucas could speak, Ron spoke first. Oh, Slimmy Slytherin. Seeing Harry frown slightly, a trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Lucas decided to just ignore the jealous git and went back to his talk with Harry. Harry, let me demonstrate again, you just pay close attention. Patiently showed Harry how to use the transfiguration spell. He also guided the other party's movement of waving the wand hand in hand. Seeing that half of the match turned into a silver needle, Lucas immediately encouraged, that's right, if you keep working hard, you will succeed pretty soon. Let me call someone to ensure that you can master the transformation spell before the class is over. Draco. He didn't give time for Harry to refuse. Draco, hearing his name being called by Lucas at the side. He noticed Harry standing beside him and immediately understood Lucas' plan. Don't worry Lucas, I'll let Harry finish learning the spell successfully. Draco's "don't worry" is full of hidden meanings. Waiting until Lucas leaves. Draco immediately turned to Harry and said, I'm sorry about what happened last time, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Also in the robe shop, I didn't know you were Harry Potter at the time, I shouldn't show off in front of you, sorry, let's get to know each other again, my name is Draco Malfoy. Fake Malfoy. Draco squinted at Ron Weasley, who was sitting beside him, and it took a lot of effort to suppress his anger. Seeing this, Harry hurriedly said, never mind, Ron, he didn't mean it. My name is Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, Malfoy. Soon the first class of freshmen at Hogwarts was over. With the help of Draco, Harry successfully completed the transfiguration spell, and the relationship between the 2 has also been eased. When Professor McGonagall announced their dismissal, the little lions couldn't wait to rush out of the classroom and run to have fun in the corridor. Action that made the students of Slytherin look at them with disdain and disgust. Then, bickering happens naturally, and it wasn't until Lucas appeared that the 2 sides stopped. Under the promotion of the 2 houses, students from the other 2 houses learned about Lucas' performance in transfiguration before lunch. At the same time, Hermione Granger walked down the corridor to the Great Hall for lunch with an angry look on her face. It seemed that someone had offended this know-it-all lady. Chapter 26, Cloudy Turned Sunny. Confident Miss Granger. Hermione, wait for me, you're walking too fast. Cho Chang trotted after Hermione. Seeing the other party's angry face, she teased, what's the matter? Could it be that someone's night made her angry again? Cho, this joke isn't funny at all. I just think it's unfair. Why is Professor Snape unwilling to give us extra points when I answered all the questions correctly? After hearing this, Cho understood what was going on and started laughing, explaining to Hermione's dissatisfied eyes. Professor Snape is like this, even his own house rarely gets points, and the other houses even less. You should be glad you're not in Gryffindor, otherwise, don't talk about bonus points, you should thank Merlin if you don't lose points. And nobody does anything about it. Hermione grumbled. Why would they? The extra points are the professor's power, and they are free to give or take them as they see fit, and even Headmaster Dumbledore has no right to interfere. After listening to that explanation, Hermione's face relaxed a little. Seeing this, Cho brought the topic back to a certain night. Have you heard? Today your knight showed his prowess in Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. He alone added 15 points to Slytherin. I heard that Professor McGonagall invited him to join the Transfiguration Club. Oh Merlin, that's the Transfiguration Club. Anyone who can join is a master of transfiguration. Hermione, did you know that Professor McGonagall has never invited someone so young, let alone a freshman? Something about Lucas in class. Of course Hermione knew, even if she didn't see it with her own eyes. She can also imagine what Lucas looked like when he cast the spell. It should be the same as when he was on the train, calm, elegant, and smooth. Oh. It seems that someone is secretly happy for a knight. Seeing the smile on the corner of Hermione's mouth, Cho immediately laughed out loud. Hermione smiled wryly and shook her head. Stop joking, he is so excellent, Oh, beautiful little witch, are you troubled by love? No wonder your expression is wrong today. Hermione didn't refute, but smiled reluctantly, as an acknowledgement of the other party's words. Cho Chang walked up to Hermione quickly, blocking her way. Hermione, you have to be more confident. In my opinion, you are excellent. There is no one you are not worthy of. Besides, whether you are worthy or not is not up to you, let alone someone else, but Mr. Grindelwald's. Hermione, maybe Mr. Grindelwald is also inquiring about your situation now, be confident, and don't forget that we are Ravenclaws. We are knowledgeable, smart, fair, and wise, and we have vision, but we never feel inferior, because these advantages are our confidence. Cho Chang's enlightenment obviously had an effect. Hermione changed from the dullness just now, and said with a smile, I never expected that you would be so good at comforting others. Cho shrugged, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Lucas coming from a distance. Hey, someone's knight is coming. Why, are you envious? If it's you, I don't mind. No, the boy I like must be able to play Quidditch, and he must be better than me. Lucas watched the two future beauties running into the Great Hall. Doubt was written all over his face. Could it be that he is some kind of scourge? Why are they running away as soon as they see him coming? Walking into the Great Hall, Lucas went straight to Ravenclaw's long table. He is also considered a little famous now, and he is talking about a good reputation here. Seeing Lucas walking towards them, many girls in Ravenclaw start to organize their clothes. For the learned Ravenclaws, Lucas, who is also knowledgeable and wise, attracts their attention very much. It's a pity that Lucas didn't look at them at all, but sat directly next to Hermione. Beautiful lady, can I sit here and eat? Handsome sir, haven't you already sat down? Lucas probably understood at this moment why Hermione was afraid to face himself. He looked at her and said seriously. Hermione, I think the two of us need to talk. Okay, what are we talking about? Lucas thought for a moment before saying, I found that you've been weird since breakfast, but you don't look like you're being bullied. So, can you tell me why? Hermione lowered her head and whispered, It's nothing, it's all just my own wild imagination. Really? I thought you were upset that Professor Snape didn't give you a single point. Hermione suddenly looked to her side, you know. Of course, I went to Hufflepuff specifically to ask the ones who took the class with you. He did ask. Hermione stared blankly at the blonde boy beside her. She couldn't help but think back to Cho Chang's words just now. Perhaps Mr. Grindelwald is inquiring about you right now. Hermione's tense body gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. Humph, I'm Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw, just watch, I will definitely make Professor Snape add points for my house. Ambitious, then I wish Miss Hermione success in her difficult endeavor. Lucas was relieved to see Hermione back to normal. After taking a few casual bites, Lucas got up to leave. You only eat this little? Hermione asked curiously. Headmaster Dumbledore has something to talk about with me, I have to go to his office now, so I'll leave first. Looking at Lucas hurried back, Hermione thought for a while and took an apple and put it in her pocket. On the 7th floor, in front of the stone gargoyle. Lemon sherbet. As the password sounded, the stone gargoyle immediately moved aside and Lucas walked up the spiral stairs. As soon as he arrived at the headmaster's office, right before he could knock on the door an old voice came to his ears. You may come in, Mr. Grindelwald. Immediately afterwards he entered and saw Dumbledore's figure sitting behind his desk. His eyes hidden behind the glasses were fixed on the boy who was walking towards him. Chapter 27, Psychological Game, Greetings from an Old Friend. Read 25 chapters ahead subscribing on my Patreon /Mysterian901. Albus Dumbledore. The greatest white wizard of the century. At this moment, he looked like nothing more than an amiable old man. Wearing a colorful wizard robe, and the end of his long grey beard specially tied with a bow. Mr. Grindelwald, I have been waiting to meet you for a long time. It's an honor to meet you, Headmaster Dumbledore. While speaking, Lucas stepped into the office and the first thing that caught his eyes were the books on the surrounding walls. On the left side of the office is a large desk with a variety of documents and books on top. It looked like Dumbledore wasn't usually having an easy time. Beside the desk stands a sycamore tree with a flaming turkey-looking bird dozing on it. Lucas will never admit that this ugly creature is a phoenix. Sensing Lucas' attention on him, Fawkes opened his eyes and let out a melodious cry. This surprised Dumbledore beside him because Fawkes never takes the initiative to get close to people. What he does not know is that it's all because of the affinity exuded by the elf blood. Fawkes couldn't help but want to get closer. Fawkes hasn't been this happy for a long time, it seems that I should have met you sooner. Dumbledore offered a seat in front of his desk. Lucas glanced at Fawkes' blown feathers. Once again, the old bee's ability to tell lies without blinking was verified. Headmaster, I wonder why you are looking for me. Nothing important, just wanted to talk with you, Lucas, can I call you that? Of course, it's my pleasure. Dumbledore smiled happily and wrinkled all over his face. Lucas, what a good name, it means light. Dumbledore took a box of treats from his pocket. Bertie Bott's multi-flavored beans, would you like some? No thanks. Lucas didn't want to try outlandish food. Dumbledore ate one himself and from his frowning, one could tell that the bean must not taste good. Wow, this is the worst bean I've ever had, Lucas, how is life treating you at Hogwarts? It's not bad, the climate is pleasant, the scenery is good, and the most important thing is that I can make friends. Yes, friends, we humans need friends so much, can you tell me the names of your friends? Certainly. Lucas directly said the names of Harry and the others. The whole time, Dumbledore seemed to be listening. Even when he heard Harry Potter's name there was no change in his expression either. He waited until Lucas finished speaking before he said with emotion, "What an enviable friendship. Professor, do you have many friends like me?" "Of course, I have many friends, very many, and they often send me some small gifts." "That's great," Lucas said enviously. Then, not giving a chance for Dumbledore to keep talking, he said, "My father is about your age. He lives alone in a high tower. Even if I go to see him, I can only stay for a short time." Dumbledore's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Immediately afterwards, he heard Lucas keep talking. "He often stands at the window and looks towards the northwest direction. I asked him what he was doing, and he said that this is the direction where his good friend lives." "Really? Then what else did your father say?" Lucas didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a sip of the black tea sent by the house elf. All the while, Dumbledore kept looking at him. A few seconds passed before Lucas just looked up at Dumbledore and stared closely at the old man's blue eyes with his own. "Before I came, my father just asked me to convey on his behalf that he is doing well. Don't read it." Tea spilled from the cup, but Dumbledore didn't seem to notice. He just looked at those blue eyes. TL, by the way, I checked, in the book description of Grindelwald has blue eyes. Gradually, it overlaps with the appearance in memory. Gellert. Dumbledore was taken aback and hastily put down the teacup in his hand. He said with a wry smile, "When I get older, I always like to recall the past." "What were we talking about just now?" "Oh yes, friends." Dumbledore waved his wand and the black tea that spilled on the ground disappeared immediately. Seeing Lucas staring at his wand, Dumbledore handed it to him, curious. "You can take a closer look." Facing the Elder Wand close at hand, Lucas only paused for a moment before looking away. "No, I like my own wand better. I was just wondering why the professor's wand has such a strange shape." "Well, the fact is that this wand is called the Elder Wand, and it's very powerful." Dumbledore stared Lucas in the eyes as he said this. Seeing that Lucas' eyes were unwavering. Only then did he shift his gaze to the candies on the table. "Speaking of friends, I thought I heard you mention Harry just now." Seeing Lucas nod, Dumbledore said worriedly, "That kid Harry had a bad childhood. Thank you for being willing to be friends with him. I heard that you met on the Hogwarts Express. Can you tell me about how you met? I want to know more about Harry." "I saw it coming." After all the back and forth talking, Dumbledore finally got to the point. Lucas smiled slightly, looked at the other party and replied, "Of course, it's my honor to help Mr. Dumbledore." Chapter 28, 2 Questions from Dumbledore, Ty. "So you two met in Diagon Alley?" Seeing Lucas nod, Dumbledore sighed. "Fate is always so ingenious. It seems that you and Harry are destined." "I think so too, sir." The two took a sip of black tea at the same time. It was still Dumbledore who spoke first, and after that, "What did you talk about?" "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a question, Headmaster." Watching that Dumbledore was paying attention, Lucas asked, "Which do you think is the best of the 4 houses?" "Lucas, I can give you a clear answer. The 4 houses are not good or bad, and there is no priority. Back then, the Big Four jointly founded this magic school to protect young wizards. The sorting into houses is for more targeted teaching so that young wizards can use their strengths." Dumbledore said his answer without hesitation and Lucas applauded lightly after listening. "It seems that I was right. My answer to Harry was the same as yours." He repeated to Dumbledore what he had said about the video game on the train. Waiting until Lucas finished talking, Dumbledore gave him an appreciative look. "What a clever metaphor. It seems that there are many interesting things in the Muggle world. I think I need to get into what you're talking about with video games, but I just don't know if it's too late." Lucas smiled and replied, "Of course there is time. If you need, I can teach you how to play." As the topic progressed, the atmosphere between the two also became more relaxed. They discussed video games for a few minutes and then Dumbledore asked Lucas a second question. "As far as I know, Hogwarts is not the only magic school that sent you an admission letter. Can you tell me why you chose this place?" A weak and strange force followed the words and approached Lucas. The moment he noticed it, Lucas' eyes became hollow. "Hogwarts is the greatest wizarding school in history, of course I yearn for it." Dumbledore frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. "Lucas, I thought we were friends already. I want to hear the truth." "Well, I think you have some understanding of my situation. Over the past few decades, most of my father's subordinates have grown old. But they are still loyal to my father for so many years, and even raised me from a young age. So in recent years, I have also used part of my father's property to start a business. It's not bad, at least I can support my uncles and aunts. But the Ministry of Magic in Germany and France don't seem to trust us, and this time they forced all our shops to close. I can only come to England to make it possible for the elderly uncles and aunts to have a relaxed old age." Lucas looked Dumbledore in the eyes after he finished speaking. Dumbledore was silent for a long time before he said, "So, it seems that your life has not been easy. I didn't expect you to bear so much at such a young age. If there is a chance in the future, I will have a good talk with your father about this issue." Looking at Dumbledore who was defending himself, Lucas didn't believe the old man's words in his heart. Dumbledore might go to see his father. For so many years, he has always sent letters to Ermengarde. As for whether they met secretly, that's beyond Lucas' knowledge. Seeming to be aware that he would not be able to learn more from Lucas, Dumbledore was about to see off the guest. It's getting late. I remember you have potions class in the afternoon. Severus has a bad temper. Don't be late. Thank you for your concern, Professor. May I visit your office some other day? Dumbledore froze for a moment, not expecting that question. Certainly. The first floor of the office is almost the same. The second floor is where Dumbledore rests. Wait until Lucas has visited the principal's office. Sure enough, the sound of the system rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration achievement, Dumbledore Headmaster's Office, reward, 50 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for triggering a series of achievements, exploring Hogwarts. After completing this achievement, you can get a reward, 1 diamond lottery chance, 500 achievement points. Really? The Headmaster's Office can trigger a set of achievements. Lucas was secretly delighted, and after saying goodbye to Dumbledore, he walked towards the potions classroom. Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore sat in a chair in a daze. On the wall beside him, the portraits of past headmasters are all watching him. Albus, what are you thinking? What do you think of that kid? The portraits looked at each other, and the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black spoke first. Brilliant, shrewd, and an excellent Slytherin. The other portraits followed suit. Cunning. A mouth full of lies. His strength is not bad. He needs to be treated with caution. Dumbledore nodded, looking out the window. Quite proficient in occlumency, but his legilimency is not so good. Worthy of your successor, Gellert. Headmasters, please notify the school portraits and let them pay attention to that child. If there is anything strange, please notify me immediately. Several headmasters in the portraits responded and disappeared into their portraits in a blink of an eye. Outside the potions classroom, Hermione paced back and forth. When she noticed Lucas coming her way, she greeted him immediately. Hermione. Were you waiting for me? Can't I find you? Here. Looking at the apple in his hand, Lucas looked at her with a puzzled expression. Don't get me wrong, I just saw that you didn't have much to eat at noon, and I just care about it as a friend. Seeing Hermione's uncomfortable look, Lucas immediately took a bite of the apple. This apple tastes really good. Hermione's mouth curled into a smile upon hearing these words. Mr. Grindelwald, Miss Granger, do I need to remind you that it's time for class? A low smooth voice was heard from the side, which made them turn around and notice Professor Snape's gloomy face looking at them impatiently. Chapter 29, Severus Snape. Hermione looked like a frightened rabbit, and without waiting for Professor Snape to continue speaking, she ran away. Lucas looked at her back scurrying away like that and chuckled. When he turned his head, Professor Snape was already standing in front of him. Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, the men of the school, do you feel very happy to hear other people's praise? But in my opinion, you are like a pheasant with phoenix feathers on its tail, stupid and arrogant. I very much doubt the Sorting Hat's decision and think that you should have been sorted into Gryffindor, not Slytherin. Facing the venomous words of the dungeon's bat, Lucas just looked at him with a smile the whole time. He didn't speak until the other party had finished his tirade. Professor, I don't think it's wrong to show my excellence to others. Look, didn't I attract a beautiful lady? I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time. In the youthful years, if there is a childhood sweetheart to accompany each other and spend the long 7 years of life together, it would be very beautiful, right? What do you think, Professor? Lucas especially emphasized the words, childhood sweetheart. And sure enough, Snape's eyes changed and his expression became heavier. I think your head stuffed with splendens should know that it's time for class. If you don't enter the classroom right this moment, I will have to deduct points from my own house. Okay, Professor, I'm going now. Lucas turned and walked towards the classroom door. If you observe carefully, you can notice that he walked a lot faster than usual. The potions classroom is located in the dungeons, which is the darkest part of the castle. The already dim light is matched with the animal specimens placed along the wall, making it look like a horror setting. The young wizards of the two houses did not dare to breathe, and they all lowered their heads trying to ignore the terrifying surroundings. This is what Lucas saw when he entered the classroom. Watching Draco sit next to Harry made him raise his eyebrows, and it seemed that the two of them were getting along pretty well. Although Ron Weasley next to Harry had an ugly expression on his face. But what does this have to do with Lucas? Seeing Lucas coming, the little wizards of the two sides greeted him one after another. In the entire classroom, only Theodore Nott had a free seat next to him. Seeing this, Lucas walked over quickly. Theodore, can I sit here? Of course, leader. It was not until he was seated that Lucas realized that at the next table was Neville Longbottom. If he remembers correctly, in this class, he will create a moderate accident. Merlin's beard, how can I be so unlucky? Silently complaining, Lucas pulled out his wand and placed it on the table in case he needed it. Bang. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Severus Snape walked in like a big black bat with his robes willowing behind him. He waved his wand, closing the windows on one side, and the dimly lit classroom became even darker. There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. Professor Snape's voice was a whisper. But it can always be heard by every student in the classroom. He has a low voice, speaks unhurriedly, with a unique British accent, as if reciting a poem. Professor Snape looked at Lucas with empty eyes. Seeing the wand on the table, he said immediately. Put away your wand, Mr. Grindelwald. Lucas had no choice but to do as told. Of course, I don't expect you to really understand the beauty of the slow-simmering cauldron emitting white smoke and fragrance. You don't really understand that liquid that flows into people's veins, that magical power that makes people's hearts sway and their minds bewildered. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper to death. But, first of all, you need to make sure you're not one of those dunderheads I often have the displeasure of teaching. Finishing the opening remarks, Professor Snape picked up the student list. His eyes searched the list and he stopped immediately when he saw one of the names. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. Potter, what do you get if you add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The sudden question caught Harry off guard. He hadn't had time to read the potions book, so there's no way he would know the answer. Draco wanted to help, but the two were separated by a passage, so he couldn't be too blatant. As for Ron, forget it, he might be even worse than Harry. Sorry sir, I don't know. Snape curled his lips in contempt and even let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Lucas mourned for Harry. If not for his conversation with Professor Snape, perhaps he would just sneer sarcastically. But now he is in a rage. The Slytherin King Snape was merciless in his venom. Head stuffed with achnatharum, idiots comparable to trolls. Such words began to echo in the classroom. Lucas couldn't lift his head seeing Harry being sprayed and could only silently wish him good luck in his heart. It feels like Snape won't be able to stop for a while, so Lucas gradually began to focus on other things. Unfortunately, just when he was distracted, Professor Snape looked over. The attitude of the students of the two houses towards Lucas just now. Snape could see it clearly from the door. With such charisma, it's no wonder Dumbledore made him keep an eye on him. But, how does Grindelwald dare to distract himself in his class? Professor Snape walked lightly under the gaze of the little wizards. He walked towards Lucas step by step. This scene made Draco and the students of Slytherin very anxious. Chapter 30, The Exploding Cauldron. TL, here is an extra chapter, no real reason, I just felt like it. Lucas looked ahead, pretending to be listening carefully. He was actually thinking back to the conversation he had just had with Dumbledore. The confrontation between the two did not seem like anyone had taken the advantage. But Lucas knew in his heart that he had lost. Originally, he thought that Grindelwald could be used to cause the opponent's mind to fall. But unexpectedly, Dumbledore broke free in just a few seconds. On the other hand, the strength of the opponent's legitimacy. Even though Lucas has max level occlumency, he still had to deliberately tell some truths, so as to reduce the strength of the opponent's spell. As expected of the greatest white wizard of this century, even in his old age he is still extremely powerful. Lucas never underestimated Dumbledore. But as long as it is a human being, it must bear the decline in function caused by aging. Like Nicholas Flamel. Even if he lived for more than 600 years by relying on the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't without any weakness. By now, even a gust of wind could break his bones. But in the brief trial with Dumbledore just now, Lucas didn't notice any signs of fading in the opponent's magic power. He even felt that the opponent's magic power was still very active, just like young people. Lucas guessed that this probably had something to do with the Phoenix, or it might be that 100 years is not that old for a strong wizard at the level of Dumbledore. If only Dumbledore hadn't ended up wearing the Resurrection Stone ring because of his desperation to see his long-dead sister. Maybe he could live a few more decades or even a couple centuries. If that's the case, then Voldemort won't have any way of killing him so easily. Lucas sighed. This trial made him expose part of his strength, which only made Dumbledore more suspicious. Fortunately, the twinkly old men can only be suspicious, without conclusive evidence. Dumbledore wouldn't do anything to him yet. Even more because of Voldemort. The other party might even come up with good ideas. The consequences of this incident were carefully analyzed. Lucas looked again at the newly opened series of achievements. To explore the Hogwarts series of achievements, he needs to explore all the areas that are part of Hogwarts, including the Forbidden Forest. It seems that Draco and Harry will be sent to the Forbidden Forest for some reason later. This is a good chance. It seems that the plan for the night tour should be carried out in advance. Hogwarts is too big and includes so many secret passages. It will take a long time to explore all of them. Just when Lucas was planning his next moves, suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. A flash of light flashed through the originally empty pupils, and immediately afterwards, he looked beside him very naturally. What's the matter, Professor Snape? Oh, another famous person, Mr. Grindelwald, please answer the question just now. Lucas stood up and replied, powdered root of asphodel and essence of wormwood can be mixed together to make a powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Dead. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and has a strong detoxification effect. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, and they are also referred to as aconite. There was a hint of surprise in Professor Snape's eyes. Probably because he didn't expect Lucas to be able to answer his questions correctly even when his mind was distracted. Humph, it seems that you are smarter than some arrogant guys, the answer is correct. The Slytherin students breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Professor Snape's voice rang in their ears again. The rest of you, hurry up and write all these down. The sound of the quills rubbing against parchment immediately spread throughout the classroom. Lucas thought it was over, but unexpectedly, Snape asked again, lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, knotgrass. What can you make with those if you also add shredded boomslang snake skin and bicorn horn powder? Polyjuice potion, Professor. Lucas felt a bad premonition as soon as he finished speaking. Snape's voice sounded immediately after he finished his answer. It seems that our Mr. Grindelwald is very studious. He even read the banned books. 1 point from Slytherin. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lucas actually heard a hint of schadenfreude from Snape's voice. Revenge. I wasn't even subtle. This narrow-minded guy must be retaliating because of their previous conversation. However, you at least proved that your head was not stepped on by a troll, so, 2 points for Slytherin. Professor Snape turned and walked towards the podium. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Snake King's Attention, rewards, 50 achievement points, 10 silver sickles. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Professor Snape was stingy with extra points. I didn't expect the rewards for his related achievements to be so stingy as well. At this moment, Professor Snape had already unfurled the curtain hanging on the podium. The steps for making the cure for Boyle's potion are recorded in detail above. Now in groups of 2, follow the steps to make the cure for Boyle's potion. Please remember that these potions will be sent to the infirmary for use. If you don't want to delay the treatment because of the potion you made in the future, please complete the potion making seriously and carefully. Professor Snape left the podium after speaking. Lucas glanced at the contents of the potion. Afterwards, the cauldron was set up, and while the initial materials were put in, the snake's fangs were crushed. Theodore, come and boil the tentacled slug. Okay, Chief. The two cooperated tacitly and completed each preparation work in an orderly manner. Even Professor Snape, who was paying attention, couldn't help but nod inwardly. Cure for Boyle's potion is very simple to make. Just remember to remove the cauldron from the heat before putting the porcupine quills in. It's such a simple thing, but someone had to forget just this precise step, which is the most important. Accompanied by exclamations that sounded in the classroom came the sound of a violent explosion. Green thick smoke floated from one side. When Lucas looked to the side, the acidic potion was already upon him. Chapter 31, Letters from Home, Something Went Wrong. Idiot. Professor Snape's roar echoed through the dungeons. Even the people in the corridor could clearly feel his anger. Snape drew his wand, intending to deal with the splashing potion first. But he did not expect that someone would cast the spell before him. A white light flashed and the potion seemed to be cast in slow motion, slowly staying in midair, making Snape stop in his tracks with surprise in his eyes. The same goes for the little wizards around. Their eyes widened. All this is really thrilling and exciting for them. Everyone's eyes turned to the direction from which the white light came and they saw Lucas pointing his wand at the mess. Evanesco. With a wave of the wand, all the potion in the air and on the ground disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Lucas also lifted the immobilization spell. Does Mr. Grindelwald thinks he has such a high level of magic that he can handle the professor's job? Oh, of course I don't think so, Professor. Humph, for the sake of casting the spell in time, Slytherin gets 2 points. The little snakes heard that Lucas added 2 more points for their house and their expressions were beaming with happiness. In contrast, the expressions of the little lions are lost and worried. The explosion happened because of one of them. Everyone could already foresee that a lot of points would be deducted this time. Stupid boy, I told you to take the cauldron off the damn fire when adding porcupine quills, why didn't you listen? 10 points from Gryffindor. Hearing that they were deducted another 10 points, the Cubs became even more listless. That's not all, Professor Snape looked back at Harry, who was sitting in the front row. Potter, why didn't you remind him he couldn't put the porcupine quills in? Gryffindor will lose another point because of you. Feeling targeted by Professor Snape, Harry's expression became very aggrieved. But at this time Professor Snape had turned and walked towards Neville. Seeing Neville and Seamus covered in angry red boils all over, the demeanor on Snape became even colder. What are you still doing in a daze? Send the 2 of them to the infirmary quickly, he said sharply to those around him. Then he looked at the little wizards who were not seriously injured. Injured people go to the infirmary for treatment by themselves. By the way, ask Madame Pomfrey if there is anything that can heal your head stuffed with acnatharum. A group of lion cubs tremblingly walked out of the dungeons. Many people were injured this time and Snape, as a professor, followed them to the infirmary. It wasn't until he was gone for a long time that the rest of the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. Harry turned to Lucas and said, "Thank you so much, Lucas, if it weren't for you, I might have gone to the infirmary just now." Other cubs who were not injured also expressed their gratitude. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Lion's Friendship, reward, 100 achievement points, Gryffindor Academy-style scarf. Snort. A cold snort suddenly came from beside Harry. Seeing Ron's dissatisfied expression, Draco immediately stood up. Weasley, what do you mean? Is it Lucas' fault for saving you? I didn't say I needed his help. Draco has tolerated the stupid redhead for a long time and couldn't hold it back anymore. Oh, Lucas really shouldn't have saved you. He should have let the potion fall on you, preferably on your mouth, so you wouldn't say such nasty words all the time. In a fight of words, as a proud pure-blood family, the Malfoy family has never lost. After all, Draco has been taught politics and how to use his words in a fight by his father since he was a child. Ron blushed, but didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only stand up and glare at the other party. Harry felt a headache when he was caught between the two of them. At the same time, he has some complaints about his good friend Ron in his heart. This, by any measure, was entirely Ron's fault. The other lion cubs thought the same way. Although their Gryffindor Academy has always had conflicts with Slytherin, that doesn't mean they are an ungrateful bunch, so Ron's performance displeased everyone. Lucas, who had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions, decided to interfere before someone decided to escalate the fight. Students, a friendly reminder that Professor Snape might be back soon, so let's make the potion quickly. The originally quiet classroom immediately became lively. Seeing everyone frantically looking after their cauldrons, Lucas smiled and filled his own finished potion into the crystal bottle. As for Ron Weasley, who cares about him? Lucas doesn't waste his time talking with people he doesn't know well. Soon, Professor Snape came back to the classroom. Looking at the cure for boils potion that Lucas and Theodore made, he nodded in satisfaction. Although the formula is simple, the quality of the potion is excellent. 2 points for Slytherin. As soon as the horrible potions class was over, the little wizards scrambled to leave the classroom. There were even some Slytherin snakes among them. First-year classes at Hogwarts are very relaxing. There are only 2 or 3 classes a day. With the end of the potions class, the little wizards also completed their first day of study. Right after dinner, Lucas returned to the dormitory, looking at the wand on the table with a questioning expression. Come over. With one command, the wand seemed to cut through the void and it appeared in Lucas' palm right away. Such a strange ability was discovered in potions class. At that time, he was faced with the failed potion flying at his face and it was too late for Lucas to draw his wand. Just when he was about to cast a spell without a wand, the wand suddenly appeared in his hand. It seems to be because the core of the wand is his hair, which makes the wand also have a part of his ability to cross the void. This is really good. With this I don't have to be wary of other people's disarming spells in the future. Getting his stuff ready for a night out, Lucas planned to take advantage of the night to explore the castle. But right before he could leave, Hestia flew in with a letter in her mouth. In fact, Lucas has always been curious about where Hestia flew into the basement from. But now is obviously not the time to explore that mystery. The letter was from Vinda Rosier. Seeing the contents of the letter, Lucas' expression turned serious immediately. It seems there were serious problems. Abernathy is seriously injured. After determining the spatial coordinates of the manor, Lucas immediately tore open the void and disappeared from the dormitory. Hogwarts Anti-Apparition Ward. What is that? TL, for those who are looking for something to read, check the fanfic, Vengeance, a Harry Potter story. It's a bit of a crossover with AOD with Aaron Yeager as the MC in the wizarding world, so expect it to be bloody. Chapter 32, The Green Light That Illuminates the Night Sky. Wiltshire, Grindelwald Estate. A dozen members of the Alliance came to the hall, waiting for Lucas to return. With Vinda Rosier standing at the forefront. She stared intently at the portrait of Gellert Grindelwald on the wall. Aunt Vinda, what the hell happened? Along with Lucas' voice, a void rift appeared in the hall. Master. Seeing everyone bowing to him, Lucas nodded indifferently, then looked at Vinda beside him. 2 hours ago, people from the German Ministry of Magic went to Nurmengard, claiming to take over the castle. Abernathy received the news and led people to rush there immediately, but was attacked by an aura on the way. Abernathy was seriously injured, and some members were arrested. Lucas sat in the main seat and listened quietly to the report. Even after hearing the news of Abernathy's serious injury, there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Then what? Our supporters arrived, and the Aurors were defeated and retreated. Nurmengard Castle is safe and sound, and it is still under our control. That's good then. The letter says someone betrayed Abernathy. Who? Vinda clapped her hands and Pine Caro walked in with an old man. Master Lucas. Nice to see you again, Mr. Pine. Lucas greeted the visitor. Then he looked at the old man in Pine's hand. Bill Hicks. When he heard Lucas call out his name, Bill looked at him tremblingly. Lucas, they threatened my family, and I was confused. Lucas, please give me another chance for your father's sake. Lucas squatted in front of Bill, looked at his old face and said. Uncle Hicks, I remember you were among those who followed my father in 1943, right? You have suffered a lot in the past few decades. Looking at his gentle expression, Hicks let out a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a wand pointing to his forehead. So, please take a good rest, Avada Kedavra. The full-level killing curse erupted with a dazzling green light. When the people in the hall came back to their senses, they saw that Bill Hicks' eyes were empty, and his skin instantly turned gray and white. The acolytes in the hall shuddered subconsciously. Their eyes turned to Lucas, and the 11-year-old young master looked indifferent. It seemed that to him, using the unforgivable curse to kill someone was just a trivial matter. Carry the body down and bury it properly. As soon as Lucas turned around, he saw Vinda's worried face. Don't worry, I'm fine. But your trace? It's okay, someone will take care of it for me. Going back to his seat, he looked at Pine Caro standing aside. Lucas asked, anything else? Master, we have inquired about some news. It is said that people from the German Ministry of Magic will come to England in a while, and the target may be you. Do you know the time? It hasn't been confirmed yet, but if you follow the regular interview process, you need to wait until Halloween at the least. Lucas raised his right hand and stroked his chin, and after a while, a smile appeared on his face. Don't stop them, just let them come, but before that, I will give them a big gift. Lucas took another look at Pine Caro. You don't want to go back, stay in England, and Vinda will take you to meet someone later, and he will arrange your next job. Pine nodded happily. Then Lucas waited until everyone walked out of the room with only himself and Vinda remaining in the hall. Aunt Vinda, how is the preparation over there? Don't worry, someone has already brought your coordinates back with the portkey, and it should be ready by now. Lucas closed his eyes immediately after hearing this. The spiritual power went deep into the void, and soon found his own space mark. Found it. He took Vinda's hand, and the two of them stepped into the void in front of them and disappeared. At the same time, the Ministry of Magic's Department of Misuse of Magic office welcomes a rare visitor. When this person left the place, all records of Lucas' trace had disappeared. Fargo Magic Hospital, Austria. Lucas shows up beside the hospital bed with Vinda. Upon seeing Abernathy's pale face, Lucas couldn't help but blame himself. Hey, it's none of your fault, Lucas, it's my own carelessness. Nonsense, if I hadn't asked you to stay, you wouldn't have been injured so badly. Hearing this, Abernathy chuckled a little. Looking into Lucas' red eyes, he teased. No way, does our master Lucas want to cry like a child? Lucas turned his head. Stop talking nonsense, I won't. After a moment of silence, he said again, Uncle Abernathy, I will avenge you. Well, I believe in you, don't worry, my old bones can still hold on, I'm still waiting for Gellert and you to lead us to true freedom. The two chatted for a short time until Abernathy fell asleep. Seeing the other party lying on the hospital bed still frowning tightly, Lucas said softly, Aunt Vinda, when Uncle Abernathy's injury recovers, he will be taken to England, and more staff will be arranged at my father's place. She nodded and followed Lucas out of the ward. The basement of Nurmengard Castle. Several captured Aurors are being held here. Lucas entered the basement wearing a black robe. His appearance was covered by a wide hood, and others could only see his delicate chin. Bastard, scum, you magical thugs, kill me if you have the ability. Let go of me, you villains. Several Aurors were brought before Lucas. Seeing his presence at this time, the curses of the Aurors became even harsher. But before they could say a few more words, they saw a delicate palm protruding from the robe. Imperio. T/N, the next chapter will be beautiful, you will get to see more of MC's Dark Lord side. TL, for those who are looking for something to read, check the fanfic, Vengeance, a Harry Potter story, from Steviel_GLY, it's a bit of a crossover with AOD with Aaron Yeager as the MC in the wizarding world, so expect it to be bloody. Chapter 33, The Ministry of Magic is under attack. German Ministry of Magic, the administrative body of the German magical community. The office is located in a building in the center of Berlin under the influence of the Muggle-repelling charm. It has not been discovered so far. At midnight, the Ministry of Magic was still brightly lit. But compared to the hustle and bustle of the day, at this time, it was pretty much deserted in comparison. Only countless enchanted letters shuttled through the building. The wizard in charge of night duty leaned back on the chair and slacked off. Slap. Slap. There was a sound of footsteps in the silent hall which woke him up and made him look towards the entrance in a hurry. What he saw were 3 Aurors with injuries all over their bodies walking towards him, supporting each other. Ronald, Mike, you are not. Oh Charles, thank goodness for coming to help, Mike is badly hurt. Ronald fell to the ground as soon as he finished speaking. It could be seen that he himself was seriously injured as well. Charles, the wizard in charge, ran forward immediately, not forgetting to inform his superiors. Imperio. As soon as Charles approached, Ronald, who was lying on the ground, raised his wand to him. Until the wizard on duty was completely controlled by the Imperio's curse. The 3 people on the ground stood up. At the same time, distortions of space appeared in many streets and alleys of Berlin. To the common people, this may be paranormal. But if a wizard sees it, he can immediately guess that someone is using portkeys. In a dark alley in Berlin. Lucas, everyone is here. Vinda Rosier approached the figure in front and whispered in its ear. Really, let's go then. Looking at the towering buildings in the distance. Lucas, dressed in black, stepped forward. When he walked out of the dark alley, there are already dozens of acolytes outside waiting for him. Everyone followed behind Lucas without saying a word. It can be seen from the clenched wands in their hands and the angry expressions. Tonight, Berlin is not destined to be peaceful. German Ministry of Magic. Charles took the 3 injured Aurors to the infirmary on the 8th floor. At this time, the person in charge of the Auror office who got the news also rushed from home. "Ronald, how did you come back?" It was Mike. He brought a portkey with him before he left. "We used the portkey to escape." The head of the Aurors is a middle-aged wizard in his 40s. He touched his bald head, his eyes full of vigilance and doubt. "Ronald, you should know the rules, hand in the wand, and I will return it to you after we are sure that you are not under control." "Of course, we'd love to." Ronald handed over the wand to the other party without hesitation. He even offered to help get Mike's wand. As for the other companion, he handed over his wand, which was also quite cooperative. The head Auror breathed a sigh of relief and his tense body also relaxed. But he didn't know that Charles behind him had already aimed his wand at himself. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed and the hard-working head of the Aurors for 20 years would never have guessed. He didn't die in a battle to arrest dark wizards, but instead, he died at the hands of his own people. At the same time, an Auror who followed the person in charge also died at Ronald's hands. "Mike, don't pretend to be dead, get up and work." Mike, who was seriously injured and unconscious, turned over immediately. He tore off a few hairs from the person in charge and threw them into the polyjuice potion he had prepared. Pinching his nose to suppress the nausea, he took 2 sips. Mike's appearance quickly changed into that of the other party. Get ready for action. Auror office. The acolytes who were captured were temporarily held in the cells here. A few Aurors were playing wizard chess and discussing the ambush earlier in the day. "Hey guys, do you guys think I'm going to get an award tomorrow?" "Why?" "Oh, you don't even know that I injured Abernathy, the famous core member of the Alliance." One Auror looked at the others triumphantly. Abernathy is still well known in most European countries. The others looked at him enviously, and just when they were about to say some flowery words to congratulate him, they saw their boss leading Ronald and the others into the office. "Director." Several Aurors got up immediately and carefully covered the wizard chess. "Well, how are those Grindelwald lackeys?" "Don't worry, everything is fine, they have been quiet the whole time." The person in charge came in front of several people and said, "Thanks to you, especially you. I heard it just now. I will never forget the credit for being able to injure Abernathy." The expressions of several Aurors immediately became excited. Just when they are happy and excited, a few green lights flashed in front of their eyes. The last sentence heard by everyone was, "Avada Kedavra." After freeing the imprisoned acolytes, Ronald took out a portkey and he signaled for them to leave quickly. As for Ronald and the others, Lucas also assigned another task. Outside the German Ministry of Magic, Lucas stood on top of a residential building and stared at the brightly lit building in front of him. At this moment, only Vinda was with him. Suddenly, the space behind the two became distorted and all the freed prisoners showed up on the roof. "Welcome back, uncles." "Master Lucas." Lucas nodded. "I'm sorry for what you went through, just rest for a while, and we'll go home later." Seeing all the people rescued, Lucas and Vinda exchanged glances. The two took out their wands at the same time, and set to the building of the Ministry of Magic, Pestis Incendium. Crimson fiend fire spewed from the tip of their wands. The flames set the building of the German Ministry of Magic ablaze with Lucas' full rage. At the same time, dozens of fire snakes also shot out around the Ministry of Magic building. T/N, subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read advanced chapters. Chapter 34, The Ministry of Magic in the Midst of the Raging Flames. The first thing Fiend Fire destroyed was the muggle-repelling charm that had been cast on the building's surface. Immediately afterwards, the crimson flames began to spread upward from the ignition point. After a while, dozens of fiery flames gathered in one place and turned into a gigantic flame dragon. Raising its head high, the dragon roared into the sky and started to gradually climb up the outside of the building. Inside the building, the wizards on duty in various departments finally noticed something strange going on outside. Aguamenti. Facing the raging fire, the first reaction of the wizards was to put out the fire with a flick of their wands. But it was a curse that was almost invincible. The stream of water summoned now turned into steam before it even got close to the flame. "This is fiend fire, it cannot be extinguished, everyone run." With a loud shout, the German Ministry of Magic fell into chaos. In the Ministry of Magic of any country, there are only so many powerful wizards, such as elite Aurors. As for other adult wizards, they couldn't even cast an effective shield charm. Facing fiend fire, these wizards are no different from the common people. In the midst of chaos, some wizards began to apparate, and the ones who can't apparate are begging others to take them away. Cries, roars, and curses resounded throughout the Ministry of Magic. Right at this time, under the control of the Imperious Curse, Ronald and the others walked through all the floors of the Ministry of Magic. Pestis Incendium. The fiend fire cast by several people began to rage inside the building. The Ministry of Magic's protective spell was easily destroyed by the attack from within. Ronald looked at fiend fire in front of him with a strange smile. He then threw away the wand in his hand, leaving the fiend fire completely out of his control, allowing it to consume everything in its path. The others did the same as him, and when all this was done, the Imperious curse on them was also lifted. Facing the raging fire, the Aurors who had just regained their freedom shouted desperately, "No, don't." The ruthless flames devoured them, and then turned into a flame phoenix and flew towards the top floor. It's so beautiful. For people in Berlin, tonight should be unforgettable forever. Lucas looked at the fire phoenix and fire dragon from the roof opposite to the ministry and said softly. At this moment, the building was like a gigantic torch, lighting up the whole of Berlin. It's on fire, put out the fire. Why is there an extra building here suddenly? Oh God, what the hell, I'm calling the fire department. This must be an alien base. They must have used some method to keep us from seeing it. Hearing the shouts from the street, Lucas took Vinda away from view. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Revenge Carnival, reward, 500 achievement points. Lucas raised his brows lightly, he was quite satisfied with what he got tonight. Accompanied by a cracking sound. Their figures disappeared from the building's roof. A few hours later, in front of the ruins of the Ministry of Magic. The minister of the German Ministry of Magic said through gritted teeth. Assholes, it must have been done by those crazy Alliance members. The answer is obvious. After all, their Aurors had been to Nurmengard just this afternoon. They also achieved good results. It's just that everyone didn't expect the opponent's revenge to come so quickly. Hurry up and negotiate with the British Ministry of Magic. We must capture that damned little beast and put it in prison. The director of the International Affairs Department nodded with a gloomy expression. England, Wiltshire. Lucas and Vinda returned to the manor across the space. After 2 long-distance crossings, Lucas found that his magic power seemed to have increased a bit. Aunt Vinda, strengthen the protection of the manor during this period, and arrange for Uncle Abernathy to come to England to recuperate as soon as possible. Don't worry, leave it to me, but you. You mean they might send people to Hogwarts to catch me? Vinda frowned slightly and said, after tonight, those people may become even crazier, so be careful. It's fine, I'll be safe at Hogwarts, after all, there is the greatest white wizard of this century living there. He said somewhat jokingly, then Lucas tore through the void and returned to his dormitory. When Hestia saw him come back, she cried happily a few times. Girl, be quiet, I'm going to prepare for the aftermath, and I'll play with you when I come back, okay? Soothing Hestia, Lucas adjusted his wizard robes. Looking at the wand he had snatched in his hand, he immediately snapped it off and threw it into the void. I'm afraid that might not be enough. Lucas thought for a while, picked up a lamp and walked out of the dormitory. Hogwarts Castle at night looked extremely gloomy. The portraits on the wall were all sleeping at this time, making the place eerily silent. There was a sound of footsteps. The dim light of his lamp appeared from the end of the corridor, disturbing the resting of the portraits on the walls. Hey, turn off your lights, it's bad manners to disturb someone's sleep. Oh, sorry sir, I'm leaving right away. Lucas said apologetically to the portrait on the wall. Along the way, he apologized to the portraits as he walked. Why is he doing this? Naturally, it's for these portraits to see him so he can gain an alibi. If Lucas guessed right. These portraits are actually equivalent to the cameras in Hogwarts. As the property of Hogwarts Castle, they must obey the headmaster's orders and report what they see to him. Dumbledore probably learned what happened in the castle through these portraits, certainly. The method of dodging these portraits is also very simple. Disillusionment spells or invisibility cloaks will do. Oh, shit, put out the lamp in your hand, kid. Sorry. The apology came again. Lucas walked farther and farther, and soon came to the library. Oh, let me see who this is. It turned out to be Mr. Grindelwald, who earned a lot of house points today. What? Does Mr. Grindelwald think he is so great, so he plans to take a thrilling night tour like those stupid lions? A low, monotonous tone came from behind. The corners of Lucas' mouth rose, and then he turned to look at the person coming. Professor Snape, are you still awake at this late hour of the night? T/N, subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read advanced chapters. Chapter 35, The Poor Threatened Quarrel. Seeing that Lucas wasn't afraid of himself at all, Professor Snape wondered if his dignity had diminished recently. Mr. Grindelwald, as the head of the first-year Slytherins, you should know better how to protect yourself. At this moment, it's time to turn off the lights and go to sleep. If you wander in the corridors, you will only cause unnecessary trouble for yourself. Oh Merlin, Professor, are you concerned about me? Lucas can swear that after he said those words, the temperature around Professor Snape dropped even lower. Oh. Snape sneered, losing his patience. For Snape, who always had a cold, expressionless face, the sudden sneer was indeed scary. Mr. Grindelwald, go back to your dormitory immediately, or I will have to deduct 100 points from my house because of your night tour. Well. Lucas didn't expect Professor Snape to be so ruthless. He immediately said goodnight to the other party, and then he left the scene quickly. Mr. Grindelwald, detention at my office after class tomorrow. This is your punishment for going out at night without permission. Understood, Professor. Lucas walked a long way before stopping. Of course he won't just go back so easily. He found a corner without any painting and cast the disillusionment charm on himself. Returning to the hallway where Snape had just appeared, he saw that the other party had not left yet. Come out, Quirrell. Just as Snape finished speaking, a series of footsteps sounded in the empty corridor. Professor Snape, Professor, haven't you gone to rest yet? Quirrell had a timid look on his face and was very careful when speaking. But Lucas knew that everything this guy was showing was just a disguise. The other party was a ruthless person who dared to let Voldemort live on the back of his head. Professor Quirrell, why are you still awake at this late hour? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Are you sure that's all you were doing? Professor Snape grabbed his shoulder and pressed him against the corridor wall. Quirinus Quirrell, there may be some misunderstanding between you and me, I am not your enemy. Snape, I don't understand what you're talking about. No, you should understand in your heart. Snape had a tone that said he had already seen through him. As if trying to induce Quirrell to say something. Quirrell wasn't stupid, though. On the contrary, he who graduated from Ravenclaw can be considered quite smart. Just when Quirrell shook his head in denial. From the direction of the library, Filch, the caretaker, could be heard cursing. Snape let go of him and walked over, frowning. Seeing the cold head of Slytherin go away, Quirrell heaved a sigh of relief and changed his cowardly appearance from just now. As everyone knows, his appearance at the moment is seen by the portraits in the corridor. This includes Lucas as well. Oh, poor little Quirrell. It probably didn't occur to him that his every move was already under Dumbledore's surveillance. Waiting until Quirrell was gone, Lucas continued with the purpose of this trip. Pushing open the door of the library. It's very quiet inside at the moment. It is unknown who lured Filch and Snape away. But thanks to whoever it was, Lucas can rest assured to read books here. Lumos. The wand tip lights up. Lucas identified the direction and walked quickly to the restricted area. As for the portraits inside the library, who can see him? It doesn't matter. He had meant for them to see. Dumbledore probably couldn't think of that. Lucas came to the restricted area to find books about Animagus. Looking at the contents of the book word by word, Lucas soon fell into an ocean of knowledge. At this time, the door of the restricted area was pushed open again and the Weasley twins ran in one after the other. Hey George, look, there's a light over there. It can't be that guy Filch waiting for us. Obviously it's not possible, I think the other side should be the same as us. Fred finished. The twins smiled in unison and tiptoed toward the light. The two obviously intended to scare the other person. Got you. The twins who were meant to scare others. Looking at the figure that suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes, they froze in place for a moment. Before they could react, a low, gloomy voice came from behind. Excuse me, what's the matter with you? Coincidentally, Mrs. Norris' cry came at the same time and the twins felt cold all over and shivered in fright. Seeing that the two were about to cry out, Lucas hurried forward and covered their mouths. If you don't want to be caught by Filch, keep quiet. Filch's footsteps could be heard from the door. Lucas swung his wand and cast the disillusionment charm on the three of them. Filch is a squib. So to a certain extent he hated young wizards very much. And he hates little wizards who don't study hard and waste their talents even more. So whenever he caught someone during a night tour, it usually didn't end well. Filch had a cat and named it Mrs. Norris, who is his emotional sustenance. At the same time, the cat's nose is also very good. Hey, Mrs. Norris, is anyone here? Filch came in with the lamp in hand and walked carefully through each bookshelf. He even passed back and forth in front of the three of them. The twins were no longer afraid now, on the contrary, seeing that Filch couldn't see themselves, they immediately turned on each other. Boom. After a quarter of an hour the doors to the restricted section were closed again. The three people who were frozen like statues finally were relieved and the spell was lifted. Looking at the twins beside him, a gleam flashed in Lucas' eyes. It's really hard to find all the hidden places in the castle. If you ask who are the students who know Hogwarts Castle the best, the Weasley twins are undoubtedly the first choice. And the two of them also had an item comparable to an artifact in their hands. The Marauder's Map. If you have the Marauder's Map, plus the help of the two of them, I believe that the series of achievements in exploring Hogwarts will be completed sooner than expected. Chapter 36, Twins Friendship. The Weasley twins have a life as gorgeous as fireworks. They are like the ones in school who are always mischievous but loved by all the teachers and classmates. They are brilliant. Although their talent is only used in pranks. They are also the only students who can get Peeves to salute. They are also the only ones who bring joy to the school in the darkness of the future. Looking at the twins in front, laughing and looking at him. I'm afraid they don't expect that one day in the future, the two who are inseparable will be separated. This is something no one has thought of. Even in Molly Weasley's nightmares, her two sons were never separated. Seeing the blonde boy in front staring at them, the twins looked at each other and asked in unison, "What's the matter with you?" "Little Chief of Slytherin." "It's nothing, I suddenly thought of something." Lucas shook his head and said, "Nice to meet you, the famous Weasley twins, my name is Lucas Grindelwald." Lucas introduced himself very formally, he even used standard aristocratic etiquette. The twins smiled at each other and bowed slowly to salute. "Fred Weasley. George Weasley. Nice to meet you, Mr. Grindelwald." They know each other so well that it seems like they share a brain. Going back to their normal self, the two held Lucas' shoulders from left and right each and asked, "Little Chief, what was your spell just now? It looks cool. Disillusionment charm, do you want to learn it? I can teach it to you." "Really?" Seeing Lucas nod, the twins' expressions became very excited. Even if you think about it with your feet, you can understand it. The twins, after they have learned the disillusionment charm, will be even more restless at night. Seeing the twins staring at him eagerly, Lucas was going to remind the two of them to pay attention to where they were at the moment. A library is not a good place to learn charms. Just at this time, Filch's voice came again from outside the gates of the restricted section. "Professor Snape, I'm pretty sure those two boys are in there, but I can't spot them." "Filch, you've said it many times, don't worry, I'll take care of these two little mice." Snape's deep voice came and Lucas saw the twins visibly stiffen. Before casting the disillusionment charm again, he gave the twins a look. The two understood, and followed him cautiously towards the door. Lucas slowed down, afraid of making unnecessary noise. Seeing that the door is close at hand, the twins' wizard robes accidentally brushed against the door. In the silent library, this sound became very obvious. Hominum revelio. Finite incantatum. Snape swung his wand towards the door. A white light glowed from the top. The figures of the three suddenly appeared at the door. Fortunately, none of them are fools. When the spell sounded, the three of them had already run out of the gate, leaving only Snape behind. Lucas took the twins to the 7th floor of the castle and stopped by the wall with the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching ballet to a group of trolls. Watching Lucas walk back and forth in front of the tapestry, the twins looked puzzled. Soon, the two found a wooden door on the wall opposite the tapestry. Under their stunned gaze, Lucas stepped forward and opened the door. "Come on, hurry up, Dot." "Oh. This is really amazing. I didn't expect Hogwarts to have such a strange place." The twins entered the room. There are human-shaped wooden targets everywhere, just like a spell practice room. "Little Chief, what exactly is this place?" Lucas didn't hold back, and explained to the two with a smile. "This is called the Room of Requirements. Just like I did just now, just think about the room you need in your mind, and then walk back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, and the door of the corresponding room will appear." "The Room of Requirement," the twins said in unison. The two looked at each other. The unique tacit understanding of the twins allowed them to immediately understand each other's thoughts. "Oh. If I need a room full of prank props." Not waiting for Lucas to nod, Fred on the side slapped his younger brother George. "Hey, why don't you want a room full of galleons?" Seeing that the two of them planned to go out to experiment immediately, Lucas quickly stopped the two of them. "Don't dream, the things created by the room cannot be taken out, unless the items are also from the outside world." The twins suddenly lost interest in exploring. But upon hearing that Lucas was going to teach them the disillusionment charm, the two regained their spirits. Watching the twins practice the disillusionment spell by themselves, Lucas also took the time to glance at the system. He heard several beeps just now. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement. Explore the library, get rewards, 100 achievement points, gaddying with ghouls." "Congratulations to the host for a new achievement, the friendship of the Weasley twins, rewards, 50 achievement points, prank candy." "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, explore the Room of Requirements, reward, 200 achievement points." Lucas calculated carefully using his fingers. He got a total of 850 achievement points tonight. The harvest is rich and the results are gratifying. Watching the twins still practicing, Lucas hands the 2 prank candies he just got from the rewards. Immediately afterwards, the roar of lions and elephants resounded in the room. Amidst the laughter, the friendship between the three became deeper. "Little Chief, in order to thank you for your generosity, we are going to give you a special gift. It's a very, very miraculous gift, Little Chief, don't be too surprised when the time comes." Before parting, the twins said mysteriously. Watching the two cast the disillusionment spell and leave, Lucas also returned to the Slytherin common room. It has to be said, the talent of the twins is really good, the disillusionment spell is quite advanced and the two were able to barely display it in such a short period of time. The next day, Lucas walked into the Great Hall with a tired expression on his face. He felt the need to prepare some pepper-up potions. He didn't go to pull Ravenclaw's long table, because every morning the head of the grade has to make arrangements for the day. At this time, a flock of owls flew from outside, with most of them having a copy of the Daily Prophet in their talons. Lucas was looking forward to the news, wanting to see if there would be a report of his activities from last night. Chapter 37, The Turbulent Wizarding World. Lucas took the Daily Prophet from Hestia's claw. He picked up a piece of jerky from the table and fed it to her. What happened last night? Sure enough, the Daily Prophet has published it, and it's even in the headlines. Looking at the German Minister of Magic cursing angrily in the newspaper, Lucas sneered inwardly. Oh, Merlin read the newspaper quickly. The German Ministry of Magic has been attacked by mobs. The little wizard who saw the newspaper exclaimed, and the Great Hall immediately became lively. Looking at the ruins of the German Ministry of Magic in the newspaper, there were exclamations from every corner of the Great Hall. Reporters interviewed Minister Orwell, who insisted the attack was carried out by acolytes led by Grindelwald. Everyone knows that Grindelwald is now imprisoned in Nurmengard Castle's prison. Wizards in Germany believe that Minister Orwell just wants to put the blame on the Alliance. After all, everyone knows that Minister Orwell's big brother died at the hands of Gellert Grindelwald. The little wizard of Ravenclaw finished reading the contents of the newspaper aloud, and everyone in the place turned their eyes to the Slytherin table. Lucas just kept eating gracefully. He also saw what was in the newspaper and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that old guy Orwell to have such a relationship with him. The students in the Great Hall just took a brief look out of curiosity. They don't think that Lucas has the ability to go to Berlin in the middle of the night and make such a scene. Although most people no longer pay attention to him, there was still Dumbledore, who never took his eyes off Lucas. When he received the message this morning, the first thing he did was asking the portraits of previous headmasters about Lucas, and he learned that the other party was on a night tour of the castle last night. Dumbledore was relieved but still doubtful. According to the information he received, Abernathy was seriously injured yesterday afternoon. Vinda Rosier has been in Wiltshire and Lucas didn't leave school. Dumbledore couldn't think of anyone else who could call the Alliance together. Severus, I heard a lot of interesting things happened in the castle last night. It's just some idiot who got his head trampled by a troll looking for something exciting. The two had a seemingly simple conversation, but the meaning of their words were hiding a message. Sure, Snape met Lucas last night. Dumbledore dismissed his suspicions for the time being. Although he didn't think anyone could sneak into Hogwarts and take Lucas out. But it's better to be careful. Severus, sometimes you should be more lenient with the students. It is understandable that they are curious when they just came to Hogwarts. Snape swallowed the last mouthful of food, stood up and prepared to leave. Severus, if you have time, please take some potions for teeth healing to my office. My teeth are not feeling well lately. If you eat sweets without restraint, next time it will not be your teeth that will be damaged, but your brain, headmaster. After Snape finished speaking, he walked out through the small door on the side. In fact, both of them understood that the potion and the toothache were just a cover. Since it cannot be confirmed that what happened last night was done by the Alliance. Then Dumbledore had to wonder if it was another terrorist gang. And Severus Snape had been one of those guys. Coincidentally, the reporter from the Daily Prophet had the same thoughts as Dumbledore. Instead of just believing that the Alliance did it, it is better to believe that it is the revenge of the Death Eaters. After all, Voldemort had only disappeared for more than 10 years. At the beginning, most of his followers were in their prime of life. There are even a considerable number of people who have escaped the trial of the wizarding law. Hearing the name Death Eaters, the faces of the little wizards present became somewhat afraid. Even the little snakes of Slytherin. Oh Merlin, look at the next news. There are still people breaking into Gringotts. What happened to the wizarding world? What are the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic doing? Seeing how turbulent the wizarding world is at the moment, it left the younger students feeling a little scared. When Harry heard that Gringotts had been robbed, he immediately grabbed the newspaper. Vault 713, this is where Hagrid and I went to. Reading what's in the newspaper, Harry thought he had discovered something very remarkable. He put away the newspaper and planned to show it to Draco Malfoy later. Back at Slytherin's long table, Lucas finished the coffee in his cup, looked at the restless little snakes and said, "Next, I will announce two things. You have also seen the current situation. For your safety, before the Christmas holiday, learn at least one defensive spell. In addition, several of our chiefs have discussed that on the upcoming Halloween, we are going to hold a Halloween ball in the common room. Those who want to participate, please prepare costumes as soon as possible." Upon hearing what he said, the little snakes looked very excited. "Cool, thanks Chief for thinking about us." "Oh, the Halloween ball, that's a great opportunity." Hearing Blaise Zabini's words, the people present nodded unconsciously. For Slytherin students who have attended various banquets since childhood, a ball, in addition to relaxing, is also a good opportunity to improve or create new connections. Lucas wasn't the same as them. With his capacity, there is no need to think about these things at all. Seeing that Draco also looked excited, Lucas asked suspiciously, "Given the status of your Malfoy family in the British wizarding world, you shouldn't need to deliberately make friends with others, right?" "What are you talking about? I'm just excited about the flying lessons I'm waiting for, and I have an appointment with Harry to try it out." "Oh shit. This brat. It was a total waste of his Slytherin education. Also don't know if it's good or bad to have Draco and Harry as friends. Lucas only recently found out that this boy seems to have a tendency to develop into a stupid Gryffindor. Soon, breakfast was over and Lucas led the freshmen to the lawn outside the castle. Flying class was a big class taught to the 4 houses together. Seeing Lucas coming towards her, Hermione immediately waved her hand. Lucas, this way. Chapter 38, Brash Neville and a Fight. Flying Lessons. A compulsory course for wizards traveling long distances. Although there are more convenient methods such as apparition, the Floo network, portkeys, and the night bus. But it's not known if it is to maintain tradition or just for Quidditch, but every little wizard must learn to ride a broom. Lucas didn't think it was useful at all. It's not fast enough and there is no cover for rainy or snowy days, but seeing how excited the others were, he could only stand in line. The professor of the flight class is named Rolanda Hooch. Professor Hooch is an expert on broom flying and Quidditch. She has short gray hair and yellow hawk-like eyes. The first flight lesson is starting now. What are you waiting for? Everyone stand on the left side of your brooms. Waiting until everyone is on their positions, Professor Hooch went on to say, now stretch out your right hand, and then say to the broom, up. She had just finished speaking, and the word up could be heard everywhere as most kids were really excited to start flying. Both Harry and Draco have excellent flying talents. The two got their broom to respond almost at the same time. Ron Weasley on the side was a little slower. He, who claimed to have always played Quidditch before school, is not as good as Harry, who was exposed to brooms for the first time. When he finally got his broom to react, it even smacked him in the face, which embarrassed him greatly. Up, up. Hermione watched the broom rolling on the ground, and seeing that it didn't want to get up was making her upset. She suddenly heard laughter from the side. Not turning her head, she rolled her eyes silently. Mr. Lucas, it is very rude of you to mock a lady who is struggling like this. Beautiful lady, I didn't mean to laugh at you, I just laughed at your naughty broom. Humph, it seems like your broom is still on the ground. Glancing at the broom that Lucas had left on the ground, Hermione's eyes were a little smug. Although her flying talent seems to be poor, at least she could get the broom moving a bit. Lucas saw through her mind at a glance, so he looked at the broom on the ground and said softly, up, and the broom took off immediately. And that's not all, but the broom seems to have turned into a puppy wagging its tail. How do you feel now, beautiful Miss Hermione? Humph. About half an hour passed and most students finally completed their first preparations. Everyone straddled their broom, waiting for Professor Hooch's next instruction. Very well, relax. When you hear the whistle, you will kick the ground hard, hold on to the broom, and hover in the air first. Professor Hooch didn't get to finish her sentence and Neville Longbottom had already floated into the air. Fear and nervousness made his magic power extremely unstable. Seeing this, Professor Hooch quickly comforted him, Mr. Longbottom, calm down, you. Whoosh. Before finishing speaking again, Neville's broom completely lost control. There were exclamations on the lawn. Lucas propped up his broom and looked at Neville Longbottom, who was in the air. Speaking of Neville, this reckless Mr. Longbottom with a poor memory will make a great achievement in the future. Being recognized by Gryffindor's sword. At least it shows that this coward has made great progress in the future. Thinking about Gryffindor's sword, Lucas had another headache. He has no idea about how to complete the series of achievements of collecting the relics of the Big Four. Although he knows where these things are. But he couldn't find a way to dispose of Voldemort's soul fragments and use them even if he got them. Just when he was in a trance. Suddenly, screams came from beside him and he saw Longbottom being hung on the spear of the castle stoneman. It was about 80 feet above the ground at this point. Merlin, Neville's life may be in danger if he falls. Tear. Classmate Neville's wizard robe was torn from one side. Lucas looked at Miss Hermione Crowmouth Granger beside him. Didn't expect her to have such a skill. Ah. I don't know if it's the butterfly effect. But Neville had nothing to slow down his fall this time. Seeing that he was about to be smashed to paste, Lucas summoned his wand and pointed at him, Arresto Momentum. The spell hit Neville, making his fall extremely slow, he even floated in midair for a while and then he landed softly on the ground. Seeing that Neville was out of danger, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Especially Professor Hooch. Thank you Mr. Grindelwald, and I'll give Slytherin 10 points for your excellent spell work and helping out a classmate at critical moments. Thank you very much, Professor Hooch. The other students, seeing Lucas cast spells they couldn't so easily, made their eyes full of admiration. Padma Patil quietly wanted to get closer to Hermione. Princess Hermione, it looks like your knight is being targeted by many people, you have to be careful. Padma, what are you talking about? Don't hide it, Senior Cho Chang told me all about it. Learning that her little secret was betrayed by her best friend, Hermione blushed and was also a little angry. Although Neville was not injured. But he was too scared and passed out during the fall. Professor Hooch immediately picked him up and walked towards the infirmary. Before leaving, she also asked everyone not to fly at will or they would be punished severely. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, acting bravely for righteousness, rewards, 20 achievement points and a remembrall. System, I saved someone's life, why only 20 achievement points? The event of being brave for righteousness is too easy for the host, so the reward achievement points are reduced. He shut down the system sullenly. Before Lucas could turn around, he heard the quarrel between Draco and Ron coming from behind. When he wants to understand the situation. The two of them had already rode brooms and flew out like arrows leaving the string. Chapter 39, Ron's Jealousy, Harry in a Dilemma. Not long after Professor Hooch left, Draco Malfoy remembered the agreement with Harry. Harry, do you want to come to practice? Just in time, I can tell you how to play Quidditch. Friendships between young wizards are often as simple as that, and it certainly is also very simple for a certain Weasley to become jealous of someone. Ron looked at the two walking side by side. Don't mention just how uncomfortable it makes him feel. Ron thought that since he was the one who met Harry first, he should be the other person's best friend. And the Malfoys are Death Eaters. So how could Harry Potter be friends with the children of Death Eaters? Ron complained in his mind. Seeing two people holding brooms and preparing to take off, he rushed over immediately to interrupt them. Harry, what are you doing? How about taking me with you as well? Looking at Ron running towards him, Harry nodded in agreement without hesitation. He also wants to resolve the conflict between Draco and Ron. Both are his good friends, so he didn't want to be in a dilemma every time. The young innocent Harry fantasized about the future adventures of the three of them together, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. Ron, Draco is going to teach me how to play Quidditch. Didn't you say you often play it at home? Come and teach me too. No problem, Harry, trust me, the rules are actually very simple. Ron flew unsteadily to the two of them on his broom. He even pushed Draco off to the side. You. Draco. Looking at the begging in Harry's green eyes, Draco took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. The three of them flew slowly in the air like this. In the way, Ron's mouth kept talking about the rules of Quidditch, not giving Draco a chance to speak at all. Harry looked very embarrassed on the side. In fact, Draco has already told himself all of these things. It was just an excuse, but who knew that Ron would actually take it so seriously? Listening to the chattering voice that talked nonstop, Draco snorted impatiently. This also attracted the dissatisfaction of Ron Weasley, who was looking for an excuse to start a fight with him just to keep him away from Harry. Hey, Malfoy, do you think there's something wrong with my explanation? Draco looked at Harry, and replied after a few seconds, no, you speak very well, but I don't know if your technique is as good as your mouth. Would you like to compete? Ron asked with a flushed face. Ron's proposal hit the nail on the head. Draco Malfoy frowned, as you wish. He took out a remembrall from inside his robes. This is what Neville Longbottom dropped on the ground just now. Whoever gets the remembrall first wins, how is it? Of course, if anyone accidentally breaks it, he will have to buy Mr. Longbottom a new one. Weasley, do you dare? Let's do it. Ron wanted to save face. Immediately after agreeing, he held his broom tightly with both hands. Well then, to be fair, Harry will throw the ball. Handing the remembrall to Harry, Draco reminded, Harry, just use the launching spell I gave you a few days ago. Harry nodded, drew his wand and pointed it at the remembrall. Whatawasi. The ball instantly flew into the sky far away. Draco started immediately, and flew across the sky like a hawk finding its prey. As for Ron, his start was half a beat slower, and the flight path was not as stable as Draco's. But even so, relying on his courage alone, he slowly caught up with Draco. On the ground, students from all four houses were rooting for whom they supported. Only Hermione frowned. How could they do this? Professor Hooch said that we are not allowed to fly without authorization, and points will be deducted. And it's too dangerous for them to compete like this. What if something happens? Hermione stared at Lucas after she finished speaking, as if she wanted to hear his opinion. Hermione, Draco's flying level is not low. Trust him, it's fine. As for Professor Hooch, as long as they land before she comes back, I think there will be no problem. Hermione rolled her eyes. Although she didn't quite agree, she didn't refute again. It seemed that they had acquiesced in the actions of the three of them. At this time, Draco had caught up to the memory ball and he looked contemptuously at Ron Weasley, who was half a body behind. This competition was too easy for Draco. He didn't even use his full strength. Sorry Weasley, I won the contest. He reached for the memory ball, but just when his fingertips touched the sphere, the broom suddenly lost control and began to fly left and right. It turned out that Ron, who saw that he was about to lose the contest, in desperation, slammed into the tail of Draco's broom. By the time Draco got the broom steady again, he was a long way behind Ron, making his expression turn ruthless. Immediately accelerated his broom and chased after him. The two collided with each other in the air repeatedly, and in the end, no one was pleased, because instead of catching it, they ended up smashing Neville's remembrall. Shit, Weasley, you scumbag. Forget it, Malfoy, who doesn't know that everyone in your family is a Death Eater, so you shouldn't pretend to be a good person here, just like your friend, it looks disgusting. Weasley, I dare you to say that again, Let me tell you, you and your family are Death Eaters, and your friend is an evil dark wizard. I read in the newspaper about what he did. Bastard. Draco drew his wand and pointed it at Ron Weasley. Seeing this, Harry hurriedly stood between the two of them. If you have something to say, let's go down first. Harry, get out of the way, Weasley must apologize to me and my friends today. Draco said seriously. Without waiting for Harry to continue persuading. Ron said, apologize. What I said is the truth, why should I apologize? Draco's face looked ruthless, and pointed at Ron with his wand, stupefy. Chapter 40, The Crazy Reduction of House Points. Draco learned the spell from Lucas, but because the study time is still short, the effect was not very strong. But, it wasn't Ron Weasley that he was targeting either. Being a Slytherin, he clearly knew the consequences of using the spell to hit his classmates. So, the stunning spell just hit Ron's broom and the magic attached to the spell made Ron spin several times in the air. Waiting until the broom has stabilized, Ron drew his own wand as well. No one knows what spell he used, but everyone saw a red light flying towards Draco, who evaded the spell hastily. Unfortunately, the broom was hit by the spell and set on fire. It was the fire-making charm. Lucas took his broom and with a kick of both feet, he flew towards Draco. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, First Flight, reward, 20 achievement points. At this moment, Draco's broom was completely out of control and the speed was even faster than Neville just now. Seeing this, Harry rushed to Draco, trying to save him from the broom. Lucas, who arrived a little later, was going to help as well. Ron on the side taunted, what? When you saw Malfoy in danger, you came to help immediately. Sure enough, they are a group of like-minded guys. Ron Weasley, did you cast the fire-making charm on Draco himself? I do not know what you're talking about. Although Ron didn't admit it, his unnatural expression had already betrayed himself. Lucas' finger pointed covertly at the opponent's broom. Then chanted the incantation of the confusion spell in a very small voice. When the confusion charm is cast, it has no color and no sound and it can interfere with people or objects silently. The broom under Ron suddenly began to swing wildly. It seems to be planning to throw him off. After doing that, Lucas lowered his body and continued towards Draco on his broom. He never thought of himself as a good person. But like other Slytherins, he will never betray his established friendships. Like the Sorting Hat in the back-to-school song. In Slytherin, you can make the truest friends. So Lucas didn't mind teaching Ron Weasley a lesson. As for whether the other party's life will be in danger, he is not worried. When Lucas passed the tower just now, he noticed that Professor McGonagall was looking in their direction. Well, even if Weasley fell to his death, a Weasley less a Weasley more, who cares? He won't be missed. The performance of the ancient shooting star was brought over the limit by Lucas. The people on the ground only saw his figure disappear in a flash. Even the fastest eyes can't catch up. Soon, Lucas caught up with the two in front. Seeing him coming, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Lucas, Draco's broom is out of control and I can't get close at all. Leave it to me, you prepare to catch him. With that said, Lucas drew his wand and pointed it at Draco's broom. Finite incantatum. The spell hit successfully and the broom flying around immediately stopped. But due to the spell, the magic enchantments in the broom were stopped as well. The flying broom in Draco's hands temporarily became a common broom. Harry. Watching the rapidly falling Draco, Harry immediately controlled the broom and chased after him. Finally, he hugged him by the waist before he was about to hit the ground. Lucas raised his eyebrows in midair and let out a whistle. Merlin's beard, how dare you do that? Professor McGonagall's angry voice came from the direction of the castle. Looking at Ron, who was still struggling in midair. With a wave of her wand, she turned the broom into a feather. The strong sense of weightlessness made Ron think he was dead, but unexpectedly, he landed on a super long slide. It's really a clever transfiguration spell. Lucas, who had witnessed everything, couldn't help saying. Ron followed the slide to a place about 3 meters above the ground and Professor McGonagall waved her wand again. Ron let out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground. The sound of bones breaking came clearly to everyone's ears. This was to teach cause and effect to the students of the 4 houses. She called Harry to her side again and questioned him in detail. Professor McGonagall, who knew the whole process, took Ron's wand in her hand. Priori incantatum. Everyone saw a crimson light blooming in front of Ron's wand and Professor McGonagall's expression immediately became serious. Mr. Ron Weasley, I never imagined that one day the students of my house would cast jinxes on their classmates. And you're only in 1st grade, you're such a disappointment to me, I'll send a letter to your parents so they know about this. Also, 50 points from Gryffindor for your disappointing performance. Ron became anxious when he heard it. He ignored his misplaced arm. Standing up and shouting, it's all Malfoy's fault, he's a damn Death Eater. Shut up, Mr. Weasley, there are only students in the school, there are no Death Eaters, and Gryffindor will be deducted another 50 points for slandering your classmates. At this moment, the lion cubs hated the red-haired fool and his big mouth. Professor McGonagall looked at Draco and Harry again. The 2 of you take charge of the flight without authorization, and 10 points will be deducted from each. Mr. Draco Malfoy, you took the lead in using a spell on your classmates, and I will deduct 20 points from Slytherin. Good guy. In just a few seconds, the Slytherin lost 30 points. In the past 2 days, Lucas didn't earn enough points to deduct. Fortunately, Gryffindor was worse than them, losing 110 points. This has just started, and they have basically lost their qualifications for the House Cup. Let's thank the great Mr. Ronald Weasley. Professor McGonagall looked at Lucas one last time and said, in recognition of Mr. Grindelwald's life-saving behavior, Slytherin will add 10 points. After saying that, Professor McGonagall took Harry and Ron to the castle. Lucas knows. With this departure, Harry will probably become the youngest Seeker at Hogwarts in a century. Soon, the flying lessons were over. Lucas was just planning to go back to the dormitory to rest, but he saw Professor Snape walking towards him with a gloomy face. Grindelwald, Malfoy, you two come with me. Draco trembled all over, he was too familiar with the other party's expression. This is the standard angry look. Chapter 41, Halloween is coming. Mr. Malfoy, if you like Gryffindor so much, as your head of house, I can consider making an exception for you to transfer. Professor, I don't want to listen to your explanation. Your recklessness and stupidity are disgusting. Even trolls are 100 times smarter than you. Now, leave my office immediately, I will notify Lucius later, let your father discipline you. Draco's face turned pale. Probably frightened by Professor Snape's words. Watching him walk out of the office slowly with his head down, Lucas sighed, Professor, you seem to have scared him. Mr. Grindelwald thinks he's fine. Lucas. Was it wrong for him to save people? Looking at him puzzled, Professor Snape said softly, ingenious confusion spell, if you don't check the broom, I'm afraid everyone will be fooled by you. Mr. Grindelwald, do you know what you're doing? You're murdering your own classmates. Snape stared intently at the blonde boy in front of him. The office suddenly became quiet. After a while, Lucas laughed suddenly, Professor, your joke is not funny at all. You can check my wand. I didn't use any confusion spell. Snort. Snape didn't believe what he said, the boy in front of him is much more cunning than he imagined. Although Dumbledore had confirmed that Lucas had nothing to do with the German Ministry of Magic incident last night. But Snape's intuition was telling him that the person who destroyed the German Ministry of Magic is the boy in front of him. Mr. Grindelwald, the wizarding world has been put at risk recently because of some confusion caused by certain people. Even those children from wizarding families look frightened, but I didn't see the slightest panic on your face. Why? Aren't you afraid of those who do evil everywhere? Scared. Of course I'm afraid. Lucas replied with a nod. But isn't this Hogwarts? No one will break in here and make trouble, right? I trust the headmaster and the professors, so I am not afraid. Snape stared at the blue eyes in front of him, and it took a long time before he spoke. Let's hope so. Let's talk about another thing. The Quidditch house team is missing a good seeker. Marcus Flint recommended you to me, Mr. Grindelwald, I don't think you will refuse. Well. Professor Snape, could you please not be so overtly threatening? He saw that the other party just took out Lucas' potion homework. Looking at the way Snape looks, if he doesn't agree. Lucas is afraid that he's going to get a troll for this assignment. It is my duty to win honor for the house, Professor. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, he saw an extra O, outstanding, on the parchment. What? Think I'm going to threaten you with grades, Mr. Grindelwald? How could it be? I trust Professor Snape as a person. If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Well, don't forget to come to my office for your detention later today. Leaving Professor Snape's office, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore would send Professor Snape to watch him. Thinking of himself being treated the same way as Voldemort, Lucas shook his head and chuckled a little. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the little wizards lived in Hogwarts for nearly 2 months. The weather is getting cooler, making the students put on thick robes and wear a scarf that represents their respective houses. Slytherin dormitory. Lucas stared at the letter in his hand, lost in thought. The German Ministry of Magic has reached an agreement with the British Ministry of Magic. After Halloween, before Christmas, someone will come to England for a visit. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that the German Ministry of Magic is here to make trouble. And today is the last day of October, which is the annual Halloween. I hope that poor Quirrell can win a little bit tonight. If I mess up, I will lose my trump card against those people in Germany. Lucas put away the letter, it will be of great use later. System, open my character list. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Identity, leader of the Alliance, son of Gellert Grindelwald, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, First Awakening. Talent, Void Fisher. Magic power, 15, common aura level. Charms, 8. Transfiguration, 4. Dark arts, 9, full level. Divination, 3. Potions, 2. Skills, Occlumency, level 9, Fire Shield, level 8, Disillusionment Charm, level 5, Killing Curse, level 9, Shattering Curse, level 3, Transformation Spell, level 4. Magic item, Felix Felicis. Achievement points, 19,750. After 2 months of exploration, Lucas got a lot of achievement points and his performance in class was also impeccable. The purpose is to have enough achievement points to participate in the lottery after the platinum prize pool opens tonight. Hard work pay off. These 2 months were really not in vain, and he was only a little short of saving 20,000 achievement points. Because of Lucas' outstanding performance, he has a great reputation among the students of the 4 houses. He is now the representative of excellent students in everyone's mind. Someone who is destined to become a prefect and head boy in the future. Besides, Lucas' magic power has also reached 15, which is stronger than that of an adult wizard and has reached the level of an aura. The biggest gain is the transformation spell. Joining Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club quickly raised his transfiguration spell to level 4. Closing the status list, Lucas went to the closet to choose what to wear to the ball tonight. At this time, the door of the dormitory was suddenly opened from the outside. "Lucas, come and see how my clothes look, I've been choosing them for tonight's ball." "Mr. Draco Malfoy, has no one ever taught you to knock before entering someone else's room?" Looking at Lucas' unfriendly eyes, Draco smirked and exited the room. "Knock knock. Come in." "Hey Lucas, how are my clothes?" Draco stands there looking like a proud peacock. Lucas nodded perfunctorily. "I'm going to invite Harry to our ball tonight, how about you?" The boy who lived coming to Slytherin. "I don't think Pansy would be happy if she figured it out. She's been waiting for tonight's ball for a long time." "What's that got to do with Pansy Parkinson?" Seeing that the clueless boy didn't understand, Lucas shrugged and didn't continue talking. "Okay, it's time for the charms class, quickly change back to the school robe, let's go to class." After saying that, Lucas picked up the wand on the table and walked out. Chapter 42, Exploration Achievements Have Other Mysteries. Damn it, my application to join the house Quidditch team was rejected again. On the way to the charms classroom, Draco waved the application form and grumbled dissatisfiedly. "You and Harry are both on the house team, why can't I?" As he saw his friend beside him with a look of displeasure, Lucas said helplessly, "Didn't I give you an idea a long time ago? Ask your father to sponsor the latest broomstick for the team." "Don't mention it. The letter from my father was 6 feet long because of the last flight lesson." "Oh, why should I bring this up?" It seemed that he remembered the contents of the letter and he covered his head in pain. "So, how dare I ask for so many broomsticks?" "You don't dare. Didn't you write a letter to your family recently?" Seeing Draco nodding, Lucas patted him on the shoulder. "This silly boy, when they go on Christmas holiday, will probably, inevitably be pissing off Lucius Malfoy." Charms classroom. Professor Phileas Flitwick is standing on a stack of books giving a lecture. It is said that the professor has goblin blood, and that's why he's so small. But the professor's skill with a wand should not be underestimated. You must know that Professor Flitwick was the champion of international dueling competitions for 2 consecutive times. "Oh, it's good to see you again. Today we are going to talk about the levitation spell. Wingardium Leviosa." Professor Flitwick made a swish and flick with his wand and the books beside him started floating in the air. Seeing the curious and admiring eyes of the little wizards, the smile on Flitwick's face widened again. "Next, I'll find a classmate to demonstrate, Mr. Grindelwald, if that is all right with you." "Thank you for this opportunity, Professor." After 2 months of classes, professors of various subjects seem to have formed a tacit understanding. Whenever they want a student to demonstrate something, the first choice is always Lucas. This also allowed him to gain a lot of achievement points, while also adding a lot of points to Slytherin. Wingardium Leviosa. Accompanied by the incantation, the books and feathers on everyone's desk started floating in the air. Professor Flitwick yelled in feigned surprise, and he even, accidentally, fell off the book pile he was standing on. His actions made the little wizards laugh heartily. This is the head of Ravenclaw House, Phileas Flitwick. A gentle, humorous professor. Oh, perfect levitation spell, 5 points for Slytherin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the achievement, perfect levitation charm, reward, 50 achievement points, holiday bonus. There are still 200 achievement points to go. Hearing the system prompt, Lucas mentally calculated how far away he was from 20,000 achievement points. As long as the troll appears as expected tonight, it shouldn't be a big problem to make up the remaining 200 achievement points. As for why it can't be done in other classes, it's because the next subject is History of Magic. It's well known that Cuthbert Binns of History of Magic only reads from textbooks and otherwise ignores the student's presence altogether. After Lucas' demonstration, the other students also started to practice. As Hogwarts explosives expert, Mr. Seamus Finnegan lived up to expectations and once again blew his practice feather to pieces. Ron next to him also suffered and had black soot all over his face. As for why Ron didn't sit with Harry, Lucas turned his head to look at Draco and Harry, who were studying the levitation charm together. He doesn't know if his decision was good or bad in helping Draco befriend Harry, he just hopes that Lucius Malfoy will not blame him. Soon, it's time for the class to end. The little wizards were still full of ideas and even hoped that the next lesson would still be charms. Lucas walked out of the classroom under the eyes of everyone. Coincidentally, he met Miss Hermione Granger, who also finished her own class. Lucas, are you still reading in our common room tonight? Oh. Joking voices came from all around. Lucas was perhaps the first Slytherin in years to enter the Ravenclaw common room. I'm afraid not today, have you forgotten? There will be a Halloween ball tonight. Oh, look at my memory, Lucas, what kind of clothes do you think I should wear? You look beautiful in anything, so be confident, Miss Hermione. Hearing what he said, Hermione relaxed quite a bit. As for Hermione, a muggle-born child, will she be bullied when she goes to Slytherin? Lucas wasn't worried about that. As long as he is there, others dare not say excessive words, at most they will just ignore her. Oh, the handsome little chief actually invited Miss Hermione to the ball, what an enviable friendship. Yes, poor Fred and George, they are very curious about the Slytherin ball. It's a pity that no one invited them. The twins came out of nowhere. The two spoke one by one, teasing Lucas and Hermione. You, talk slowly, I'm going to the Great Hall first. The easily embarrassed Hermione ran towards the Great Hall with her head down, and Lucas gave the two of them a reproachful look. Hey, little chief, your eyes are detrimental to your usual elegant image. Okay, well, as an apology, the Weasley twins will present you with a precious gift. He followed the twins to a deserted corner of the castle where the two mysteriously took out a piece of folded old parchment. Lucas immediately perked up. The Marauder's map, he has been waiting a long time to get his hands on it. We secretly took this from Filch's office, and we studied it for a long time before we knew how to use it. Little chief, please keep your eyes open, the next moment will be a miracle. The twins looked at each other, then drew their wands. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Chapter 43, The Increasingly Mysterious Hogwarts. Black ink outlined Hogwarts on the parchment. The Marauder's map is so comprehensive that it even includes the Forbidden Forest. You have to admit that the Marauders were indeed geniuses. Look, our little chief is stunned. George, it's not his fault, Lucas has never seen such a miraculous thing. Of course, Fred, not everyone is as stable as you and me. He gave the two of them an elegant deadpan look. Lucas solemnly put away the Marauder's map. Fred, George, thank you for the present, I like it very much. The twins smiled happily. Just like it, the gift has been delivered, let's go to the Great Hall quickly, the delicious food will all be gone if we are too late. The two scrambled to the direction of the Great Hall and Lucas strolled after them. Probably because of the holiday, today the place is busier than ever. Even the Slytherins were talking a lot louder than usual. Lucas came to Ravenclaw's long table as usual, sitting next to Hermione under everyone's ambiguous gazes. Although she's already used to it, Hermione's cheeks still blushed a bit. Lucas, you kidnapped our little princess from Ravenclaw, shouldn't you compensate us with something? Cho Chang opened her mouth to tease the two of them. In exchange she received a gentle thump from Hermione. However, she did not deny the other party's words. Okay, whatever you want to ask, just say it. Lucas smiled and said to the students of Ravenclaw. Since he always goes to their common room lately, his relationship with the young eagles is very good. Actually, Lucas initially just wanted to complete the exploration achievement. He didn't expect that there would be so many books in their common room. But it is also strange to say. Lucas has explored Hogwarts Castle all over the past few months. Whether it is the teaching area or the library, or the infirmary, or even the third-floor corridor guarded by the three-headed dog Fluffy. Without exception, they all gave him exploration achievement points. But it's strange. The four major houses, except for the achievements of basic exploration, such as the small number of achievement points given by places such as the common room. The overall exploration progress has not been completed. Slytherin area, Lucas can probably guess why, because he still lacks the Chamber of Secrets. The same problem occurred with Ravenclaw. Did Rowena Ravenclaw also build a hidden secret room? So what about the other two founders? Are they also harboring secrets within the castle? Lucas became more and more interested in the castle. It's like decrypting an expedition, the more you discover the more you realize that this castle still hides many unknown secrets. Soon it was evening. Lucas rubbed his eyes and walked out of the History of Magic classroom. It's not that he doesn't want to listen carefully, it's just that Cuthbert Binns is too hypnotizing with his droning voice. Halloween is a very important festival for Hogwarts students. The road to the Great Hall was full of chattering and laughter. The students were walking in groups of 3 or 4, discussing what kind of sumptuous dinner they will have tonight. Inside the Great Hall, all the candles that used to float in the air were replaced with pumpkin lanterns in order to set the atmosphere of Halloween. The ceiling, which was originally bright with stars and moon, has become cloudy at this moment, and thunder can be heard from time to time. The long tables of the 4 houses have already been filled with rich food, and there are countless cakes along with candies. Oh! I love Halloween. The little wizards rushed towards the long table cheering. Lucas also came to his place and sat down. Looking at the little snakes who are smiling and communicating in low voices. I hope they can smile like this again for a while. Lucas looked at the teacher's table and he was relieved to find that Quirinus Quirrell was not in his seat. He was really afraid that his presence would affect the storyline. Now everything seems to be going according to plan. Praise the powerful plot restoration power. Just when Lucas was about to look away. Suddenly, Dumbledore was looking at him. Noticing that he was aware, Dumbledore raised the goblet in his hand as a sign. Lucas, why don't you eat? If you don't hurry up, you won't be able to catch up with the ball later. Draco, who was eating in a graceful but fast manner, paused for a moment to speak. Lucas raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party, his eyes full of disgust. The door of the Great Hall was suddenly pushed open and Professor Quirrell entered in a panic. Troll. There is a troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know. After finishing speaking, Quirrell rolled his eyes and passed out. The room became very quiet. After a short silence, the students started to scream in terror. Troll. Ugly, stupid, and powerful. Because of the high resistance to magic, it is very difficult for ordinary adult wizards to defeat them. The Great Hall gradually became chaotic. The students who felt the danger wanted to escape here as soon as possible. The same goes for the little snakes of Slytherin. But compared to people from other houses, they are a little calmer. But even so, the slightly trembling body still exposed the inner fear of the little snakes. Calm down. Lucas reassured his classmates. He turned his gaze to the prefect Gemma Farley not far away. Prefect, can we let the seniors protect us in the middle? No problem, that is how it should be. After Gemma finished speaking, she looked at the other grade chiefs. Everyone acted quickly. At this time, Dumbledore also stood up and presided over the situation. Under his arrangement, the students of each house returned to the dormitory under the leadership of the prefects in an orderly manner. Lucas. Cho Chang anxiously came to Lucas. Hermione went to the bathroom just now, and she hasn't come back until now. Is she okay? Damn it. This damn plot restoration. Lucas handed the first year's command over to Draco and immediately after ran to the women's bathroom. Chapter 44, A Big Fool with Full Magic Resistance. Second floor of Hogwarts Castle, women's bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, Hermione grumbled. Hermione Granger, look at your figure, you are going to attend Lucas' ball later, so please keep your mouth shut. After blaming herself for a long time, Hermione turned off the sink tap in frustration. Ever since she met Lucas she found herself worrying about unimportant things all the time. This has never been the case before. Well. Hermione sighed and turned to go back to the Great Hall. Not knowing if it is an illusion, she seemed to feel the ground shaking. Looking at the giant monster that completely blocked the door, Hermione rubbed her eyes and said in disbelief, Merlin, how could there be such a thing in school? Although she was surprised, she didn't just stand there waiting to die. In fact, after a long time interacting with Lucas, Hermione has become calmer than before. Stupefy. Hermione's stunning spell hit the troll successfully. But it just made the big monster shake its head. Tisk. Hermione took 2 steps back again, raising her wand to aim at the troll. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. Petrificus totalis. A series of 3 petrification spells only slowed down the troll's movements. Hermione saw her chance and tried to slip away from between the troll's feet. But she still underestimated the troll's magic resistance. She had just reached the troll's feet and the opponent had already recovered from the influence of the petrification curse. The troll raised the club and swung it hard at Hermione. The wooden stick rubbed against the air, making a loud whistling sound that made Hermione freeze in place. In the nick of time, Lucas' voice came from outside the door. Hermione, hide against the wall. Subconsciously doing as Lucas said, Hermione had just approached the wall on the side of the door when she heard the sound of incantations coming from outside. Stupefy. A blinding red light hit the troll's back. The powerful magic of the spell knocked the troll into the air, causing it to hit the wall inside the bathroom. Due to the huge size of the monster, the wooden cubicles in the bathroom were smashed by it. Lucas. At this moment, Lucas has tens of millions of special effects in Hermione's eyes. It is simply radiant and handsome like a knight in shining armor. Hermione threw herself into his arms, calling out his name with sobs. It's all right. Lucas patted Hermione on the back, keeping his eyes on the troll. Although the powerful spell knocked the giant monster into the air. But the stunning effect is not satisfactory. A few seconds passed, and the troll shook his head and stood up. Having been hurt by Lucas, the troll roared, expressing his anger. Hermione, I'll deal with the troll first, you get behind me. Be careful, trolls have extremely high magic resistance, and they are hard to deal with. It's better to wait for the professors to come. Seeing the worry in the girl's eyes, Lucas chuckled and said, don't worry, it has strong magic resistance, so won't it be fine as long as I don't directly attack it with magic spells? In Hermione's puzzled eyes, Lucas waved his wand and said, Incarcerus. He cast 3 such spells in a row. 3 thick ropes firmly trapped the troll on the wall. The giant beast struggled hard for some time and managed to pull one of the ropes out of the wall. Lucas wasn't going to give it a chance to break free. The wand waved lightly and the broken wood on the ground was suspended in the air. Lucas cast the transfiguration spell on the wood and in an instant, there were many sharp weapons such as swords, arrows, and spears in the bathroom. Magic resistance is full. I hope your thick-skinned appearance can block it a few more times. Lucas' eyes turned cold after he finished speaking. The wand pointed at the troll and said, Wadawasi. All the weapons floating in midair were launched at once, breaking through the air, they flew towards the giant monster. Lucas reached out and covered Hermione's eyes. The sensible girl didn't struggle. The sound of weapons cutting through flesh reached her ears, making the girl's body tremble. Merlin's smelly socks, what the hell is going on here, Mr. Grindelwald? There was the sound of chaotic footsteps behind him. Professor McGonagall looked at Lucas and Hermione first. Seeing that the two of them were safe and sound, they were relieved. Immediately afterwards, she saw the tragic death of the troll. Oh Merlin, the troll is dead. You made this, Lucas. Sorry, Professor, Hermione was in danger at the time, and the common spells were useless against the troll. I could only use transfiguration against it and I seem to have gone a bit overboard. Lucas looked at the professors apologetically. Looking at the dead troll, Snape narrowed his eyes and gazed at Lucas meaningfully. Can defeat trolls that even most adult wizards cannot defeat. Lucas looked suspicious again in his eyes. Especially after knowing that the Savior Potter has a good relationship with Lucas, Snape placed Lucas' danger level above that of Quirrell. It's not your fault, dear, on the contrary, your transfiguration spell is eye-opening. As a professor of transfiguration, Minerva McGonagall saw the essence of those swords and spears at a glance. Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, I give 10 points to Slytherin for bravely facing the troll and rescuing your classmate. Thank you very much, Professor. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Troll Slayer, reward, 300 achievement points, holiday bonus, Troll Snot. Ding, the limited platinum prize pool for Halloween is open, this prize pool will last until 12 midnight, host please spend as much as you want. The professors stayed behind to clean up the mess while Lucas sent Hermione back to the Ravenclaw dormitory. When he returned to Slytherin's common room he found everyone gathered there. Lucas, are you okay? I heard you encountered a troll. Draco asked worriedly. When everyone saw him coming back, they immediately surrounded him. Lucas shook his head. Seeing that everyone was wearing wizard robes, he asked curiously. What's the matter? Is the ball cancelled? Hearing his question, the faces of Draco and others immediately became ugly. Chapter 45, Draco's Power. Small Christmas Gift 1/4 chapters today. Seeing that the faces of several people were not right, Lucas turned to look at the others again and saw that everyone in the common room looked unhappy. The ball was cancelled. That's not exactly true. Eli Macmillan replied. It's just that something like this happened, and everyone is not interested. As soon as Eli finished speaking, Draco continued. The prefect just informed us that no student is allowed to leave the dormitory of their house without authorization tonight. In other words, none of the friends we invited to the ball can come, so who is interested in attending the ball? Draco's tone was full of complaints. Only then did Lucas understand why everyone looked unhappy. He heard that someone had been preparing for this ball for more than a month. But now the people they invited can't come, which is really disappointing. Lucas went to sit on the sofa in the middle of the room while Draco and others also sat around him. Others surrounded several people in the middle. Don't be depressed, everyone. We will live in Hogwarts for several years in the future. The ball can be held at any time, right? Lucas had just finished speaking when Pansy Parkinson's haughty voice came from the side. Although what you said is correct, our preparations for so many days can't be in vain, right? For today, I asked my family to send all the most beautiful and expensive dresses. As Pansy's good friend, Daphne Greengrass nodded quickly. That's right, I wrote letters to show off in front of my sister for a long time, now I'm going to be laughed at by that little girl. Apart from the two of them. Others more or less have some reasons of their own. Lucas seems to have become the object of everyone's confidence as if they expected him to solve all of their problems. Waiting until all the complaints are over. He smiled and said, there's nothing we can do about it, and we can't reason with idiots like trolls. The professors are also thinking about our safety. What if there is another one outside? Let's wait for the professors to deal with everything before talking about the ball. There might be another one. Merlin, what is Dumbledore doing? Why are there trolls in the school? Draco Malfoy said in disbelief. Did he use Hogwarts as a playground for monsters? It's too much. Draco, calm down, to appease the other party's emotions. Lucas looked at everyone curiously. Such a big incident happened, have you sent a letter to your family to report that you are safe? Pansy and the others blinked and shook their heads neatly. Draco frowned slightly and said, why do we need to tell our family about such a small matter? Wow. Our little Draco has finally grown up and stopped looking for daddy. Faced with Lucas teasing, Draco became furious. But before he could speak, Lucas continued. But you should find your father this time, shouldn't you? Seeing Lucas' meaningful eyes, Draco frowned. Obviously, Lucas's words have other meanings. As a Slytherin, even if he is always mixed with lions, it can't change the Slytherin characteristics of Draco. He just thought for a moment before he understood what Lucas meant. Not only him, but the other little snakes also suddenly realized. Everyone looked at each other, and immediately got up and went back to the room to write letters to their families. Lucas smiled, got up and said to the rest. Tomorrow is our first Quidditch match of the semester with Gryffindor, everyone rest early. After saying that, he walked to his dormitory. After making sure that Lucas was gone, several other grade chiefs got together. Second-year Chief Eli Macmillan was the first to ask, "What do you guys think?" Payne Travers said with great interest, "It seems that our first-year chief is planning something. As his seniors, we should help. I'm going to let the guys in the 6th grade recall the things they used to do when they were young, and write to their parents to complain." After finishing speaking, Payne walked into the boys' dormitory. Several other people looked at each other and smiled, and soon left the common room. Lucas returned to the room and immediately locked the door before throwing himself on the soft bed. He looked at the virtual platinum prize pool in front of him and said, "System, use all my achievement points to draw the platinum prize pool." It is detected that the host has a total of 20,100 achievement points. The platinum prize pool is 200 achievement points each draw, and a total of 100 lottery draws can be made. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yes, use them all. The voice just fell and a dazzling light appeared in front of Lucas' eyes. Because there were too many draws, he couldn't even open his eyes from the brilliance of the rewards at all levels. Fortunately, it all was over soon. Immediately afterwards, a system beep sounded in Lucas' ear. The lottery draw is over, and this lottery draw has won 45 bronze rewards, 33 silver rewards, 18 gold rewards, and 4 platinum rewards. Because there are too many rewards, the system will integrate and display duplicate rewards for you. Bronze rewards received this time, 17 prizes of golden galleons, total amount, 1420, 3 Halloween limited wizard hats, 8 kinds of Honeyduke's candies, 1 popular game console, 6 trendy men's wizard robes, Rue Essence 3 bottles, Mandrake Leaf *7. Chapter 46, Another Step Towards the Strongest Dark Wizard, The Quarrel in the Headmaster's Office. February 4th. Silver rewards for this lottery, Household Magic, Level 1, *9, Cleaning Charm, Level 1, *7, Animation Charm, Level 3, *6, Impervious, Level 1, *9, Transfiguration Master's Practice Experience, Nimbus 2000, Modified. Gold rewards for this lucky draw, Talent Points 2x3, Fire Shield, Level 7, *3, Cruciatus Curse, Level 6, Cruciatus Curse, Level 5, *3, Imperious Curse, Level 7, *4, Veritaserum *2, Magic Weave Embroidery *1, Felix Felicis *1. Platinum rewards for this lottery, Talent Eye of Foresight, Item Mirror Crystal, Ancient Elven Magic Soul Devouring, Level 1, Item Talent Breakthrough Card. 100 total rewards. Just looking at it is already dazzling. Putting the low-level rewards aside, Lucas first looked at the 4 platinum rewards. Eye of Foresight, upgradable, can predict the future up to 10 seconds. Compared with those wizards who know divination, the ability to predict for 10 seconds doesn't seem to be very useful. But if it is used in battle, it will be different. Always anticipating the enemy's next moves is a very terrifying ability. His eyes felt cool for a while, and the Eye of Foresight successfully completed the fusion. Mirror Crystal, this item can 100% replicate an item. The copied counterfeit has only 10% of the power of the original item. And this prop cannot be used for human reproduction. Looking at the transparent rhombic crystal in his hand, Lucas stared at it thoughtfully. The appearance of this prop gave him a little idea about the Philosopher's Stone. Keeping the mirror crystal in a safe place, Lucas looked at the remaining 2 rewards. Soul Devouring, Level 1, devour the target's soul power with elf magic and condense it into purple crystals for storage, which can be used to increase the strength and magic power of one's own soul. Seeing this introduction, Lucas felt that this didn't seem like the kind of magic an elf would use. It's more like a spell used by demons. But, knowing this magic, he seems to have a way to deal with Mr. Noseless. The last talent breakthrough card is a good thing. It can awaken talents that are already at full level, breaking through the upper limit of human talents. Applying this precious breakthrough card to his dark arts talent. Immediately, there was a sound of chains breaking in Lucas' mind. There is also a sense of relaxation in the body. Finishing checking out the platinum rewards, Lucas said as he looked at the densely packed list of rewards left. System, assign the 6 talent points, 1 point for charms, 1 point for divination, 2 points for potions, and 2 points for transfiguration. As for the spells, they should be synthesized and learned. There was a flash of light and tens of rewards disappeared instantly. System, open the character list. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Identity, leader of the Alliance, son of Gellert Grindelwald, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, First Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Eye of Foresight. Magic Power, 15, Common Aura level. Charms, 9, full level. Transfiguration, 6. Dark Arts, 10, Awakened. Divination, 4. Potions, 4. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring, Level 1. Skills, Occlumency, Level 9, Fire Shield, Level 9, Disillusionment Charm, Level 5, Killing Curse, Level 9, Transfiguration Spell, Level 5, Cruciatus Curse, Level 7, Imperious Curse, Level 9, Repairing Charm, Level 4, Shield Charm, Level 6, Shattering Curse, Level 3, Animation Charm, Level 3, Impervious, Level 3, Household Magic, Level 3, Cleaning Charm, Level 2, Legilimency, Level 4. Magic Items, Felix Felicis *2, Veritaserum *2, Magic Weave Embroidery, Mirror Crystal. Achievement Points, 100. System, what does the awakening after the Dark Arts talent mean? And can I continue to add some Dark Arts talent? Answer to the host, awakening means that the host can use any Dark Arts to cast spells silently, and their power is increased by 20%, every 2 talent points can increase 1 point of Dark Arts talent, and the upper limit of Dark Arts talent is changed to 15. Lucas let out a long breath. The improvement this time is really not small, several kinds of Dark Arts have entered the advanced stage. Even the Imperious Curse and the Fire Shield have reached the full level. Lucas took out the Nimbus 2000, modified, and the Magic Pattern Embroidery. The Magic Pattern Embroidery can be attached to the surface of the clothes to resist a fatal attack, including the Killing Curse. This thing is actually not that useful to Lucas. Mainly it is a disposable item. As for the Nimbus 2000, modified, he can test its performance in tomorrow's Quidditch match. Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore turned his back to Snape. The atmosphere between the two was tense. There was also a smell of gunpowder in the air. Headmaster Dumbledore, what were you thinking? Did you deliberately allow Quirrell to unleash the troll? Severus, listen to me. Maybe there is a reason why I have to do this. Snape stared at him with an angry look on his face. Oh. Let me guess, maybe you want Harry Potter to defeat the troll. To remind everyone that he is the savior. But Mr. Headmaster, Harry Potter, like his father, is just an idiot. He hasn't been able to use decent spells until now. Why do you think that stupid little lion cub can't make things worse? Faced with such acute problems. Dumbledore was silent for a while before replying, isn't it good now? The troll has been dealt with, and the students have not suffered any casualties. Oh, yes, thanks to Mr. Grindelwald, the kid you've been watching out for. Severus Snape is worthy of being the king of snakes in Slytherin. Even with Dumbledore, he was merciless. Seeing that Dumbledore was silent, Snape took a bottle of potion from under his baggy robes and placed it on the table. It's a potion for teeth. Maybe it's because your mind has been filled with those sweets that you keep doing stupid things. I'm more interested in brewing a potion for your senile brain. Another reminder, I'm afraid the Ministry of Magic will know about today's event soon, so you should make some preparations early. Dumbledore put away the potion and said as he watched the figure walking out of the office. Thank you, Severus, you are as trustworthy as ever. I've said it many times, don't mention it to me, Dumbledore. The voice just fell and Snape had disappeared from the headmaster's room. Looking at the potion in his hand, Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was planning. Chapter 47, Lucius Malfoy's Surprise. 3/4. The next day. It was cloudless and the sun was shining. Although there were some episodes the previous day, but after one night passed, most students had come out of their fear. Today is the Quidditch match between the Slytherin and Gryffindor house. The two houses are historical rivals, so the intensity and excitement of the Quidditch competition far exceeds that of the other two houses. As the sun shines on the Quidditch pitch, the students came to the stadium together. I really don't understand why so many people like the sport of Quidditch. Hermione grumbled in her seat. In her opinion, Quidditch is a very violent and brutal sport. Of course, with her friend by her side, she couldn't say that. Cho-chan comforted her with a smile. Honey, you only need to watch it once, I guarantee you will like this sport, besides, your knight is also participating today. If it wasn't for Lucas, I wouldn't be here in the cold. Hermione looked down the aisle from where the players would come out, waiting for the person she came to watch to appear. At the same time, a figure entered Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with graceful steps. The visitor was dressed in a splendid black wizard robe and his long platinum hair was neatly placed behind his head, looking as luscious as ever. A more domineering demeanor than Draco Malfoy showed this person's identity. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. The current head of the Malfoy family, one of the 28 sacred families. Also one of the 12 governors of Hogwarts. Lucius holds a cane with a silver snake's head as he stares contemptuously at everything around him. Anyone who is familiar with him knows it. Lucius is cunning, dangerous, and good at hiding his clumsiness. He even hides his wand in his cane. Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. Although a little tired, he decided to watch the Quidditch match. Today was the first time Harry played for Gryffindor and he wanted to see his golden boy win the match. He believed that Harry would also like to see him in the audience. Dumbledore stepped out from behind the desk. With just a casual wave of his hand, the documents on the table were automatically placed where they should be. The powerful wandless silent magic demonstrates the strength of this great wizard. Boom. The stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to his office suddenly left its position. Then footsteps came from below. Professor Dumbledore, someone wants to see you. Professor McGonagall walked quickly into the headmaster's office. Oh, Minerva, how about another day? You know, I have more important things to do right now. Really? Headmaster Dumbledore's important thing is to watch the Quidditch match. Lucius Malfoy's voice came from the bottom of the stairs. Seeing that arrogant figure and contemptuous eyes along with the well-practiced sneer that might as well be a permanent feature of his face, Dumbledore's expression turned serious. Minerva, you go to the stadium first, I'll be there later. Professor McGonagall glanced between the two. Knowing that it was useless for her to stay here, she just happily walked out of the headmaster's office. Since Professor McGonagall left, the two people in the room seemed to have been hit with a tongue-locking curse. They both seemed to be waiting for the other to speak first. Malfoy knocked on the round table, and a cup of steaming black tea appeared immediately. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was eating sizzling bee candy with a very enjoyable expression on his face. Time passed by every minute and every second. Looking at Malfoy's leisurely look, Dumbledore was the first to throw in the towel. Lucius, did you make a special trip to see me, an old man, today? That's right. Malfoy said, putting down his teacup. This answer made Dumbledore's heart sink. He didn't attempt to say anything and just kept listening to Lucius Malfoy speaking in an obnoxious tone. I heard that some bad things happened at school last night. I don't know if it's true, Headmaster Dumbledore. Indeed, but everything has been resolved, it's just a small problem. Oh, maybe for you, trolls are indeed a small problem, but for little wizards who are still in school, trolls are very dangerous. Malfoy cast a contemptuous glance at Dumbledore. And creatures like trolls, shouldn't they be in the Forbidden Forest? Why did they come out of the Forbidden Forest and into the school without hindrance? I need an explanation, Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked into Malfoy's eyes. It seems that he hopes that the other party can see the sincerity in his eyes. Trust me, Lucius, it was just an accident. Accident? I'm sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, I and my colleagues in the school board think you are getting more and more confused with your old age. For such irresponsible behavior, as the headmaster, you should take full responsibility. Lucius Malfoy produced a rolled parchment from inside his robes. This is the school board's suspension order for you. It has the signatures of 12 school board members. We all agree that you should take a good rest. As for whether your position of headmaster can be restored, we will discuss it later. Dumbledore rarely looked surprised. Suspension order. You can't do this, Lucius. He opened the parchment and looked at the signatures of the 12 school board members on it, and said in disbelief. Chapter 48, The Contest Between the Snakes and the Lions. For fourths, hope you enjoy the extra chapters. Merry Christmas. Sorry, Lucius, I can't leave the school yet. Hearing Dumbledore refuse to accept the suspension, Malfoy sneered, Dumbledore, I'm not here to discuss with you this time, but to inform you. Don't forget, although I and the 12 school governors are not involved in the internal affairs of Hogwarts. However, we do have the power to expel people from Hogwarts, and I mean anyone, including you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore frowned. He cannot leave school at this time, not to mention the big trouble with Quirrell inside. Even his test for Harry Potter wasn't done yet. If he were suspended at this time, it would have an impact on many of Dumbledore's subsequent plans. As Harry's first year back in the wizarding world, whether the image of the savior boy can be established, the next plan is critical. It's undeniable that Dumbledore is a great man. He gave his love to the whole wizarding world. He's smart, mature and powerful. He counted everyone, including the boy who lived. But such calculations are not for himself. This is one of the reasons why Dumbledore is not hated. He calculated everyone, but tried his best to protect everyone. Even before dying, he made arrangements for the future. Dumbledore took another look at the suspension in his hand and said, Lucius, can this suspension be executed a few days later? I only need a few days. I'm very sorry, Dumbledore, but you will have to leave school tomorrow at the latest. Of course, you can still exercise your authority as headmaster for today. Malfoy stood up and straightened his luxurious robes, then he took the cane at his side and extended an invitation to Dumbledore. Today seems to be the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Headmaster Dumbledore, why don't we go and see it together? I still remember when I was in school, every Quidditch match was so exciting. Dumbledore put away the suspension order and followed Malfoy out of the office with a frown on his face. In fact, he already had a rough guess in his mind. It should be that the Slytherin students wrote home last night, explaining the troll invasion. You must know that the 12 school governors are all from ancient pureblood families. And most of their brood are in Slytherin. Quidditch pitch. Listening to the cheers and shouts from outside, Lucas sighed inwardly. To be honest, he wasn't interested in Quidditch. First thing is that riding on a broom seems silly. The second is he feels that the sport is not fair at all. How can a seeker end a game just by catching the gold snitch? And a gold snitch has 150 points while only 10 points are awarded for one quaffle. It's so unfair. If your team's seeker ability is relatively weak, doesn't that mean you have to throw at least 15 quaffles before the opponent catches the golden snitch? This is still in the case of the opposing team scoring no points, which is too difficult. But because winning should be rewarded with achievement points, Lucas only silently disliked this sport in his heart. But preparations are not slow at all. There is still some time before the game starts. Looking at the eager players, Lucas coughed lightly and said, "Seniors, before the competition, I have a few words to say to everyone." Everyone stopped talking and looked at the blonde boy standing in the front. "Even though I'm only a first year, I really want to win this for Slytherin, not just for defeating Gryffindor. I want to win the Quidditch championship, get the house points that belong to the champion, let the emeralds fill the hourglass that belongs to us Slytherin, and win the final house cup." Speaking of the house cup, the team members showed unprecedented ambition in their eyes. The house cup represents glory. Since 1985, Slytherin has won the house cup for 6 consecutive years. But this time is different, because Gryffindor has the famous Harry Potter. It wasn't so much that the Slytherins were trying to win the house cup. Rather, it's trying to defeat Gryffindor, who has the boy who lived. Lucas looked around at the crowd, taking in all their expressions. "So, to avoid people talking badly about us, please change your previous behavior and show our Slytherin elegance to everyone. Please also trust me, I will definitely get the golden snitch first." After hearing what Lucas said, everyone looked at the captain Marcus Flint, this captain who looks like he has troll blood in his lineage. He grinned after hearing what Lucas said. "Of course we believe in you, don't worry, we will definitely silence those guys this time." The other players followed suit. They couldn't really think of Lucas as a freshman. At this time, the voice of Lee Jordan could be heard narrating from the court. Accompanied by his voice, the players entered the field, and the door of the passage opened with a bang. Led by Lucas and Marcus, the Slytherin team flew out of the tunnel quickly. There was a huge cheer from the stadium. The usually restrained Slytherins also raised their banners at this moment. In their mouths, they kept shouting to the players in the sky. The Slytherin players formed a cone led by Lucas as they went around the field to salute the audience. When passing by the stands of family members and faculty members, Lucas saw Lucius Malfoy's position at a glance and gave a silent nod. At the same time, Malfoy also nodded slightly to the flying blonde boy. His eyes then looked elsewhere and Lucas smiled slightly upon seeing this. It seemed that Mr. Malfoy had settled the matter. This time our headmaster Dumbledore must be very distressed, right? Chapter 49, The Cursed Broom. Why am I also implicated? The two teams appeared one after another. In the end, 14 people from the two teams formed a circle and players on both sides stared closely at their opponents. Gryffindor captain Oliver Wood was seen staring at the opposite captain. Marcus grinned and said, "Wood, you can rest assured that I won't knock you out today." "Huh." Wood snorted coldly, obviously not believing what the other party said. Professor Hooch came to the middle of the field. In the box in front of her were 3 kinds of balls used in Quidditch matches. The focus of today's game is on the seekers of both teams because both were famous people. Lucas was Slytherin's seeker, and his opponent is Harry Potter. The two are the influential figures of the school. And they both were an exception and were allowed to join the Quidditch team in the first grade, which attracted a lot of attention. Professor Hooch clearly understands this too, so she didn't intend to procrastinate. With Professor Hooch kicking the lid of the wooden box, the blood jars and golden snitch flew into the sky at the same time. The golden snitch flickered before Lucas and Harry's eyes, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Professor Hooch took out the quaffle. And as the whistle sounded, she threw the quaffle into the sky with all her might. This means that the whole game has officially started. Immediately there were deafening cheers from all around. Lucas lifted the broom lightly, immediately flying to the sky above the others. The advantage of this is that it does not interfere with the actions of other players. Second, the golden snitch is easier to spot at high altitudes. Harry followed suit and followed to the high altitude. "Oh, it's Slytherin team captain Marcus Flint who has the ball now, Merlin, he looks like a troll." Okay, the quaffle got snatched by Angelina, the girl from Gryffindor, beautiful, brave, absolutely mesmerizing. Lee Jordan's unfair commentary draws a glare from Professor McGonagall. Lee raised his hands in surrender to prevent being scolded, but inwardly he was hiding his laughter. It can be explained why at critical moments, Slytherin will always be belittled. It also made the Slytherin students very unhappy. Damn. Who can make that guy shut his mouth? Draco looked dissatisfied at the high platform in the distance where Lee Jordan is commenting from. Damn it, I really want to jinx him. Hey guys, leave that guy alone and cheer for Lucas. Slytherin is not the only one who hates Lee Jordan's commentary at the moment, the other two houses were equally critical. Hermione looked at the commentary booth, and said dissatisfiedly, "How can this guy say that? My dear, you have to learn to get used to it." In fact, Lee Jordan always only said good things about Gryffindor when commenting. After Cho Chang finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at Lucas in the sky. I really didn't expect Lucas to know how to play Quidditch. I just don't know how good he is. Hermione looked at her friend warily. She didn't forget what the other party had said. What Cho Chang likes the most is someone who can play Quidditch. Unfortunately, Lucas joined the Quidditch team. What's more, Cho Chang is also on Ravenclaw's team. Most unfortunately, both are Seekers. Hermione suddenly hated Lucas' excellence, if only he could be more ordinary. Look. The snitch has appeared. Accompanied by Lee Jordan's shout, the audience in the stands immediately focused their attention on the two Seekers. Lucas first saw a golden light flashing in the distance, and just when he was about to go after it, Harry beside him suddenly swayed wildly. Lucas knew it was Quirrell who was casting a spell on Harry's broom. I'm sorry, Harry, it looks like I'm going to take this victory. Lucas understood very well the principle of taking advantage of his opponent's weakness. But as soon as he flew a distance of 50 meters, the broom under his seat began to shake violently. Merlin. Why would I be implicated as well? Having no time to think about it, Lucas immediately started countering the curse on the broom. At the same time, Lucius Malfoy in the stands also watched Lucas' broom and helped with the counter curse. Merlin's beard, the brooms of the Seekers of the two teams are going crazy. It is understood that they are using the latest Nimbus 2000 produced by Nimbus. Could it be that this broom has some unknown hidden dangers? Lee Jordan immediately raised the issue to the broom manufacturer. Originally, he wanted to continue talking. Unfortunately, it was stopped by Professor McGonagall. If it weren't for Lucas not caring about it at the moment, he would have given Lee Jordan a tongue-locking curse. You must know that Lucas is a shareholder of the Nimbus Company. If it is because of Lee Jordan's words that the sales of brooms were to be affected, he has the heart to kill the other party. Finding Lucas in danger, Hermione immediately borrowed a classmate's telescope. Taking a cursory look around, she saw Snape, who was also helping Harry with the counter curse. It's Professor Snape, he's casting the curse. Cho Chang looked puzzled, although Professor Snape always had a gloomy face. But as a professor, he shouldn't cast a curse on his students. Besides, Lucas was a student at his own house. Hermione didn't care about that. She took her friend's hand and rushed towards Snape's stand. Draco also found the same situation at this time. Hesitating for a moment, he glanced at Lucas and Harry, who were about to be thrown off the broom high in the sky. He also set off and walked over. Draco and Hermione met behind the stands. Needless to say, both of them understood what the other was here for. Under the joint efforts of the two, Snape's robes were set on fire, the same as in the book. During the riot, Quirrell's curse was also forced to stop. Seeing Harry turn over and jump onto the broom, the audience in the stands cheered immediately. But Hermione soon found out that Lucas still seems to be under the influence of the curse. Chapter 50, Dumbledore's name has been added to Lucas' Black Book. Lucas concentrated on the counter curse, but it wasn't until Harry managed to get out of danger that his broom also stopped shaking. Lucas rolled over and jumped onto the broom. Cheers like a tsunami erupted from all around. Thanks to the contacts Lucas has maintained over the months, apart from Slytherins, many people from the other three houses are also cheering for him. But Lucas didn't look happy, because there are only a few people on the court who can cast a curse on him. First there was Snape, but he was obviously not going to harm the students of his house. Followed by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. But both are the kind of people who are just and fair, so they wouldn't curse Lucas just for a Quidditch win or loss. So, there is only one person left. Headmaster Dumbledore. Although Lucas doesn't quite believe the answer, but a curse that he could not counter at all even after all this time. Only the mighty Dumbledore could do it. Although he doesn't know why the other party did this. Perhaps suspecting that he had put a jinx on Harry. Or he just doesn't want Lucas to win the game. In short, Dumbledore's name was on Lucas' little black book. Sooner or later, the twinkly old goat will have to pay for it. As for why Quirrell isn't in doubt, it's not that Lucas looked down on him. It's just that with his current smell of garlic, I am afraid that his body has already started decaying. How much magic power he has left is unknown, but it is certainly not as good as before. Looking at Harry, who was flying fast ahead, Lucas hunched over the broom. No one can stop him from earning achievement points, not even the Golden Boy. The Nimbus 2000 transformed by the system turned into a stream in the sky, chasing Harry and the Golden Snitch at a speed that was hard to tell with the naked eye. This modified Nimbus 2000 has a top speed of 400 km per hour, which is a full 100 km per hour faster than the broom Harry is using now. In theory, Lucas's current Nimbus 2000, modified, can already be compared with the firebolt produced 2 years later. Everyone saw the green stream representing Slytherin quickly approaching Harry. When he finally passed Harry, he did a spin to show off a bit, which made the little wizards in the stadium even more excited. The audience chanted Lucas' name as if he had already caught the gold snitch. Of course Harry wasn't reconciled. Desperately urging his broom, but watching Lucas's back getting farther and farther away. He also gradually became depressed in his heart. Lucas looked back over his shoulder and seeing Harry, who was catching up, he smiled. Then he increased the flying speed of the broom. This time he was even faster than the golden snitch. When Lucas passed the snitch, he held it easily in his palm. Match over. Let's congratulate Slytherin seeker Lucas Grindelwald for catching the golden snitch and ending the match. Don't be discouraged, ladies and gentlemen of Gryffindor, next time you will surely defeat the nasty Slytherins. Lee Jordan. Professor McGonagall's voice came again. Lee Jordan dropped the microphone and ran off the stands. In the sky, the Slytherin team surrounded Lucas. Looking at the golden snitch in his hand, the smiles on everyone's faces were extremely bright. Lucas, it's great that you beat the boy who lived. Gryffindor has Harry Potter, and we have Lucas Grindelwald. Marcus Flint's already ugly face, his smile looked even more terrifying. But at the moment, no one pays attention to these things since everyone is too busy celebrating. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, the contest between the snake and the lion, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, a new series of achievements has been detected, King of Slytherin, the host has to help Slytherin win the Quidditch championship and win the House Cup with the highest score in history. You must score O in all subjects in the end-of-semester exam to complete this task series achievements. Note, this series of achievements is unique, no matter whether it is completed or not, it will not be opened again in the future. Complete this series of achievements, you will get a chance to draw a diamond prize pool. Seeing this, Lucas' eyes lit up. Compared with the other two series of achievements, this one is undoubtedly easier to complete. Taking into account the current house points of Slytherin House, if he works harder, it will not be difficult to create the highest score in history. Just have to be careful to watch out for the old bee who likes to add points indiscriminately at the end of the year. At the end of this year, he might be able to get a chance to use the mysterious diamond lottery. After they finished celebrating, Lucas landed on the field with the broom. Harry came to his side at this moment. Congratulations, Lucas, I will try to win next time. Lucas smiled and nodded, vaguely giving an ambiguous answer. Wait until next year. Harry's opponent is probably about to be replaced by Draco Malfoy. On the way back to the dormitory, Draco looked enviously at the broom in Lucas' hand. When will I be selected? I really envy you and Harry. Lucas threw the broom to the opponent. You will be the seeker next year, and I will only participate in this time. Huh. Draco was taken aback. And soon his expression became a little moved. House Quidditch teams have a fixed number of players. He believes that Lucas will quit voluntarily in order to let himself be selected. It has to be said, what a wonderful misunderstanding. Lucas just felt that since the series of achievements would not be triggered again in the future, then it wouldn't be much fun to play on the House Quidditch team. As for the 600 achievement points brought by winning, Lucas didn't have to play to make them win. The system doesn't stipulate that Lucas must play, does it? He found that the Quidditch teams of the four houses did not seem to have the position of coach. The next day, Lucas left the Slytherin dormitory early. He came to the door of the headmaster's office on the 7th floor, and said to the stone gargoyle, "Lemon drops." Boom. The gargoyle moved aside, revealing the stairs behind it. Time to see how our poor headmaster Dumbledore is doing.